sleep.
Yeah, nah, I had stuff to do.
Mike.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will now we will gavel in for the FY27 proposed budget presentations, Day 2, Thursday, August 6, 2026. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
The Honorable Anatavia M. Benson.
Present.
The Honorable Linda J. Davis.
Present.
The Honorable Fannie Mae Hauser.
Present.
The Honorable Shanita Nichols.
Present.
The Honorable Samuel Perry.
Present.
And the Honorable Ulysses J. Smallwood is absent.
First item, first
First
department.
item is going to be the budget workshop from the Finance Department.
Okay,
Ms. Jamila Chris.
all right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could provide a brief update? Yes, ma'am. So as we discussed on yesterday, we are still pending on the 2026 tax digest with a estimated date of August 15th. That impacts a couple of the issues related to the Finance Department, specifically the GO bond collections for the upcoming year or for the previous year are tied directly to the tax digest. And so as soon as we receive that information, we can provide an update on the GO bond as well as the water and sewer bond as well. Neither one of those have any impact to the general fund. And so the tax digest information will allow us to update those accurately. And so with that, and by the way, the capital we will address as well after the tax digest information is here. So with that, I wanted to turn things over to Ms. Chris.
Before we proceed, Ms. Chris, thank you. Is it our plan to continue budget discussions at the work session on Monday and the work session for August 24th?
So the calendar, that option is available to us, Mayor. And so we can proceed with those discussions as we are needed to, based on the fact that we did not have all the available information from the Tax Commissioner's office. I'm looking for our budget calendar, if you'll bear with me.
I just want to confirm.
Now, I would add, Mayor and Council, the budget calendar may have to change. Fulton County is not going to release the digest until around August 15th. And what they've stated is for cities that if you propose a millage rate increase and it's higher than what the digest says, you're gonna have to redo the process all over again. And so, in speaking with the finance consultant, the thought was, we may have to move the first budget hearings a week back to get the digest because we don't want to have to continue to advertise it and put up against the deadline. Because as of right now, based on the calendar that you have, was based on us already having the digest, which we would have had back in June. And so in order for the clerk to properly advertise it, she needs it a week before the Wednesday before the hearing. So if our first hearing was supposed to be August 24th, she would have had to have it this week for publication in newspaper next Wednesday, so it's publicized a week in advance. But because we don't have the digest, we can't even calculate a millage rate rollback. And so the information that you need to publish the 5-year history, we want to make sure that it's accurate. And I reached out to Fulton County again yesterday. They responded this morning and said their intent is to ensure that all the municipalities have the digest by August 15th.
Okay, so that being said, I believe we had an August 24th date.
That is correct.
That's correct. So that means we need to move it to the first meeting in September?
What I would suggest, Mayor,
Okay.
with council's agreement, is that we consider having a special call meeting. I would strongly like for us to stay on track for the budget to be proposed as final by the first meeting in September. If we push to the second meeting in September, that's a little too close to our state mandated deadline. And so I don't know if council is amenable to that. But if you are, because we are pending information from the county, it may help us to stay on our standard approval calendar of it being approved for the first meeting in September. But that could necessitate a special call meeting just to complete everything once we have the tax digest from Fulton County.
Okay, then what date would you propose, given what you just said? Would that be the first week of September for the special call meeting?
Probably the last week of August, and I can give you a more specific date before we conclude this evening, Mayor.
Okay.
August, I have a question, though.
Yeah, wait just a second,
Because
please.
there's a sequence here, as Ms.
Okay.
Chris just described, of getting the millage rate information, getting it to the clerk, getting it advertised. So I just want to make sure we sequence all of that.
Okay.
And it lines up with a potential special called meeting. It still keeps us on track for the first council meeting in September.
Okay, all right. Councilwoman Davis?
I just want to know, what is the state deadline for this?
The state deadline says that we have to have an approved budget by the beginning of our fiscal year, which is October 1st.
Okay,
So we could approve it in the second meeting in September. That would not be an issue with state law. It's just very close to the deadline. And so, you know, it's just a suggestion from the city administrator.
okay.
We could push to the second meeting and still potentially make it. But if for any reason there's something unexpected that happens,
yeah.
I always like having a little additional cushion.
I would agree with that, and that may necessitate a special call meeting
Anyway.
the last week of September, and that, yeah,
August.
that especially is close. Yes, Ms. Chris, you were going to say something?
Yes, and speaking with the consultant, she was thinking potentially the week of August 31st, with the first being that Tuesday. So based on council's availability, we anticipate having the digest by the 15th, being able to put the advertisements together to have them out, to have the first set of public hearings the week of the 31st.
Okay. All right, then, I would agree with that. Any opposition, council? Okay. Then I would ask Mr. Phillips if you could just confirm the state sequence, and let's now publicize the new dates before we adjourn this evening.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Could I have those dates before the break, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Whatever we decide the break to be.
Those.
Okay. All right, yes, Ms. Chris?
So the only, just for clarity, the only date that will change, we had August 21st as public hearings, and the millage rate hearing at 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. for the budget on August 24th. That would change if council wants to keep it on a Monday to August 31st. But we would still keep the September 14th date to have the budget and millage rate hearing and adoption on September 14th.
Okay. All right, if you guys can just confer, just to confirm, that would be great, and then let me know, and we will announce that. All right, then. Ms. Chris, you're on.
Well, good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council members.
Good afternoon.
It's my pleasure to present to you the Finance Department's budget. So currently, the Finance Department has total positions of 8. I'm happy to tell you, since Malden and Jenkins presented the audit, I believe back in May, June, time runs together, we have filled 7 of these 8 positions. At that time, we were sitting at a total of 3 We had 2 vacancies. There was a vacant senior accountant position. There was and one of the staff accountant positions was vacant. And so based on our recent hires who have a background education in accounting, experience in government accounting, we've had the staff accountant come in and hit the ground running, has been an amazing addition to the finance team. And then the senior accountant starts on Wednesday, that we've been able to, this is the first time this fiscal year that we've had all of these positions filled. And so with that, we've been able to distribute some duties and put some additional internal controls in place. And so I just wanted to make sure that I reported that to Mayor and Council.
Yes, Councilwoman Davis?
Yes.
I think I was going to ask the same question. Go ahead. No,
Thank
no,
you.
go ahead. Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. So let me be clear. All the positions have been filled now.
With one
Finance.
pending, 7 of the 8 positions are filled.
7 of the 8.
Finance director's position is under active recruitment. We've engaged a recruitment firm
Just going to
to
ask.
do a wider search. So that process is currently ongoing, and so we'll have an update as soon as that process moves forward. But the firm has already been engaged. They are actively recruiting for our finance director's position.
Okay, I would like to make a recommendation in reference to that recruitment, that we recruit a licensed CPA for our finance director. That is, to me, and Mayor, I don't know if you will agree with this, but the issues that we've been having in that department and the turnover that we've been having, it warrants a licensed CPA.
That is currently in the recruitment that is going on currently.
It is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
So that is a requirement of the
Yes, ma'am.
position?
Yes.
awesome.
Fantastic. And then, so has the position been posted? I didn't see it out on our website.
So we are using a recruitment firm. They put together a recruitment package and put it on multiple websites beyond just the city's website.
But
And
it's
so-
not on the city's website, that's what I'm saying.
No.
Is it posted on the? Okay, and so when do we anticipate that? Okay, and what was the delay? Why wouldn't we not post that on the city's website? And who's speaking is Ms. Champagne, our Human Resource Director.
Yes.
Human Resources is
Take your time, take your time.
Human Resources is currently working with the consultant as it relates to the posting. They are also still working with the brochure and getting the brochure out. We had a kickoff meeting earlier this week, and we've also had some previous meetings related to that. The posting does not have to go on the city's website. That's just an extra tool that we would use. The posting that will go on our website would really just still redirect any applicants to their website to apply because they're in charge of the recruitment.
Okay, so is that, it's the first time I've heard that. Is that a new policy? I thought, yeah, that was part of what you do, whether we hire a consultant or not. That you are the leader for recruitment, and that we post all positions on the city website, regardless of where else we send
So-
that information.
Let me see if I can add some clarity.
Let Ms. Champagne speak, please. Thank you.
So yes, that is accurate that I am in charge and I provide oversight over our recruitment efforts. But because we have solicited an outside consultant to be in charge and to head this process, we are working in collaboration with each other. An applicant applying to our site would not be sufficient because the consultant is actually in charge of the recruitment. So they will be the ones that will actually conduct the initial screening of those applicants. They will still work very collaboratively with my department. As it relates to the interview questions, the candidates that they select, they will send that information over to us. That's part of their fee. That's what they do.
Okay, that does not answer the question about whether we post it on the website or not. I mean,
There
it's just a simple,
We,
so have all the requirements for the position been drafted?
yes, and the
Okay, and so there's a document that the consultant is using to recruit?
yes, ma'am. They are.
And- Okay, so then tell me why we can't post that to our website.
We can. What I'm saying is that for consultants that handle your recruitment, it really kind of depends on the city. Some cities don't require them to post on our site, and some cities do. We will post to our site, but the posting to our site will not look similar to our current postings because no applicant will be applying to our site. The posting would really just say that the consultant is in charge of the recruitment, and it would refer them to their site.
Councilwoman Davis?
Yeah, that's wonderful for it to, I understand that, but I also believe in reference to what the mayor was saying is that it needs to be on our website because
can.
our citizens know that we're in transition with the finance director. So the first place they're going to go is to our website. So at least it'll let them know we are in process, you know what I'm saying, of recruiting.
Absolutely.
It's just for transparency and information.
Absolutely,
for
yes, ma'am.
citizens.
It will be posted to our site.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
ma'am.
Thank
And
you.
as it relates to the CPA is noted within the job description. It is not a required, but it is a preferred, and it is something that the consultant is preferring these applicants to have when they are doing their screening.
Wow, personally, I would,
Can we,
That-
Wait, just a second. She still has the floor.
personally, I would prefer that not to be just a preferred, that it be a requirement. You know, is there any law against that in reference to personnel?
There's no legal law that says that we cannot. Industry trends, when you look at job descriptions across, is typically a preferred qualification. But if it's something that that's the will of mayor and council to make it preferred, I can certainly update the job description.
Mayor, if I may, we'll
Yes.
certainly do that. We can make it a requirement. We'll likely lengthen the recruitment because it narrows the pool of candidates. There are some qualified candidates who have done municipal finance for a number of years in larger cities that may be qualified that would not be then recruited because they don't have a CPA. So we'll follow the will of council. It will narrow the pool of candidates because only those with CPAs can apply, while other qualified candidates that may have lengthy experience and be worth consideration would not then be selected, or at least be in the pool of candidates.
If I may, there's one other, there is a requirement in the current job description that requires the candidate to obtain their GFOA certification within 2 years of employment. That is a requirement.
Within 2 years of employment?
GFOA certification.
Right,
Okay.
right.
And how does that compare to a licensed CPA?
That's 2 years.
Yeah, yes. Mhm.
If I may, Mayor, CPAs is a
And I
standard qualification that is noted in the finance industry. CPAs, if you have a CPA, does not mean you have municipal government experience.
Well, no, it doesn't.
A lot of
I mean,
CPAs have experience in the private sector, may not have a lot of government experience. You often can find candidates, or you seek candidates also who may have lengthy experience in municipal government and a GFOA certification, which is a more applicable certification to municipal government, because the standards for what we do differ than GAAP, General Accepted Accounting Principles, which private sector uses. And so there are some distinctions. Certainly a CPA could learn, and if he hasn't done a lot of he or she has not done a lot of municipal experience, you would look for them to use their CPA certification to make that transition. But there is a distinction between GFOA and CPA, one being municipal government focused, the other being general accounting, private or other.
I would ask that you provide us what those differences. And I will say that statement that you made is really incorrect, because the city of Fairburn has had a licensed CPA who has had government experience that, and we were much smaller, but again, we had some financial issues, and that was the requirement that we put in place when the finance director, well, actually, that person was the city manager. A licensed CPA was the city manager. But I will say, you know, that person did have government experience, was a licensed CPA, and there are some finance professionals with government experience who have licensed CPA. Councilman Perry?
I guess my question was, if we're using an outside firm, are they in complete control of this recruitment for this position? Do the candidates that are selected, the pool that's drawn down to, does that come back to yourself or
It does.
or the administration for final selection?
That is correct. They are managing the recruitment process because they are the consultant. However, they still work very collaboratively with my office to include also the city administration's office because it is their decision to select the candidate.
I guess the second piece of mine would be, I guess, ma'am, I think Councilman Davis, she does bring a great point to this. If we're going to require that certain qualifications are, or licensing certifications are for this position, we may want to make sure that that's provided to them now so that they can make sure that the pool of candidates that they do bring back meet all of those.
So currently, the consultant does have the job description, so they are fully aware. I think the only change here would be is that we're requesting that they only recruit for candidates that have a CPA versus to screen and recruit for individuals that does not have a CPA but may have an overwhelmingly amount of municipal government finance experience. That would be the only difference.
I would ask if you could just provide us what the GFOA certification, what that entails for consideration as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, Councilwoman Nichols?
Yes, but thank you. For this certification, are we expecting them to have it before? Or you said something with, they have to acquire within 2 years?
Within
of
2
already-
years, because that certification does go through an outside educational entity. I believe it's through Carl Vinson, and it does take some time to go through all of the courses and be able to obtain the certification.
So I think, yes, to your point, Ms. Davis, around like 2 years is too long. But
I want to stay here.
yeah, so, okay, so my question is, so I completely understand how consultants work and how they manage the process, and I do think we should just have visibility on our website, even if it just goes back to their website. Like, I get it, they're managing that. I've worked with consultants before on this. How long is our contract with them for this recruitment?
It would be as long as it takes for them to get us an outside candidate.
Okay.
But I do want, for clarity, we will absolutely post on our website.
Okay. And then I asked that because if I understand if we're narrowing it down to CPA, I understand, Mr. Fields, that's going to now limit us to options. But I think we should try first. We just never know. So if we limit it to CPA for a certain amount of time and we're not getting anybody, then I think you come back and say, hey, we're really not finding the right person with this. We should open it up to still see if we can find other people with the experience.
So I want to, I'm sorry.
I didn't speak clearly earlier. There are absolutely CPAs that have government experience.
Right.
And so if I stated that in a way that it sounded like I was suggesting that there were not, I misspoke. There are plenty of, I've worked with CPAs in local government, and so yes, there are CPAs, and we will make that a requirement for the recruiting firm and see what candidate pool that generates.
Right, exactly, yeah.
To Councilwoman Nichols' point, I just want to provide additional clarity. When we now update the job description to say that a CPA is required, that means that any candidate who may have 20 years of directly related experience in government finance will not be qualified because they don't have the CPA. We would not be able to then come back, unless you're asking me to then go back and then change the job description to then say that the CPA is not required, but then preferred. I think that that method is going to skew our time frame in which we would be recruiting. So when you have a preferred qualification, what that means to the recruiter is that they're going to recruit for those qualifications first. So they're going to be looking for those candidates first, but they're not going to automatically disqualify or exclude candidates that are also, that have an overwhelming amount of experience in finance or municipal government.
So how many years are we asking for experience in government accounting?
I believe that without having the job description before me, I believe that position requires a bachelor's degree and I think over 10 years of directly related experience in finance, municipal government, and leadership, I believe is the qualifications for that role.
And just for clarification, this job description is what we've used in the past?
Correct.
So I think that's where we're having challenges. Because we don't want what was used in the past because that did not work. So this is why we're trying to make suggestions on another type of job description that would work. Because I'm sorry, it wasn't working for us. So we need to try something different. I think sometimes we get in the habit of doing what we always did, and I don't see the problem of just trying something new. If it doesn't work, if y'all came back and said we got 0 people, then we go back, okay, now let's see. But I think we have to try to do something different to get a different result. We cannot keep repeating the same behaviors because clearly that is not working in our favor.
Yeah. And, Mayor, if I-
Yes, please. Mhm.
just to explain where we're coming from, Director, we've had a lot of turnover in finance, too much. And we need someone in there that can take control of that department,
And put us on the right track.
totally control of that department. I'm gonna leave it at that,
Yes, ma'am.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, yes, Councilwoman Benson?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so earlier you had mentioned that the Personnel Department is waiting on a brochure before posting it to the website. Does this mean that the consultant firm has already advertised this position on their channels?
I'm still working with the consultant. We're not waiting for their brochure to post. We can certainly post this week or as early as Monday to get the position out there. The only reference that I was making is that the posting will look different than our typical postings because applicants are not coming directly to our site to apply. The posting will redirect the applicants to their site to apply or to the consultant's firm to apply.
Understood. The consultant firm, does it use, I guess, and I'm sorry because I always sound like a broken record when I say this, going back to my experience in federal government, there's a point system that's typically calculated. You have your QSAs, and so with that, say, you mentioned GFOA certification. GFOA certification would automatically give you like 5 points in this rating system. And then if you had a CPA, then that would give you another 4 points in the rating system. If you were not GFOA certified, but you had a plethora of experience, you had 20 years, that would give you like a 2-point system or something like that. Does the consultant firm do it along those lines? So to your point, someone who is excluded because they might not have a CPA, but they have the GFOA, or they might not have the CPA, but they have 20 years of experience. It still kind of keeps them in the running because you're looking at a general overall score. And when you've reached that score threshold, you are brought over for consideration. Is that something that can be done?
That is something that's part of their process. They will provide a rating sheet that would list any and all applicants that they have received, and it would provide their name, their background, how they rated them, their directly related experience. Yes, I would receive all of that information.
Okay, so then there is a way at least to not necessarily exclude someone who is qualified with everything, even if we're saying required. Or does the word required automatically knock them out in such a way that they just can't accumulate those points?
That is correct. If I change the job description and indicate required, then anyone that does not have a CPA would be disqualified.
Understood.
Yes, Councilwoman Hauser?
I guess I'm inquisitive as to find out in the past, the individuals that had, this position, did they not have the CPA or the qualifications, since we're having to, we're talking about changing, what you're looking for, the resume? The job description. I'm just
I am not familiar with the finance directors prior to my tenure, but under my tenure, we did have a finance director that did have the GFOA. He was an excellent addition to our team. We also had another individual that was under GFOA and was an excellent addition to our team. It's just that, given, personal reasons, we still work with those individuals, to today. But again, I am here to adhere to whatever the will of the council may be. And if it's the preference of council for me to update the job description to require the CPA license, I will do that. I just want to be clear and to ensure that you understand that that would provide some disqualifications to other candidates.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
All right, so what's the, and before I ask what's the will of council, I just want to state for the record that this body has raised some concerns about the high turnover rate, which Councilwoman Davis has expressed. And it was asked of me that in replacing now this vacant position or filling this vacant position, that we really should consider a licensed CPA. And I do want to review the GFOA certification because I've not heard that before, that was a criteria or consideration in looking at various candidates. And you are correct, Ms. Champagne, a couple of the individuals that we had under your tenure were excellent candidates. But unfortunately, they left for personal reasons, had nothing to do with the position or anything. And so we really did mourn their loss, okay? Because they just were outstanding. But then the opposite has happened as well, where we didn't do such a good job in several of the recruitments. And so to Councilwoman Nichols' point, if we keep doing the same thing the same way, we're going to get the same thing. And so we just need to consider trying to do something different so that we can get the candidates that we need at this point in time in Fairburn's financial history. Because there's a lot going on, and we need the level of expertise to not only get the department together, as Councilwoman Davis has said, but to also have a vision about how finance and for the finance department can really move this city forward. So, yes, Councilwoman Benson.
My apologies. One more question that I had forgotten before. Have we ever used a consulting firm or recruiting firm before to find that finance director?
No, we have not, and I would say that this would be the one thing that we are doing differently with this particular process, that we are looking at an outside consultant who does have different platforms that they would be able to utilize. Finance directors are a very hard-to-fill type of position, so we are doing something different in this regard in contracting with an outside consultant to use their additional platforms and their team to assist us in solidifying a candidate that's best suited for the city.
Okay. Yes, so Councilwoman Davis, can you just state your preference? And then I'd like to hear if we are in agreement what she's proposing or if there's a counter proposal to what Councilwoman Davis is advocating.
Yes, and this just didn't come off the top of my head. It's a lot of observations, deliberation on my part. But I think we should have in our, with our consultants, that we prefer a licensed CPA.
If it's okay, I do want to confirm for you that that is absolutely part of the job description right now, and that is what they would be recruiting for, preferred. So they would be looking first to any and all candidates that apply, they will be looking to those first that do have not just municipal government, not just a degree, but also a candidate that does possess a CPA. We will be looking at those candidates first.
Okay,
Okay.
all right. So are we all in agreement with that? Councilman Nichols, you're fine?
If the language is prefer and not
Yes.
required,
Yes.
I am in agreement.
Okay. But which it currently exists, it says
Yes, ma'am.
preferred.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And I'm in agreement with that as well. I would also ask, though, if you would provide us the GFOA certification guidelines so that we are familiar with that.
Absolutely.
So I really would appreciate it.
Can I ask
Okay, yes, Nichols? Mhm.
And I know that this is going to say preferred, but I would like to know if we can get a percentage of the applications that actually have CPAs, because the consultant, even though that's the preference, if we get everybody who applies and they don't have a CPA, we're still not meeting what we want as far as someone with a CPA, because the job requirement is not required. So I would like to know the breakdown demographics of people who apply who have CPA versus don't, so we can kind of understand what type of people are applying and what we're working with. Because if you come to us and say we had 50 applicants, only 10 had a CPA, that just tells us a different story. So I would like to get that breakdown as well.
And that, to your point, Councilman Nichols, that information is going to be provided throughout the recruitment process. That's what they do.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, you're welcome.
Okay. All right, then, thank you. Yes, Councilman Hauser?
With that CPA, does it matter how many years of experience?
They still need to meet the years of experience.
Absolutely.
But someone could have a master's degree and not have 10 years. The rating, I think that goes back to Councilwoman Benson. That's how we look at things. So we would look at the totality of the candidate's background.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so.
Welcome.
Then back to Ms. Chris, and so there are 8 positions in the Department of Finance, 7 of the 8 are filled. Okay, so could you just talk a little bit then about how the department is being managed?
Yes, ma'am. Do you want me to go through the structure based on the
Oh,
person?
no, I know you in particular are
Myself.
working with finance consultant, is that correct?
Yes, JAT consultant, Ms. Rachel Bembry, that came before mayor and council that did the mid-year budget amendment. Her and her team have been working closely with myself and the finance team on the day-to-day operations as well as the preparation of the proposed FY27 budget.
Okay, and she will be with us until the position is filled?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. Before you is the Finance Department's purchase contracted budget. I'll kind of start with the professional services line. So the professional services line is at 70. 40,000 of that is for the CPA single audit. So I believe Mr. Steve Garber has been working with the city of Fairburn for at least 12 to 15 years. And so his role is to come in, and he comes in around October, November, and he prepares the books in preparation for Malden and Jenkins. He touches every fund, he does journal entries, any corrections. In the past, he's had to do bank reconciliations, and so he just helps the finance team prepare the books in preparation for Malden and Jenkins, which typically comes in January of the following year. That also includes $30,000 for iParametrics. iParametrics is our grant consultant. As you know, we have worked closely with them over the last 3 years to apply for a lot of the grants that we've been awarded. We are hoping to continue this relationship because they've helped us get some of the awards that we've got from the congressional directed funding. And so because we do not have anyone on staff with the expertise for the administration of grants, we want to keep this relationship going to ensure that we're in compliance with those federal grants. And so that makes up the difference of the $30,000 for iParametrics. The next line is rental of equipment and vehicle. That is for the postage machine that's in the finance department's suite, and so that's the cost for that machine. The advertising budget of $1,000 is the cost to advertise the public hearings and the millage rate annually. That's not a cost that's allocated to the city clerk's budget. In the past, it's always been allocated out of finance. Printing and binding. Those funds are used for our business license renewals and notices, as well as any printing, business cards, or notices that have to happen within a department. As you know, all business license operations are handled within the finance department, and so we're responsible because we don't have a I would say automatic platform where she can send those notices out. She's literally mailing those notices and putting them together, and those businesses is not in compliance. They're getting notices and then they're being handed off to code enforcement. So that's kind of what printing and binding is for. Postage is just the cost for us to mail a lot of the checks that come out of the finance department. I'll talk about payment works further down in other contracted services, but we're hoping to reduce that over time and move a lot of our vendors towards ACH. Finance has already directed the departments to contact the vendors that they work with on a regular basis so that they can complete the necessary forms to move them towards ACH. But of course, we have some businesses that are reluctant to do so, and so we do still have to mail out some of those checks. So that's the postage. Travel expenses. That is for the department in reference to going to conferences such as GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association. That's typically in the past attended by the finance director and or maybe a senior accountant. There's the Governmental Procurement Association of Georgia. As you know, within the finance department, we have a procurement manager and a procurement specialist. And so that's for them to attend those conferences. And then it also includes our annual fee. We apply for the GFOA Certificate of Achievement Award application. And so every year we've received that award. We're looking to receive that award again this year because we did apply. And so we'll keep you updated on that one. Where am I at? Okay, training, that's just the registration costs for employees within that department to attend the various conferences. Business meetings, one thing that finance is trying to do is increase training. We've had a few citywide trainings on just the accounts payable process. Procurement is improving their process for issuing ITBs and RFPs, and so that's been a mandated citywide training. And other contracted services. So I will tell you a chunk of that, about $96,000, is just the audit from Martin & Jenkins. That's the fee that we pay at Martin & Jenkins to audit the city. We have a platform called Debt Book. That's about $12,000. Debt Book is utilized to we put all of the bonds that the city have entered into. It's a schedule of payments for all of our debts that the city has to make. And so that kind of helps finance keep on schedule with when those debt payments are due. Payment Works, that cost is $24,000, I believe, $500. Payment Works is a service offered to the city. Anyone that's interested in doing business with the city would sign up through Payment Works. They vet and verify that they are a legit and valid business. In the event that there is some type of fraud, the city is covered through Payment Works. And so finance has been utilizing that platform to push majority of our vendors to go towards Payment Works. That allows us to then do the ACH because they verify that all the information that they're giving us is accurate, so we don't get any fraudulent activity. Property tax billing, that's about $9,000. As you know, we do all of our property taxes. We bill all of them in-house. In the past, we've worked with a printing firm to kind of help push all of the bills out and mail those. It also includes the P.O. boxes. The city has 2 P.O. boxes at the post office across the street. And so it's an annual cost of about $700 for both of those P.O. boxes. I believe one is for the utility bills that's on the bottom of the bill. I think it goes to the P.O. box because staff picks that one up. And then there's another P.O. box for the city. $17,000 for Tyler Technology. That's currently in code. That's the ERP system that we currently have. So that's the annual cost for that. And then there's a few dollars in there for miscellaneous expenses. Bank fees, those are fees that are charged to the city for processing wire transactions, any type of transfers that we have to do on behalf of the city. And then the merchant fees represent the cost that we pay to the credit card company to process transactions that come into the city. So if a resident comes into the city administration building and they use a credit card or a debit card to pay their property taxes, then there's a service fee that's charged, and the city has to pay that for the merchant, to the merchant. And so that's what that $50,000 represents. And so with that, the total purchase contracted is $325,350. And I'll take any questions on this slide.
Councilwoman Benson?
You had spoken about Payment Works and said that, that's the vetting system. But I didn't hear you say that all merchants or all vendors go through Payment Works. So what about the ones that do not? How are they vetted?
So those are vetted through the procurement department. Payment Works ensures us only for ACH vendors. And so I will tell you, one of the things that we've been tasked with is making sure that we push our vendors towards that. We've had some vendor feedback to say, hey, why can't I get ACH? I don't want to have to wait on my check. Of course, we know there were issues a few months ago in reference to the post office, and mail was delayed. And so now, for reasons I can't explain as to why under previous leadership, they kind of stopped the implementation of Payment Works. This is something that we've recently pushed so that we can move more of our vendors towards ACH so we can become more efficient with our payment processing.
Understood. And the procurement department's process for vetting, is it in line with what Payment Works does?
Yes, ma'am. They're working really closely with accounts payable and Payment Works, and so we're still ironing out, making sure that their process mirrors that one, but our ultimate goal is to push all of our vendors to 100% ACH, and that the running of the check run is only on emergency basis.
Understood. Thank you.
Yes, Nichols?
I have a request, if it's the will of Madam Mayor and Council. As I'm thinking through just this whole process, budgets, they tell us a story of where our priorities are and what we are expending money on. What I'm finding challenging is, like I requested yesterday, the actual spend of FY26. I know you couldn't get that to me today. I'm not expecting that, and I understand that as a request as we continue to go through these workshops to see the actual spend, because what I am trying to understand is, I understand what we're proposing, but I cannot tell if that was a priority last year, if what was spent in that line item and how that affects this year, because this amended budget is not telling me the true story of what we spent in FY26. So what I'm proposing or requesting as we continue to go through the workshops is, when we get the actual date spend, if department heads could go through their line items and compare what was spent to what they're proposing, and if there is a 50% jump, I would like a justification of why we need money in that line item. For example, building operation was a good example about the annex. We had proposed for FY26, 25,000, proposed for FY27, 25,000, but the actual spend was like, what, 1,400. But they explained to me we had all these elections, so that, okay, now I understand that. But I know there has to be line items where we didn't spend 70,000 in, for instance, 70,000 in professional, which I know we probably did, but I'm just using this as an example. If, for instance, we use 40,000, but you're showing me the amended budget is 70,000, I would like to know why we need to jump to 70,000 for the next fiscal year. So that is really going to help me understand and the justification of all of these departments, because numbers tell a story, and I'm missing a whole part of the story because I don't know what we spent in totality year to date. So I don't know if that will be helpful for all of us. Madam Mayor, if you, is because, yes, I'm a numbers person. Numbers tell a story, and I need to make sure we're advocating in the right spaces. Like, I know you all are doing a great job. I appreciate all the things that you all are doing to get the departments together, to forecast. There are always going to be things under that we can't forecast or anticipate, but to the best of our ability, because if there are ways to cut costs, is looking back at what we actually spent. Because there are going to be line items where it's like, why do we need this 50% increase or 100% increase if we only really are spending 2,000 or 3,000 of those funds?
So received, and that's not a problem. I will tell you, only because I have the report in front of me. The other contracted services budget for finance was for this year 378,900. It was significantly cut to 325, 350. Alone, the contracted services line was $220,000. And so we literally went through, looked at exactly what the expenditures are, what we needed, and that's kind of how we look back at where we are today, and we forecast it. I will tell you, I can work with Mr. Phillips to ensure that you get the expenditure report, but I just want to make sure you know that that's at that particular point in time. And so the date to which I run it doesn't equate for any future invoices that's pending. And so, like, for instance, we just got the invoice for Fulton County E911. If you looked at the expenditure report last month, you would say police and fire still have $200,000 they haven't expended, but it depends on when the invoices hit. And so, yes, I'll work with Mr. Phillips to ensure that we can get you an expenditure report.
And I understand that, but something is better than nothing. And even if there is and I know you all are aware of larger things coming in, so you could say, police, it looks like they have 200,000 left, but this is coming. So that's information that you have that we don't. So I think it'll be helpful for us as we are making decisions and recommendations to have the full story. So that's all I'm saying. I think which you have it, and I'm happy that you all look to examine what was spent, but I think we don't have that, and that is, we need to be informed to make sure that we can make the best decisions for the city, and we are missing a big chunk of information as we're going through these full days. I just feel like I'm missing a whole part of the story where I cannot advocate for one department or not because I don't know what was actually spent.
Received.
Okay, so I want to ask, when do you need this information? Because we are on the timeline, and we've got to make some decisions, so.
As soon as possible. I know that we're making recommendations now, so I know departments, you all are gonna go back and make revisions, so, when is the earliest, what is realistic for you all to, as you all are making those changes with department where we can get the full picture?
Did Mr.
Are you asking for it to be added to the presentations, or are you just asking for the expenditure report by department?
So each department, we have this folder where we're looking at each department, and we have a line that says actuals for FY25, amended budget for FY26. That column should actually be actuals, so that we could see. And then you could still have the amended FY26, so we can see what we are anticipating, and then what we're proposing. So I think we need this same booklet, but we need that column added.
Mayor, if I may.
Well, no, Mr. Phillips, in reference to responding to Councilwoman Nichols.
If I could offer a suggestion. You can do exactly what you just said. It takes longer to produce that because we got to go back and reformat everything that's been done. In the interim, the report that Ms. Chris is referring to, the expenditure report, can be delivered quickly. That won't be in the same format, but you can have the data in front of you a lot quicker if we just print the report. Going back and reformatting all of the presentations and adding columns and putting all in, and we'll do that as well, but that takes a little bit longer to get all of that done in the midst of what we're currently doing right now. And so for a quicker source of information, the expenditure report, it's not going to be formatted the same way, but you could actually follow it and see to-date spend. And Ms. Chris explained this. I hear you clearly. We'll get that information to you in the best format that works for you. I don't want to be redundant. We look at, that's how we balance the budget. Because after all the proposed budgets were submitted, the budget wasn't balanced. So when we have to go back through and make cuts, that's the first place we go. What did they spend in the current year? The last thing I'll say is spending is seasonal. You kind of mentioned that. Depending on which department you're looking at and at what point in the year, it may look like they haven't spent that much money because their expenditures are in front of them. If you look at communications before the concert series starts, looks like they haven't spent very much money. You look at them after they've done 2 or 3 concerts, the opposite picture, and I'm sure you get that. So it's a point in time snapshot, and there's still about 2 months left in the fiscal year, but we can provide it in whatever way council prefers. If you want it added in this format, we'll certainly do that. Expenditure report may be the same information, different format, but could be produced slightly quicker.
And I think, and if there are expenses that are not that didn't hit us yet, that's where I'm saying the justification. With there's a line that's like, hey, communications looks like they don't have anything, but these next 2 months it's going up. Those are planned expenses that we can expect, and you can just say, hey, this is the justification. So that is what, that would be helpful for us, because you're right, things are seasonal, so we don't know when different expenses are coming. But I think the more information you can give us, the better we can make more and better informed decisions. If you, with the expenditure sheet that you have, does it follow the same format? Is it easy if I look at this finance,
Can I
can I compare
Can I
it?
show you the page?
Yeah. Because if you can get, I don't want to create more work, because, I mean, honestly, you don't need to create these booklets, but if you have it and I can just compare and follow, that's good for me.
So,
Well, in the just a moment, in the past, all of that information was provided to us. I was just really, and we would get a notebook like this with all of that information, so I was surprised
Yes.
when I got this.
Same thing.
Okay.
It's just, okay,
Yeah,
so yeah,
okay.
yeah. So that works.
And so could we
Councilwoman?
provide more additional information as Councilwoman Nichols has requested? If you would provide the assumptions or those future things, so as much commentary as you can provide to the numbers, because if there is a huge balance in a department or a line item, there's a justification for that. And so even though our fiscal year ends September 31st, invoices and we pay and reconcile the fiscal year through December.
Yeah.
Right? So there is a timing difference, but for education and for information and to help everyone make informed decisions, because this is a difficult time here. We have 4 new council members, number one. Number two, we've got extraordinary costs that we've got to cover. And 3, we're being challenged to balance this budget, and there's probably a whole lot of other things that, I can delineate. So the much more information we have, the better. Okay, Councilwoman Davis and then Councilman Perry.
Yeah, and when I first started looking at this, it was something off, and I couldn't figure it out from the norm. I've been doing this is my 9th year. So, and when Councilwoman Nichols said, where is the, I'm going like, that's it. I did not know. It's difficult. It's difficult, more difficult this way, the amended and not what was actually spent. If I had that column, I could peruse this and I can pinpoint what I need to ask questions on. It's that quick. But with this, I mean, you got, I spent hours and hours on this stuff because I want to be prepared. You all have done all of this work, and gone through all that process to deliver this, and we have to do our due diligence once you pass this over to us. And if we just need a little bit more information or do it the way it has been done originally, it would really benefit, and it may reduce some of the questions that we have. And I know you all would love that.
Okay, Councilman.
Thank you so much.
Councilman Perry?
the actuals are actually, they definitely are needed, but thanks, Ms. Chris, as you have them, you will give those to us, and it'll line up pretty much well to what we have already. But what I would ask for, in addition to, is the phase plan. So we know how much money we have to use throughout the year, regardless of when those accounts receivable, accounts payable, as they come in and hit the balance sheet, there's still a budget amount of money that's still left over. And again, to your point, as we go throughout the year, fall festivals at a later, at one portion of the year, you have the summer events, you have different programs, things, the schedules of that nature. But there still should be a phase plan, as I'm sure there is, as to when these monies are going out in different parts of the year, different parts of the month, things of that nature. And then as we get to that last final quarter of the year, which we're in right now, we'll know what that money is and what that looks like, so that gives us a better idea as to how much money we're going to be short or how much money we're going to have as a surplus. so that as you kind of do look at your budget for the next coming year, you still have a phase plan for the expenditure of all funds.
So I want to make sure I understand your reference to a phase plan. So once council approves a budget, each department has an operating budget. Then throughout the year, they have, I'll use Parks and Recreation, they have various programs that take place throughout the year, break camps, baseball, football, and all of those things occur at different places on the calendar. So looking at their operating schedule and programs, yes, we know when certain things are going to hit the budget because baseball happens in the spring. So you know that expenditure is coming in the spring. Summer camp obviously happens in the summer. So yes, we can project what is going to hit the budget based on those operating calendars.
Because right now, Ms. Chris, I'm sure, you know, to the nickel and dime,
Yes, she does.
about how much money's left in the budget.
Good, but I'm not that good.
About how much money's left in the budget. But again, as we're in hurricane season, that will absolutely throw the budget off. And then we'll have to use monies from somewhere else, whether you pull that from a different department or a different program, if that's the decision that has made.
So I think the expenditure report, which we will provide you, may provide you what I understand you're asking for. Because you'll see what was budgeted, what has been spent year to date, effective when the report, and obviously what the balance is. So all that information is kind of included in that report. And so to your point about what's left in the budget, that report would kind of define that for you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right then. So, yes, all right, what, we're gonna close out this so we can continue?
Understood.
Because now we're behind. Okay?
Going to Councilman Perry's point, when would we see something like that? When we receive our financial report each month from the finance director? Is that what?
In my opinion, I think that'd be great so that
Yeah.
everyone can track, you know, the different expenditures to where we're at as we move throughout the year, the budget
Exactly.
year.
Because I'm thinking of the times when different departments come to request funds. And if we already have that financial report, we have a general idea of, okay, you're coming to us for funds, but we know Fall Festival is coming. So how is that being worked as we make an approval for something that Parks and Recs might need? It puts us all on the same page at the same time. And then my other question is with Ms. Bembry, because she was not an anticipated cost when we went into this. So how are we covering her costs now, and does that throw?
Salary
Things off.
savings from the vacant position.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I would ask that, as the new finance director is onboarded, that we have a discussion about what type of reports that we'd like to receive from that individual. So let's pause that, and we will pick that up post-hiring. Okay, so just one last question regarding the merchant fees. I thought, well, no, I know we did. We approved, the body at the time approved collecting the merchant fees from, yeah, if I use my credit card, I pay for the merchant fees to use the card, because it's a convenience fee.
Through Paymentus.
Yes.
For utility billing, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we did not do that, or why didn't we do that across the board?
That's not a question that I
Okay,
can answer.
all right, so I would ask, all right then, I would ask that that be a citywide policy. So if you can bring,
So it has reduced, I believe when we first started in finance, merchant fees was about $200,000. But I will circle back on that item for you.
okay, yeah, so 50 is still too much because that's a convenient fee, and we're asking the taxpayers to support my use of a credit card to pay my bill. And that is not okay. So we will revisit that, if you will, work on developing a policy and a ordinance and resolution for this body to review and approve. Okay, other items, are you done with
I could go
the
to
financials? Yes.
supplies. Office supplies is budgeted at 6,000, miscellaneous supplies at 1,000, and uniforms at 2, for a total of 9,000. So in summary, total personnel is $818,426. Total purchase contracted is $325,350. Total supplies is 9,000, uniforms 2,000, for a total finance budget of $1,152,776.
Okay. All right, thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And if we can call the next
I
department.
have one more just to do
Oh,
hotel
sorry.
motel tax for you all.
Okay, sure.
So as you know, council passed resolution to increase our collection of hotel motel tax to 8%. Based on that, the way the 8% is broken down, the DMO, which is your tourism, we're part of the Atlanta, Sylvia, DMO district at the airport. That's
Hold on one moment, Ms. Chris, we're all fumbling here trying to find.
105.
Any
Okay,
packets?
where is it?
Loose leaf.
Okay.
Loose leaf.
In which one, this one?
It's in this one, but it's also in the book at 105.
105, okay.
So, yeah,
I want that.
this is not numbered.
Okay.
but It's the same.
All
so
right, are we all there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right,
So
thank
the-
you, continue.
the DMO gets 3.5%, the general fund gets 3%, and then the tourism product development gets 1.5%. And so this represents an anticipated, go to my version. See that? An anticipated collection of $350,000 for revenues. The way it's broken down is special projects represents the tourism product development of $65,625, the DMO of $153,125, and then a transfer to the general fund of $131,250.
Okay, could you restate those percents again? 3% to general fund,
3% to the general fund, 3.5% to the DMO,
okay?
and 1.5% for the tourism product development. And that totals your 8%. That's the breakdown of the 8%.
Okay. And then I'd like to ask, well, maybe this is a question for Ms. Abernathy. Relative to the DMO, we are part of the Atlanta Airport District, DMO, which is, at the time that we joined, was made up of City of College Park, who was the initiator. Now the City of South Fulton has joined, Union City, Fairburn, and
I believe it's the city of Hapeville.
Hapeville, that is correct. I don't know if you all recall the big controversy regarding the City of College Park, and that their contract expired with the DMO, and they decided to pull out. What has been asked of me is, what now is the financial impact to the remaining cities? Because College Park was by far the wealthiest, if you will, and the biggest contributor to the DMO. How does their pulling out affect now what the DMO can do and/or associated costs to the remaining cities?
That's a great question. During our last board meeting, it was brought up, they are still having a discrepancy over how they pulled out.
Okay, they meaning the City of College Park?
City of College Park.
Okay.
In fact, the discussion was, there is no clear indication of the new organization that they've hired. They've outsourced it. So they're in the process, they being the City of College Park leadership, along with the Atlanta Airport District, are in the process of working through that to determine, if in fact it will remain out of the district. as it stands, you're absolutely right. They have issued a letter that they have pulled out, and they're going to personally take care of their destination marketing organization. To your second point, which is, are they able, do they still have capacity to handle the remaining cities? It is stated that they do. No staff has been let go. We can arrange for a follow-up report. In fact, we have asked them to report or to give an update to the city of Fairburn, either during our August meeting, city council work session, or either September. Their response was that they're going to be meeting with the DCA. They meet with the DCA annually to report on all of the cities, and they said that they want to do that report after that because they'll have more information to provide to mayor and council.
Okay, and is there any indication that they will have to, that they would have to modify their contracts with us? Has
They
that
have
been
not.
part of the discussion?
That has, in the sense that they have assured us that nothing will change. In fact, our last communication, they are actively promoting in conjunction with our communications department as well as our Parks and Recreation, two major events. One is the Black owners, the Black Restaurant Association. So they're actively promoting that. They just came off of the FIFA promotions that were citywide. They provided us with all of our banners, as well as made sure that all of our businesses were listed in the overall regional promotions. So we have, to date, we can report that they are actively still promoting the city of Fairburn. We have not had any diminished services, but we are watching this to make further updates, and we should have a work session update following their meeting with DCA, the Department of Community Affairs.
Okay, well, thank you for that update, and please give us, keep us updated. And yes, schedule that presentation as soon as they've had their meeting. And so hopefully, many of those questions will be answered at that time. But I will tell you that, the other cities are having conversations about this, and everyone's concerned
Yes, ma'am.
about it. So my colleagues, let's just stay tuned on that. We don't know how that is going to pan out, and we don't know the financial impact it may potentially have. So that's why I brought up the question.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Okay, all right, continue.
That's all for me.
Oh, that's all for you? Okay, thank you. Next department, Madam Clerk?
The next department will be Economic Development by Sylvia Abernathy.
Oh, perfect. Oh, my goodness. Perfect.
So, Mayor and Council, we actually moved municipal courts up because Judge Ewing is going to be joining us, and so we
She's there.
wanted.
There she is, right there. Okay, okay.
So what we doing, municipal
Courts,
courts?
yes,
Okay.
which is on the screen.
Yeah,
Okay. Municipal courts. I
yes.
just saw that. What page is that?
It's in the front.
Well, good to see you, Judge Ewing. How are you? How are you?
Hi,
I
Judge.
don't know if have all of our colleagues met Judge Ewing? Yeah, except for everybody, right? I just didn't remember.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
didn't remember. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Everybody?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right here.
Okay, hold on. What page are we on? 42. We're struggling with these pages.
42, because they're not coordinated.
Okay, what's the page?
42,
Thank
in the
you.
book, in our
Okay,
book.
Thank you.
This one is right up front.
Okay. All right, welcome. And thank you so much. Please proceed.
I'm gonna try to speak up tonight, because I get nervous. I'm gonna start with personnel. The reason why I'm starting with personnel, because she had a couple of notes she wanted to do on the FY27 goals.
Okay, talk into the mic.
Mike.
So personnel services, of course, we have a court administrator, a chief court clerk, deputy court clerk, and an assistant administrator. You remember we went from a part-time administrative assistant to a full-time administrative assistant with a total of 4 employees in court. Am I still too low?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. Continue.
Okay, purchased contracted services. So our first budget line item is professional budget line item, which includes the salary for court personnel outside of hired employees, which include the judge, our public defender, our Spanish interpreter that we require every court session, uniforms, of course, equipment rental, and telephone, because all of that was taken over by IT. That's why that's zero. Advertising, we use to advertise our Amnesty Month. We advertise in the paper. Postage for the letters, travel expenses for training. We have mandated training that we have to do every year. So that includes the travel expenses, dues and subscription, education and training, business meeting. Other contracted services include our virtual court platform, something else. State funds and court costs is what we pay that is mandated by the state of Georgia that we pay out of each fine that we collect. I know I'm going fast.
Can you repeat the professional services again? I know you said it was like,
So it is for the professionals that are outside of people that are hired by the.
outside of the four?
Please speak in the mic, Lisa.
Get me for this. Okay, so it's outside of the people that are hired by Fairburn. So the contracted people, which would be Judge Ewing, it would be our public defender, it would be our interpreter, which we require every court session.
Thank you.
Okay. Office supplies, of course, that's paper, pens, that type of thing, books. Miscellaneous supplies is sometimes we need filters for our air filter that we have in the building. Summary. Total personnel services, 280, 325. Total purchase contracted, 523, 630. Total supplies, 4,225, which leaves us with a total of 808, 180. I got through it. Okay.
I have a
Are
question.
there any questions?
I do.
Yes, yes, Nichols?
Yes, sorry. Can you explain the jump of about 50,000 for the professional services? Are we adding more services or like have,
No, we're not adding more services. That is what it costs to cover the salary for
okay,
the four things that come out. Courtware also comes out of that budget line item.
Explain courtware.
Courtware is our court software. It is our software that we share with the police department, which is e-ticketing. So when they write an e-ticket, it automatically downloads in our system. So it eliminates a lot of clerical errors because everything is direct. I think moving on this year, I think we share. Before, it was just court services that lifted the cost of that. This upcoming year, I believe the police department has budgeted for half the cost of courtware.
okay. And do we, Mr. Phillips, do you know the year-to-date spending on that line item for professional services? I don't know if Jamila has it, but this is for professional services. We have an amendment of 141, but we're proposing 190. So I'm just curious to know what we actually spent year-to-date. Because it just seems, yeah.
So let me see if I can answer that. So the last time I ran the budget, it shows that I have about 15,000 left in there. I have 4 months to cover that. All of my stuff comes out a month behind, so I have to pay out the judge and everybody for June, July, August, and September. So that should average about 50 for the next 4 months.
Mr. Phillips, for the benefit of our new council members, could you talk a little bit about how we contract with Judge Ewing, her relationship with the city. And members of council, this is also a position that is approved by you, but that was done prior to you coming on, and I don't know when that is up for renewal, but I don't think it's for a couple of years yet.
So yes, Mayor, pursuant to your point, Judge Ewing is appointed by the mayor and council. Once she's appointed by the mayor and council, I think we during my tenure, we reset the ordinance that organized municipal court to stand municipal court up alone versus what it was previously when it was a subset of the police
Yeah, I
department.
want to talk about that.
Yeah, so Judge Ewing may know a little bit more about that division. She was here, predates me. Once we did that, working with the previous mayor, we negotiated a contract/salary with Judge Ewing. And that's probably been 2 years ago, Judge Ewing?
5.
I've-
It was when the mayor first came.
When Mayor Avery first came. And so that was negotiated pursuant to the appointment by council.
Okay, I thought we did a renewal, this, under his last administration.
No, I don't recall a renewal.
Okay, okay. All right.
You got
And,
appointed
yeah,
when he first got in. She got reappointed when the
Okay,
first
so it was in '22.
Correct.
Yes, okay, that makes sense. Okay. So if it's 5 years, then are you up for renewal again?
Yes, ma'am, my contract was for 4 years.
Okay, so it expires the end of this year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. So we'll have further discussion about that. That contract will come before this body for review and discussion and a decision made on that. You want to say something about it, Judge Ewing?
Well, not that in particular, but
Okay.
what I would like to do, just with a short little bit of a background, because I know a lot
Yes,
of people weren't
please,
here.
please.
Prior to Mayor Every coming back, I had been trying for quite a while in order to bring the court in compliance with federal law to separate us from the police department. Because we're supposed to be 3 separate bodies, and we were being managed and supervised by the chief of police. Some of you may remember,
ever
we had a very interesting chief of police for a while. And we didn't really,
We are putting that.
we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but he was our supervisor. He wasn't ever mine, he was theirs. And so he could not really get to me, because his issue was with me, so he attacked them. And so what happened is, I don't want to be inappropriate, because I just have to say this to you all so you can understand what I'm getting ready to say. So under that regime, we really weren't taken care of. So we collect a technology fee that the state of Georgia allows us to add on to citations, but it is specific for court services. And we can give this police department money from that if what they need is coming back to court. So we've given them laptops they can use in the field to write traffic tickets. We just gave them a system to use for e-tickets because we benefit. And so I, under statute, am the only one that can allocate those funds and sign for them to be used that way. Now, it's been that way all along. I've been here almost 17 years. Okay. So, and I've been collecting for that since I came. And that really is a fund that takes a lot of money out of the general fund, because all of the technology we have, we can use that fund, so it never has to impact general fund. When the former chief, one of the fights he had against us becoming independent was he was going to lose control of that fund. And so he used the fund however he wanted to. He bought police cars, he did all kind of stuff. And the problem with that is, as if we ever got audited, they're coming to me, because under the statute, I'm the one that has to allocate the funds. So in that reign, we weren't getting what we needed. If we needed computers, he would buy new ones in the police department and give us the ones they had been using. And it was our money, it was our fund. So nonetheless, fast forward, that's all the history. We fast forward, and in Mayor Avery's regime, and council and mayor approved us finally separating from the police department, because it is an absolute conflict of interest for them to write the tickets and then supervise the unit that is processing them, right? So it was a no-brainer for everybody. It was just a fight. So when that happened, because we had really been ignored, not by you, but in our relationship with who was over the police department, we really had to hit the ground running to get us back online, to get us in compliance. You know, they had police officers having access to our court system. You know, I don't really think they did anything, but they certainly could have. There were just a lot of things that we had to kind of get back in play and get our system running again. So what I'm asking you is, I would like permission, I don't know how this works, but we need to become a department where I need to be able to create positions, give them the right name, assign the, create the, what's it called? Duties, the salary. Right, right.
Job descriptions,
Job
due to them, yes.
Job descriptions, et cetera, because one of the challenges we're having is we're sort of left with this hodgepodge of personnel, and because they don't align really with standards, because it's not our fault, then I can't get them paid properly. So they're kind of getting administrative levels of, and, they all have to be certified. Lisa has personal liability for errors. I mean, we're not just clerical people. We have GCIC certifications. They have to go to clerk school and get certified every year. So I need an opportunity now, because I think we're not hemorrhaging and we're back and we're running well, to sort of structure this department by doing that. And so I'm not asking you for money today. But what I am asking you is the opportunity to restructure my department, and then we are going to need to fix some of the salary discrepancies that we have, because there's not the way it should be. We're not with we're outside the market rate, makes it hard for us to recruit, and there's no parity with my department with other departments of similar status, So I want to just fix that. I think it'll help my morale, and I think it's the right thing to do. So I'm asking for permission to work with the city manager as well as the city attorney to create what should be, what any other freestanding department looks like, because we don't.
Okay. I'm just in shock here to hear this story. I mean, I know some elements of it, but I had no idea, what you're describing. But now that you say that, I'm not surprised. But we, the city of Fairburn, being part of the state of Georgia and part of the United States of America, we are structured just like the federal government and the state government, meaning we have 3 separate branches and distinct levels of government: executive, judicial, and legislative.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? And so how all of that ever happened is beyond me. And thank God, quite frankly, that some major things did not happen, because that is just totally unacceptable. That being said, Mr. Phillips,
Yes, ma'am.
tell me what discussions under the previous administration had you talked about in terms of the requests that Judge Ewing has just made?
Yes, ma'am. So Judge Ewing, being appropriate, kind of sanitized a bit of that story. And I want to be clear for our new council members, this was all before Chief Zidlow. This was a very different police chief that was leaving just as I arrived here. And so to your point, Mayor, having experience when I arrived here, I was surprised that the court was under the police department. We immediately in 2022 began working with Rory Starkey and Mayor Avery and Judge Ewing to immediately correct that. And so I'll defer somewhat to Ms. Noel. I know we passed an ordinance that we presented to mayor and council that officially separated that and created court as a standalone. And so I'll defer to Ms. Noel to kind of talk about, and that ordinance included the positions in the court. It included that the judge directs those positions, they report to the judge. So we tried our best to clean all of that up with an ordinance that council then approved.
So if that being said, does that address your question?
So that's
Okay.
a separate question.
Okay, okay.
And so how court is structured currently connects to the ordinance that was passed and how that was set up. Ms. Noel, I'm not an attorney, so I want to let you, if you can, kind of weigh in on that ordinance to the extent that you can and what it established as to how the court is structured today.
Okay. So in terms of what I recall, because that was 4.5 years ago, sometimes I forget what I have for breakfast the same day. So what I do recall is that the ordinance that we drafted, we made changes to align with the requirements under state law. And also to align with current jurisprudence around the issue that Judge Ewing spoke about, having court services separated from police departments. And there was actually federal investigations by the Justice Department, when the Justice Department was functional, that spoke about the impropriety of having the police department and a municipal court being connected like that. We didn't have conversations about the logistics of setting up a standalone department. But, you know, that is certainly something we can work with city administration to effectuate.
So for additional clarity, Mayor, so as you referenced earlier, Judge Ewing is appointed by Mayor and Council. You talked about the contract, which will come before you when it's up for renewal. All the other staff in the municipal court clerk are city employees, not unlike any other city employees. And so all of those positions, including the ones in municipal court, were evaluated in our Evergreen class and comp 3 years ago, and are also evaluated in the class and comp you received earlier this week. And as you know, it compares those positions to like positions in other cities, and so that's how we landed where we are today with those positions. Now, Judge Ewing has some different ideas about what those positions should be and pursuant to whatever conversation we have, but court administrator is a fairly common position across municipal courts, and some of the other job titles. Now, let me put a caveat on that. You can look at job titles, and it may not necessarily be the job description. There's a distinction there. So part of what, and Ms. Champagne, if I get this correct, please help me out. Part of what our consultants that do the class and comp are asked to do is not merely look at job titles, but look at the job description, because we want to make sure we're making an apples to apples comparison. Otherwise, it's not valid, right? And so, Ms., did I state that correctly? And so all of that has been done to date. Now, Judge Ewing may have, as she just explained to you, some different ideas about how to structure that department. And as it relates to creating a standalone department, there are some fiscal considerations there. The process for creating positions is the same for any department. It's always tied to our budget. And as you guys know, in this particular budget, it is very lean. We've not approved, or we've not proposed adding a lot of positions because of where we stand fiscally. And so that process works the same for all departments. And so department heads don't typically, they will consult with the city administration's office to let us know through the budget process when they would like to propose new positions. And then we vet that through the budgeting process. That's typically how new positions get advertised, for instance, or get added to the budget. You remember when we established communications just a couple of years ago. Initially, we hired the communications director, then we came back to council in the next budget and we proposed adding a couple of additional positions to build out that department. So that's what adding positions typically looks like. It comes during the budget process. Could it happen during the year? Yes, it could. We could come at mid-year, and when we're doing the mid-year budget, and propose to council to add additional positions. So that's typically what that looks like. In terms of standalone functionally, the judge has all day-to-day operation management authority over everything that happens in the court, just no different than any department director would have, right? And so that works operationally once we separated it with the ordinance, the judge and whatever she defers to the court administrator, they manage the day-to-day operations of what happens in municipal court and how all of that operates on a day-to-day basis.
That's
Okay,
not
so, but
really-
there's still a disconnect, though.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, we were able to take a part-time person to a full-time position recently, and we needed that, and we really need another person. I'm really not talking so much about that process, because I get it. My challenge is, for instance, Lisa is, from a parity standpoint, she's underpaid, because her title says court administrator, and in the grand world, other than court, that sounds like that's a clerical position, so she keeps being placed on that line because it sounds like her job description is administrative, because that's what it's called. But in the rest of the court world, the court administrator runs the court. And so we are called court administrators. In Fairburn, it seems that in order to get her where she should be, her name has to be changed to court manager, because that sort of seems like that level that's what it's called. And we need to change her name and make sure her job description matches that, so there's parity with her responsibilities with other department managers. So it's like that.
Okay, Ms. Champagne, was in the last class and comp study, what was the recommendation for that position in that department?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. All of the positions in the city through the Evergreen 2022 were all reviewed. That class and comp study was even more in-depth because it was a class and comp study that the city had not undergone ever. It included not just what Gallagher did this time, but it also included job assessment tools. So every employee in the city, every leader, every manager, every supervisor, every employee have the opportunity to fill out what we call a JAT, job assessment tool, and it provides information related to their roles and responsibilities. Evergreen took that information and compared it to their consultants, so they have access to a little bit more of classification tools than I have access to. And they compared it across 22 other cities. There were grade changes. Prior to Evergreen coming aboard, the city did not have an actual pay plan. We were able to develop a pay plan that has an open range. That's not what the city operated on prior to my arrival. Since that time, my office has conducted an additional 3 classification studies relative to the positions that are assigned into courts. In comparison to cities across Georgia, City of Union City, City of Douglasville, City of College Park, several cities across, to include counties. To the judge's point, yes, there's not a whole lot that we can do as it relates to what the state mandates their positions to be. But we also have to look at equity, and we have to look at the essential functions of the role. And when you're talking about like a court clerk, those positions are administrative in nature. The court administrator is not considered an administrative type position per se. It is still considered a supervisory role because that position supervises other employees. The only challenge that HR has as it relates to the structure of the courts department is that there's an ordinance that defines what those positions are. So my recommendation to the judge is that this is the time, if she's looking to restructure, to now may be the time to do that. But it would need to go through and vet it through also our city attorneys office because we currently have a city ordinance in place.
Okay. I don't think I got the answer to the question, though. So Gallagher had nothing to say about,
There were no additional recommendations from either Evergreen and/or Gallagher to either change the job title. There were recommendations from Evergreen to change position grades because we didn't have a pay plan at the time. Every employee across the city, to include the court's office, everyone received a salary increase. But where we are right now, as it relates to the essential functions of each of the roles assigned to courts, there were no additional recommendations from Gallagher to change that.
okay. All right, so obviously, we've got a dilemma here, or an issue that needs to be corrected. But two different issues, though. One is the proposed budget for fiscal year '27 for your department, and what you're proposing and what we will approve for that, coupled with a reassessment of your department and the positions in your department, and a reevaluation of the ordinance, what impact that has now have, that it has, and how that needs to be changed. And then is it an ordinance that is required to go forward? Or is there something else we can do differently to get at what you're asking for? And I don't know the answer to any of those questions, so. Anybody else have any comments or questions?
I do.
Okay, yes, Benson.
And this is a question for both Judge Ewing and for Director Champagne. Desk audits. Is that a part of personnel's procedure, and how is that carried out? Because from what I'm hearing from what Gallagher did and the other Evergreen did, it sounds like that was remote. You enter in things into a system, you put it in, it gives a listing of what you do, but you do not have a physical body there seeing the work day to day. Here again, federal government. When you ask for a reclassification within the federal government, after you have gone through a bunch of procedures, then there is a physical person that goes and literally shadows you for about a week to see what you do on a day-to-day basis and understand what your department does, what your division does, et cetera, and then go from there and say, okay, this position, the PD does not match the actual job duties and does not match the KSA. So does that also work in your area, Judge Ewing, and does that also happen in your area, Director Champagne?
Well, interestingly, I used to be the judge in Union City, and I am the judge in College Park. And so whatever the name of that class and comps company is, that can't be right, because I'm in those jurisdictions and I know how those courts are structured. I know what it should be. And the way it is here, it is chaotic, but it's no one's fault. It's just because we just were left with the chaos of the chief who controlled all of that.
Right.
You know, we were left with that, and we've just moved along with it. And now that I feel like we're really solid and we're moving well, I wanted to come back and talk about that, because I don't know what they looked at. You know, I was a Fulton County judge for 10 years. I've been a municipal court judge since then, and I just know that this court is not set up the way it should be. And these positions, there's no way that somebody in, managing, and this is not to be rude, but, Parks and Recreation or sanitation, I'm not saying we should be above that, but she should at least be equal to that, to those people managing other departments, because she does all the work. I don't do the administrative stuff. She calls me and she says, hey, what do you think about this? How should we handle it? I run court. That's my job. And her job is all of the administrative things associated with running our division. She keeps us from getting sued. We haven't had any lawsuits since I've been here. You know, she keeps us from getting audited by the state because we're doing what we're supposed to do. We're in compliance. I mean, really, she does all that. So there's no.
And supervise how many?
3.
3, okay.
How is it?
Hold on. Mhm.
Maybe 4 one day if you.
Okay, okay. All right, she still has the floor. Go ahead, continue.
Well, no, I'm also waiting for Director Champagne's answer to my question.
To answer your question, Councilwoman Benson, yes. The Gallagher, when they did the class and comp study through their process, the job assessment tools is one of the things that they use. They were not remote, they was actually on site. They had meetings individually with every employee throughout the city. We have focus groups. They also take a look at every job description. So if there is a court administrator that they're looking at here, they're comparing that job description and those essential functions to other job descriptions and essential functions across other cities. In addition to the class and comp study that was done with an outside expert consultant, Human Resources conducted additional classification studies. I also conducted a desk audit of the court administrator's position. That was done through a position questionnaire that was completed. All of the essential functions and all of the information that was looked at there, I actually came on site. I spent hours with the court administrator reviewing day-to-day, what our day-to-day look like, processes look like. As it relates to GCIC, that is across the board. That is not a certification that is, it's a certification that is required, but it's required across the board. Our police administrative clerks in our police department are also required to have GCIC certification because of the information that they are required to have access to.
Okay, so, and this is not an attack, so please know that I'm not attacking when I ask this. You say that you spent hours, but not necessarily a week, because day-to-day changes day-to-day. That's one. And two, given that you did that for hours for inside of Fairburn, we can agree that you don't have the full knowledge, expertise of how that compares to what is done in Union City or what is done in College Park or what have you. I wouldn't expect you to. You don't work inside the court system, but you don't have that expertise to see how that lines up with everything else, correct?
So when it comes to a desk audit, typically in local government, it would not be days. I worked in federal government as well. It could look a little different. It really wouldn't take me days to do a complete desk audit unless that there is something astronomically different that may require me to come back or schedule some additional time. It is my responsibility that while I'm not the expert in every department, it is my responsibility to have a general understanding of every role within the city. When I compare positions, I work with the court administrator in the city of Union City. I work with court administrators in the city of Douglasville. I work with court administrators in other cities to take a look at their job descriptions to compare the essential functions. And every city may be structured differently. The court administrator in another city could be supervising 7 staff versus the court administrator here supervising 3. It could just look different. And so I have to consider all of those factors as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Councilwoman Davis?
It seems like we're getting into the weeds of something right now that we probably really don't need to. So can we decide what we need to do for Judge Ewing and her request? And who needs to facilitate that? Because God bless her, she's waited a long time to share this information with us. And so it is important, Judge Ewing, for us to really look into what it is that you want to do in the courts. So can, because
I agree, yeah, I agree with you. I will allow Councilwoman Benson to ask, I'm sorry, Nichols to ask her questions, and then,
Actually, what you were saying.
Yes.
So
Okay.
it aligns,
Okay.
because what I was trying to understand is exactly what is it that, I feel we got away of what you're actually requesting. So we, ideally, you want us, in order to reevaluate the roles, we have to change the ordinance, right?
I'm not sure.
But,
I think
this-
the ordinance to set, I just knew the ordinance
The ordinance sets the
established
roles, right?
as the general rules, but I don't recall it getting into these weeds.
and we will get into that, yes.
Or we need to make it a department. So
And/or both. It could
and
be
or both.
yes.
That's what I'm trying to like, what is the, because over time, roles are gonna change, and if the ordinance is saying these are exact roles, and you can't be flexible with that, so do we have to keep updating the ordinance, or do we need to create this department? I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand, like, how do we solve this issue? And I know you said there's some like.
Mayor, if I could. Pursuant to what Councilwoman Davis just said, we're really into a lot of operational details. There's a lot of history here over the last 4 years since I've been here that we don't have the opportunity to work our way through tonight.
Of course.
There have been memos, there have been multiple looks at these positions. This has been an ongoing dialogue for nearly 4 years. And you guys are absent all of that context.
Right, yeah.
And so a 10-minute conversation doesn't give you the opportunity to understand what's transpired over 4 years. There's been some in-depth examination of these positions, examination of the pay class. And so I respect Judge Ewing. I will tell you, I've known Judge Ewing before, long before I got.
County.
Exactly. She was a Fulton County judge. I was a, anyway, I won't bore you with the details. I was a code enforcement administrator, and I took all of my cases to Judge Ewing. So we have a long history together. I have a world of respect for her. But there's a lot of operational context here that is missing this dialogue. I don't think this is the appropriate time to solve this. I would
Well, no,
suggest
no, it's not.
we will, first of all, Mayor, you and I will have a conversation so I can bring you as the chief executive up to speed on some of that.
Okay.
So that you can have the full context.
Okay.
There is a legal consideration, so I would ask the city attorney to weigh in. That ordinance was drafted collaboratively. The ordinance that we have today, the city attorney talked to Judge Ewing, talked to everybody. So that was a collaborative ordinance. It wasn't something that was mandated on the court. And so that's the type of context that I want to make sure we're clear about. And then once that context is clear, Mayor, it probably will give us a better opportunity to decide how to respond to Judge Ewing's needs and requests and what the best path forward could be.
Okay, I totally agree with that, and what I said is that, you know, we've got all these now various issues that have been presented, but what it has shown is that there's still a major disconnect, and so we've got to figure that out, and it's complicated by this legal aspect of it, which is unique to this department. It does not affect any other department within the city. So we got to understand what all that means as well. So I agree. Judge Ewing, 2 questions to you. So you brought this up and you stated that you were wanting to come back to us at some future date. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what were your thoughts about that?
Well, I have a lot of experience. I kind of already know what it should look like.
Okay?
But I didn't have permission. I didn't want to waste anyone's time really trying to fix it, because if you don't say it's okay for me to really get into this, there's no reason to take the time to do it.
Okay?
So I know what we do, and I, with all due respect to everyone in the room, what I was shown from the class and comp study just simply did not line up with court services. And people don't know what it's like to be in court services if you never are. And so you can come and watch Lisa move paper all around, but what you don't know is how she's managing the funds and reporting to the state. Like, there's so many more layers. And it's not about GCIC training. It's about the state of Georgia requiring her to take a court certification. If she's not certified, she can't work there.
Okay. And we will get into that level of details. I'm trying to get a sense of timing, because this is going to require follow-up on all of our part, and we need to lay out a plan to address this, to address the issue.
I didn't mean to cut you off, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right then, and so we will, I'll reach out and we'll have an immediate conversation and let's talk about a plan. We've got to work together as a team here to figure out all of these nuances and how we address that. And then we will follow up with in-depth conversation with my colleagues here about what all this means and, you know, what direction that's all going, you know, including legal. So we will do that. My second question to you, Judge Ewing, is that you began your presentation talking about the technology fee and the fund. What I heard, or what was implied, is that that may be some additional source of revenue and that you could assist in funding reclassification?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay then. Well, I was right on. Okay then. I like that. All right, so we will follow up with that conversation. And so back to this budget, what you're asking for in your proposed budget is $808,180.
And I'm going to defer to my.
Okay, and that has been vetted with the city administration office, correct? Okay, so, is that the number for our consideration? Okay, all right. Then is there anything else?
No, ma'am, but just to say that.
Yes.
I can have what you're asking for as soon as you want it.
Okay,
Just tell me when you're ready, and I can get it to you.
okay, all right then. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you
Okay?
for your consideration.
You're good, Ms. Mack? Okay, okay, all right then. Awesome, thank you so much, and we will follow up.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Madam Clerk, next department, please. So can, I ask about, so what time is it? 5 o'clock. Okay, yes, please, come on up. Mhm. I was gonna ask about dinner, but it's 5 o'clock. Is food here? Okay, all right, well, okay. Okay, we'll do that, and so we'll go ahead and hear from Economic Development, and then we'll see where we are after they finish. Okay? All right? Okay, I think folks need a bio break. Can you give us 5 minutes? Okay, all right then. Okay, 5 minutes.
I think I'm good.
And we don't have any. Hey, Mike, can I, okay. Yes, colleagues, members of the public, so this is an appropriate time for us to take a dinner break. So let's do that, and we will gavel back at 5:20.
Okay.
520, yes, 520.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
space.
It is now 5:20. We will gavel back in. Madam Clerk, would you call the next department, please?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members.
Good evening.
We thank you for the privilege of being able to present the fiscal year 2027 budget for the Economic Development Department. I'm happy to have my team with me, Ms. LaTanya Amy, who is our Main Street Coordinator. This evening, we will go over just an executive summary of some of the activities and missions, the foundations for how we have developed our budget for this year, as well as highlight major accomplishments and present the budget with our justification and performance measures. Real quickly, our mission, we always like to start off with our mission of the City of Fairburn Economic Development Department is to strengthen our local economy by creating opportunities for investment, expanding the commercial tax base, supporting existing businesses, attracting new employers, which is all accomplished through our collaboration with our city administration, of course, the mayor and city council, our development authority, downtown development authority, business community, regional partners, and civic leadership. We are driven by numbers and policies, and so we are happy to say that by looking at the economic profile each year, this year, we continue to demonstrate the City of Fairburn significant strength. Our population is approximately 16,900. I know Ms. Brookins is somewhere smiling because I didn't push that up.
No, he is.
Supported by a highly engaged workforce with 73.6% labor force participation, significantly exceeding both our state and national averages. Approximately 40.7% of residents possess a bachelor's degree or higher, and reflecting a higher educated workforce that we use to market when we are recruiting major industries. Median household income has grown to $91,897, which average annual wages exceed $100,831, which is substantially above the national average. So the city of Fairburn continues to benefit from benefiting from the strongest logistics and advanced manufacturing corridors, with transportation and warehousing, manufacturing, and wholesale trade serving as its largest employment actors. This year, during our fiscal year 2026, the Economic Development Department successfully advanced several transformational initiatives that positioned our city for long-term economic growth. This was, in fact, by working collaboratively with our city administration, our mayor and city council, and the development authority. The department continues to implement the downtown LCA Gateway Connectivity Plan and advance redevelopment strategies, which we heard from the public was essential. From most of our planning, our LCI community input, from our comprehensive plan, we were told by citizens the most important thing is downtown revitalization. So all of our initiatives as a department shifted to just that. Our major accomplishments include securing $265,000 in dedicated downtown investment through the Middleburg Development Project, which is supporting the creation of 25 workforce and attainable housing units with that particular project. Additionally, identifying and advancing long-term funding mechanisms through our LCI Gateway Connectivity Study. We were to identify funding mechanisms. We worked with our city administration, our legal department, and downtown development authority to establish the Special Services Tax District. This particular district is a jurisdictional boundary that would allow us to add additional property taxes that will not impact the residents, but only our commercial, and it will not negatively impact our commercial because the tax will not increase more than what is in our surrounding cities.
Awesome.
So that's a very competitive approach for us. Additionally, we advanced the redevelopment of 2 catalytic gateway properties, including the Clifton's property and the historic bank building adjacent to the Frankie Arnold Courtyard. This represented $2.25 million in strategic public investment for the city. Under our housing and community development, we continue with our GIC project by completing an application for the Georgia Initiative for Community Housing. Additionally, under the mayor and the city administrator's direction, we also submitted opportunity zone nominations. So we are hopeful that will be an added incentive within our affordable housing opportunities. Through destination marketing and tourism development, we strategically partnered with the Atlanta Airport District Alliance, which significantly increased the city's regional visibility. There has been regional promotion of our hotels. Also, our FIFA-related marketing initiative included the downtown pole banners and regional promotional coverage. We also had destination marketing campaigns, which led to one of our local restaurants, Unbelieve Again, being listed in Forbes magazine as one of the top restaurants in the nation. Yes, so we're very excited about that.
And believe again.
Yes,
Oh,
as a vegan option, yes. Under leadership development and business engagement, we launched Leadership Fairburn. We're happy that our city, our mayor and city administrator and members and our chair of our development authority was able to participate. Our graduation, this will be the graduation of our first cohort of 13 emerging community leaders. They have identified their capstone project, which will be an incubator program. We strengthened our relationships with our business community through quarterly business alliance meeting. We have had 2 so far this year, averaging 35 to 50 participants, and not just the same business. We are identifying 35 to 40 different businesses that attended, that were in different areas. So we're very excited about that. In terms of community events and business recognition, we hosted the 2nd annual Women's Business Expo, featuring more than 65 women-owned and women-led businesses. We established the inaugural Frankie Arnold Community Service Award, which was presented to our Honorable Mayor Hattie Portis Jones. We presented the Betty Hanna Business Excellence Award, which was presented to Felicia Turner, who is the General Manager of the United Community Bank. And lastly, in our business recruitment expansion, we added Kiss My Grits, Sticks, the Burger Spot, expansion of A Step in Time, and those are highlighted small businesses. So that are our highlights for the year. Looking forward to 2027, our goals and priorities are consistent with the strategic plan for the city of Fairburn. Our first goal is to accelerate downtown investment and redevelopment, which will be to recruit additional restaurants, retail, and experiential businesses, increase private developer investment, and also advance our catalytic redevelopment projects. Our second goal is to expand retail recruitment and commercial growth. The recruitment of targeted categories to reduce our retail leakage. We generate about $300 million in consumer spending, and we have about $30 million of that is basically lost on not having the businesses. The businesses so $30 million goes out the door to our sister cities, and so we are really aggressively looking at opportunities. A lot of our asks tonight will be aligned with that in terms of retail strategies, enhancing how we bring more of those businesses to reduce that leakage rate.
What were some of the businesses that, if we had, what were some of those businesses?
So
that we
I'm
would
going to
have-
say the word that everyone loves to hear, grocery stores. Grocery stores, of course, in the food industry, just more of those. Retail, just having like a Target and some of the other retail establishment, and mid-tier restaurants. So those are some of the categories that we'll be aggressively recruiting.
Great.
The third goal is increasing housing choice and mixed development. We have a wonderful workforce in Fairburn, highly educated. We roughly about 8,000 employees in Fairburn, but the challenge is they have to leave. They basically work, they don't have a place to live here, or it's not affordable, so they are migrating from other areas. So we are aggressively looking at opportunities through the leveraging of an opportunity zone, Development Authority financing, and public-private partnerships to increase residential investment. And lastly, we will cultivate entrepreneurship and small business growth. Again, the cohort for Leadership Fairburn will be looking at a business incubator, but we'll also be promoting technical assistance to just help many of our entrepreneurs to grow and to move from concept to, in cases that they can, brick and mortar, and help with our business and career pipeline. So we will move on to personnel. Personnel, we have one person in our personnel.
Wow.
All of this. Well, we understand the importance of partnership and stakeholder volunteers. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
To personnel, could you talk about how you spend your time, split between
Development.
Director of Economic Development, and then the Development Authority and the Downtown Development Authority?
So as economic development, I would think that that's probably 60% of my time. During the day, I will do anything from site selection meetings, meeting with our strategic partners, implementing some of these programs that we have, planning for quarterly meetings, making sure that we are communicating with our small businesses. And then 40% of that time is the Development Authority, planning a lot of the industrial related projects are in conjunction with the Development Authority. For instance, we had $90 million in investment through some of the multifamily projects. Multifamily projects can come to Fairburn, but a lot of them can't get the projects done without tax abatements and incentives. So the other part of that is working through with our collaborative partners and our legal team, our city administration, putting together those documents for incentivizing those projects and making sure that they can deliver these projects affordably.
Yeah, it is awesome, and you do get a lot accomplished. The city of Fairburn has been successful in really getting the Development Authority and Downtown Development Authority on sound footing with investments in that quasi-governmental agency. And you were just recently appointed as the executive director of the Development Authority, Downtown Development Authority, correct? Yes. Yes.
Great report.
That's why I asked the question about the time, time spent. So industry standard, though, is that the time should follow, the money should follow the time, and that is supporting your salary. And given that the, Development Authority is an independent quasi-industry, I would ask that we look at how we may make that happen, just for transparency purposes. And that also would be true with Mr. Phillips as the city administrator, and also our legal team as well. So we need to do a little more research on that with the goal of allocating the dollars appropriately.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We will take a look at that. Just for a point of clarity, there is a separate attorney that
That's true,
does
that's
the legal
true,
work
that's
for the
true,
Development
that's true.
Authority.
Yes, but you're right, I knew that, I forgot. So, not attorney, but city administrator and the economic development director, yes. Okay, and so you're not asking for any new positions, additional positions, okay? Proceed.
Yes, ma'am. So we'll start off with professional services. One of the things that we are looking at, retail strategies, they presented during the mayor and city council retreat. And they will be helping, or we are requesting $25,000 to hire them to help us consult on retail services and consulting. They have a long history of working with cities such as ours, Main Street accredited programs in particular. So it's It's more of boots on the ground. We know that this is a priority for citizens, so this would be a $25,000 investment for them to help us get 1 to 2 or more new restaurants or retailers within the city, within the downtown area. We also, a portion of that, which would be $5,000, would be towards promoting the special services tax district among our industries, making sure the community knows about this program and how it would be lucrative. One of the things that I think we had a case study, just to provide some additional information, they did provide a case study of a similar city, which is Snyder, Texas. You can give them to the.
Is that since the retreat
Yes,
that you
ma'am.
received that information?
Yeah. So this is just a piggyback on the information that you all received during the retreat.
Thank you.
The special services, the special events and projects will start with, the total ask is $102,000. It may seem a lot, but there's 13 programs associated with that, and it's consistent with our previous year's offerings. At $7,500 is the business-to-business networking and ribbon cutting program. This program is structured for networking opportunities and also to strengthen relationships with our existing businesses and welcome new investment and promote business retention and expansion. Our justification on this is basically business retention and expansion initiatives serve as an essential economic development function. We will support this program through ribbon-cutting ceremonies, business anniversary celebrations, and proclamations for 40-plus years in business. We're looking at, in terms of our performance measures on this, 4 to 5 ribbon cuttings annually, 4 business networking events, and 75% participation by newly established businesses. We will increase business retention visits and also the growth of the Business Alliance participation. At $5,000, we have the Business Alliance and Industrial Leadership Meetings. We categorically enhance the Business Alliance meetings, and we have had great response from that. Before, it was just a collection of people sitting down, kind of talking about, just varying topics.
Yeah.
But this time, we've brought in industry experts to share their expertise and their resources, and we have had favorable responses from our businesses that have basically said that they've been very helpful, and we've been able to have additional resources even after those alliance meetings. Our performance measures on those are 4 quarterly Business Alliance meetings. When they register, they do give us comments back. They do also say things that they'd like to see, so we're keeping those. We also would like to have at least 2 industrial leadership roundtables, increase business participation, increase our BRE visits, which are the business retention visits, and enhance workforce partnerships. Thirdly, we have the Fairburn Business Excellence Awards. Our request is $7,500 for this. This will be the first year that we will have that award ceremony, which will be in October 24th. And October 24th, we'll be recognizing the first cohort of the Leadership Fairburn, as well as we're hopeful that we'll have enough votes to announce Business Leader of the Year, Community Leader of the Year, and People's Choice. So we'll see what happens with that.
Wow. Nice.
But we want to continue that after this year. Basically, the performance measures on those will be recognition of key businesses, increased corporate engagement, annual business awards gala, and just feedback, obviously, from the public. Fourth is the Downtown Clock Commission maintenance. Mayor and Council commissioned the installation of a historic clock. Because of the clock being a commission item, it requires regular maintenance in the square. We have a maintenance policy, which is roughly $1,000 regarding that, and that's, of course, to help with the preventive maintenance and operational reliability. The next project under this is Fairburn Small Business Enterprise Fund. We are asking for $25,000 to expand entrepreneurial opportunities by providing education, technical assistance, workforce development resources, capacity building programs, and strengthen local businesses to improve their economic mobility. We hear on a regular basis that access to capital, just the basic necessities of how to build a successful model for a business plan. And some folks have not, they've been excited about their vision, but have never been instructed on how to execute that vision.
Right.
So this enterprise will be in conjunction with our incubator to just make sure people have the technical expertise to maintain their business.
Yeah.
Some businesses are suffering by little, small things that a workshop could help. You know, marketing, how to keep your paperwork together, how to interact with your business, how to set up accounts, how to, just those little things. So that's what this program is about. And of course, our performance measures would be to increase new startup businesses. We want to track this. We want to see whether from start to finish, are we able to help these businesses maintain? We saw success with the Small Business Development Grant, 35, and I think we only lost one business.
Wow.
And that one business, she's still in operations. She just recognized that she can't do brick and mortar.
Yeah.
Yeah. So again, going through a program where folks are able to kind of look at their business for a year, get that technical support plus the resources, it helps with sustainability.
I would totally agree with that because some businesses I've seen that have gone into brick and mortar, I predicted they would survive because that told me that they really hadn't done the market research. Because if they had, they would have known that that was not the first step in establishing the business. So we do need that type of support to educate our aspiring entrepreneurs. I want to ask about, so when you said the term incubator, I was thinking one thing, but I think you're describing it as something different. So could you just tell me what you mean
So we-
by, incubator from the Leadership Fairburn perspective? And if that's the same focus that you have at the small business level?
So the incubator, that's a great question, because we've been having to think through that whole process. Leadership Fairburn is a cohort. They're not a STEAM, they're not a staff. So after they graduate, you have this project, this capstone project that will need some help being maintained. While they're thinking through that process, we're looking at an incubator program that would identify, again, a group of people who would qualify to be moved. It's not an accelerator program, it's an incubator, so they would be startup, they would get resources, they would be able to be maintained in that particular office space. But we, as economic development in the city of Fairburn, will have to have some sort of segue in support of that program.
Okay. And then, okay, so that's the way I was thinking. So then the question becomes, where is that office space? Or where is that space that I could do a pop-up restaurant to test my, menu for a potential restaurant that I have in mind?
And that's exactly what we're going to be working on. Two things. One, there is a follow-up meeting with Mr. Phillips and you with the Leadership Fairburn team to kind of talk through what that looks like. There is a proposal that will be presented at that time, and we could probably,
They wanted to schedule it this week, and of course, we are a little tied up this week. And so I reached back out to them and asked them if they would allow us to get through this week when our schedule's really hectic, and then they'll reach back out for the session that Ms. Abernathy is referring to. I had an opportunity to connect with the cohort very early on.
that's right.
So we spent an entire evening talking about the entire city operations. And then we took a walking tour of downtown with the whole cohort to kind of see it. And so it's a bunch of really bright, very energetic folks who are all Fairburn residents and business owners, entrepreneurs, things of that nature who are, I'm interested to see what this capstone project will look like. But Mayor, that invitation is pending as soon as we confirm a date.
Okay.
Their next meeting is on September 1st. Mike just shared with me, so that is pending.
Mike is a part of the cohort.
Well, there you go. Mike is a part of the cohort. himself, and so he's in leadership Fairburn. One additional thing, Mayor, you mentioned where could this reside, and there are some questions to be answered there. But we are in the revitalization of downtown, and as you and council are aware, we are acquiring properties as part of that revitalization, and so that gives us some opportunities to decide what that can look like and where that can locate, and be able to ensure, to Sylvia's point, that once this framework is in place, that we're able to take next steps and stand up the actual incubator and create a space where if you're just starting out, we've got something to kind of help you get your sea legs.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes, Nichols?
Yes, I just, I wanted to just commend you on being a one-woman show, doing all of this work. In my professional career, I'm in a similar position as you, so I know what it takes, but what you're doing is amazing, so I just wanted to commend you on that. I also really appreciated your presentation and the full transparency you gave us, performance metrics. Like, each dollar, I think I kind of know where it's going, so I know it's different for different departments, but I appreciate that, because I don't really have questions of like where money is going. You literally detail, so thank you for those performance metrics, very clear. Just a clarification, because you had mentioned that for the retail strategies, per the outcome, we could expect 1 to 2 retails. Is that over a year, or?
So I would like to get back with you on that timeline.
Okay.
Because I know, I don't want to say. But they are, one of the things that is something that they mentioned, that one, their
They could commit
success
to.
rate is 1 to 2.
Okay, wow.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so no questions. Thank you for the full transparency, the metrics. I know what to expect, where the money is going, so I just wanted to really thank you for that. I appreciate your full transparency and the work to actually think through, not just this is the expense, but this is what we can expect. So, thank you.
Awesome.
Okay.
She's awesome.
And I'm the Riddler and have
Yes, okay.
absolutely.
Kudos. Ditto.
I want to also ask about communications, not the cell phone communication, but the Jackie Howe communication. One, you used to have a newsletter regarding the businesses, and, you know, we've asked about that several times.
Right.
Where is that, or what plans do you have regarding how we, from a city perspective, communicate about the different businesses and what's going on with the different businesses? For example, I did not know about the Forbes, okay? We should have made a really big deal about that. We still can, but we should have. And the fact that that was not highlighted or shared, you know, with this dais, it's a problem, you know, because we all represent them. So, so I'd like for us to have some future conversations about how, as a city, we communicate about the business community and what is going on in the business community.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I can speak from economic development. What we are working on is something that will speak directly to our listserv and our database of businesses in the Business Alliance. I think Jacqueline will have to speak to the other in terms of the city's role, because that falls under her.
But what are your ideas about that, right? I mean, you would be feeding her the information.
Well, there has been some coordination of feeding information, and I guess I just need to get it clearer in terms of how we jointly promote those
Okay.
items. In terms of, so that there won't be multiple newsletters, the focus has been to let the communications team do in focus. And we share information as we receive it.
Okay.
It's still not my decision of what gets promoted or covered.
Okay, so where did we share the Forbes
again?
article?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's coordinate a discussion regarding that.
Okay.
Okay, and then, let's see. tell me again about the events. They're all events targeted specifically to the businesses in the community,
Yes,
correct?
our focus is strictly business-related events, and then our Main Street program is strictly downtown-related events. So Miss Amy will talk about that during that portion of the presentation, but our Main Street is driven by, in conjunction with the Georgia Main Street program. And we're excited about, she has been in new managers training with Georgia Main Street and has had some opportunities to participate with their conferences. In fact, we both will be going to the downtown conference. We're real excited about that. And we'll also be hosting DCA real soon, where they'll be walking our downtown to kind of see what the latest and greatest is.
Well, that is
Yeah.
fantastic.
So
Fantastic.
Mr. Phillips shared an article today where they were talking about the third Main Streets, what I love, because there is some rhythm behind third. First is work, and then your housing, but the third is that place that you go for that experience. So that was a real cool article. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah, that is a great conference. I attended a couple times over the, years that I've been here in council. Tell me about advertising specifically.
Yes, ma'am. So advertising, we have a different approach than, of course, it's all citywide, but ours is targeted towards telling the story of Fairburn and identifying certain key markets. So ATL Airport District Magazine, we've been working with them for some years. They have been phenomenal for getting our small business. Every new business that comes to Fairburn, we try and get them into the book. Now, any other advertising that they want to do beyond just the notice, they do on their own. We don't facilitate that, but we do. If you come through our business program, we're going to make sure that you're listed in that book and you get some love out there in the public. So we love that investment. Georgia Trend is another that we do an article every year. That's a quite expensive investment, but it's worth it. That Main Street article I was just referencing, that's a Georgia Trend article. And you can craft it as an editorial, so we feel like that's an opportunity to really talk about Fairburn in a great way. Also, we are looking at our South Fulton Lifestyle Magazine. We like to be diverse in our publication. We know everybody's not going to read this magazine or another, so we want to make sure that we are in some lifestyle magazines as well. And then the digital recruitment campaign, we do that in conjunction with South Fulton Neighbor. There's some technologies we use when we try and promote different events, and so they help with that process. And again, we are working with on our site selection marketing material with ECG, Electric Cities of Georgia. They did our initial marketing, and they also did our starting a business in Fairburn documentation. So we upgrade that every other year. We'll be doing that again this year.
All right, all of those are great stories.
Yes.
All right, and then lastly, in talking with Parks and Rec yesterday when they presented their budget, the need for sponsorships, and that I invoked your department as well as communication and Parks and Recs. We really do need some coordinated effort regarding sponsorships for these various programs, because at some point, these are going to become cost prohibitive for the city to bear this alone. So we need to start shifting and finding, additional revenue sources to help support that.
Most definitely.
So that's another conversation I'd like us to have, is to talk about a coordinated effort for sponsorships.
Most definitely.
All right, are there any other questions? No? Okay, all right.
One weird one.
Yes, I'm sorry. Okay.
So as you're looking at different areas in which to advertise and what have you ever looked at the school district side of things? When you were naming magazines, I know, for example, a lot of parents like looking at the
Parent magazine. And
Exactly.
That's a great recommendation. And we will do that. That's a great recommendation. We've collaborated with the schools for like community input, but to your point, as we're looking at, Grow Fairburn or Come to Fairburn, that may be something we coordinate with communications, with the branding to make sure it's in family magazines. That's a great suggestion.
And I would add realtors to that as well,
Right.
because that's part of how they sell a particular neighborhood.
Right.
And so we need them to be correct
That's right.
in telling our stories. So, yes, Councilman Perry?
Ma'am, thanks, Ms. Abernathy, really a huge fan of yours. I just
Did you
am.
hear that? You didn't hear that? You didn't hear that?
I'm a real huge fan because, I mean, she goes out and she sells Fairburn
Yeah.
for what it is that we have here, which is a great community, a safe community, and a community of neighbors where we just love this location. This is what we call home, and I'm really thankful that someone, you know, puts value in that and that pushes that to others. My question, though, is for any vacant buildings that the city has, is there any look for programs for repurposing or reclamation of those buildings for downtown development or businesses?
Yes, there are the 6 programs.
Excuse
It's
me, I'm sorry.
downtown, yeah, it's downtown vacancy reduction initiative. So we will be looking, that's a $7,500 program. We'll be looking at feasibility. We had initiated, I know Ms. Chris had gone to a GMA conference about 2 years ago, came back with the vacant art, so city administration kind of recommended, that's where illuminated spaces kind of came about. And so we've kind of kept that going. Our goal now is that we are working on a master's renters, well, I don't know if I want to announce that, but we're working on something to take.
Too late now. Too late.
Cat's out the bag.
What
Cat's
you
out the
don't
bag.
want to announce? What is it?
We're working on taking it, yeah, on the vacancy program, right.
Okay, and my other one, if we're talking budget here, so 25, it was at your other contract services?
Yes.
Was that 85,000? And then,
So the, on the, I don't think we have, I think we're 0 for contract services.
that's my question.
Zero.
Yeah.
That's my question. How did you go from 85,000 to 0 in a year and a half? What-
Okay, yeah, so we did some reorging, just to make sure that our initiative, our budget aligned with our initiatives, and a lot of those were project-specific, like the 85,000 was dealing with implementation of one of our LCI programs. So as these projects close out, we don't necessarily still need or budget for the contract services, but if you notice, our special events shot up to 102. Because now we've kind of implemented that, and so now we're starting to do project-specific things as a result of the feedback we've gotten from the plans, because we are committed to, we're not going to just have a plan, but we're going to execute it, so.
Right.
Right.
Yep.
That-
All right, thank you. Good? No more questions? Okay, continue.
Okay, so let's see, so GIC is one of the programs that we are working on.
Please explain.
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone else.
So Georgia Initiative for Community Housing, we used to have a designation with them, and just for the benefit of, Georgia Initiative helps us to develop projects and incentivize affordable and accessible housing. We used to be with the program, we're no longer, so we're reapplying, we're going through that process, but it is a wonderful program. We'll have a board of about 10 stakeholders at the advisement of the mayor and leadership, and it allows us to, when developers know that we are GIC certified, not only can we get projects funded because it helps with their construction costs, but it is a wonderful incentive. So we will be, that ask is specific to, when you become a part of GIC, you have certain things you have to do. It's a 3-year program. You have to have 10 to 12 people on the board. You have to participate in the annual conference. So those fees are specific to that, to the GIC. We have, the next program is our Taste of Fairburn. Taste of Fairburn is one of our tourism economic development and our barbecue competition. We paused on this year because there were 2 events and we didn't want, the city to have a double back-to-back events. So we're going to, it is an official competition. It's for folks who, we're working on getting the certification for that. And again, that's a part of our regional marketing campaign. If we get the certification, that's folks will look for those particular, when you're a barbecue competitor, look for those sanctioned events. So we're trying to get this sanctioned event so we can add to that. And then also our Women's Business Expo. We're requesting $8,000 for that. We have had phenomenal response from our women, our businesses that want this program. Our performance measures on that are to increase our vendors, our attendees in our educational workshops. We're working, Miss Amy has been working really closely with us on that. She's got wonderful resources that we are tapping into with our women's. And lastly, program that's in conjunction with Workforce Development Partner. I believe this already on the board for work, and they're to help on these programs different from this enterprise for jobs as a and of course resources, hence in county facilitate that.
Could you just talk about opportunity zone and why we made application, and if we are successful, what that means?
So the opportunity zone, it pretty much is for areas where there is marginal, so developers, when they are seeking to invest in a place, it typically is the amenities force and these wonderful. There are areas that are in between that stage where they have high pockets of maybe poverty, or they don't have as many amenities. We're talking about connectivity, infrastructure. So opportunity zones is a way to incentivize developers to say, hey, look over here. We're not quite there yet, but if you invest here, this will be a great return on your investment. So we have 3 census tracts that we qualify for that basically says that, hey, there's some investment opportunity. They may not have all the numbers in place, so we have 3 of those tracts. One is our downtown area. We're pushing our education expansion development for that census tract. The other is the landfill. Our Director of Planning and Zoning has a wonderful creative idea of how to repurpose that area, so we put a contract in for that. And I think the last one is, what is that, Verlin B. I think it's Verlin B. Smith, that area. So we're hopeful that our nomination.
Around the public safety complex?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so we're hopeful that those nominations will be favorable. Yep.
And Councilwoman Benson may recall when we were at the NLC conference earlier this year, she and I were able to participate in a really in-depth session around opportunity zones and the unique resources it provides for cities. There are developers who specifically look for opportunity zone debt because it fits their financing model. And so there's a whole genre of developers that focus on that. And so if we're able to get that, and I'll pause because I see Councilwoman Benson nodding. She was in that session with me, but I'll let her tell you what she got from that.
Well, one, and it kind of ties into the question that I was going to ask as well, is one of the big things that they stressed is before you even ask to be considered, that you have the full-fledged plan.
Yes.
As to what that looks like. If you are awarded that funding and that support that goes along with it, because not only do they provide the funding for it, but they provide the experts as well, so that you can go back, talk to those who have been through it, talk to the cities, the administration, to know as you're doing it, what worked, what didn't, so that you're not making the same mistakes. They're very very protective of their dollars for obvious reasons. And I'm sure maybe this needs to be a work session later on, but my ask is what was presented? What was the plan? What was the timeline within it? And you've identified the 3 areas. So of course, one of them is, I think with that landfill, it's considered like the brown.
The brownfield.
Exactly.
And that's a wonderful comment. So we had 2 great documents, and then we created a prospectus that pretty much said how they all work together. They didn't want you to like upload your comprehensive plan, so that's hence the reason why we did a prospectus that kind of talked about how these plans work together. But the one that we feel like is our strongest, because to your point, is very competitive, is the LCI Gateway Connectivity Study.
Nice.
Our executive summary shows how those dollars would be used and the fact that we have investment potentials. There's already been investments within the city of Fairburn, not only in the downtown area, but more than 1,400 units that have been done along Highway 74. So to your point, and you're exactly right, it is highly competitive, but we hope that those particular plans make our case.
When will you know?
November.
Wonderful.
So we'll either be happy for Thanksgiving or.
And it is my understanding, and I'm not putting this out in the atmosphere, but it is my understanding that if not accepted, there is still a secondary process that they allow for of why you were not accepted, what needs to be done in order to bring things up to standard, et cetera. But
Yeah.
I
But that's good.
highly
But that's
competitive,
good. Yeah.
I still think I
That's
know
good
what you're
news, because
working
all we can do is like put our best foot forward, and to your point, learn
Exactly.
from, if they say, no, not this time, we'll learn from that and kind of redirect her. Yeah.
And in the session that I was referring to earlier, they gave us examples of cities that did not get the designation in their first application, did exactly what Councilwoman Vincent just said, kind of took some lessons from that, asked some questions, and then were resubmitted and were successful on their second application. That's not uncommon. We're going to hold out hope that we'll have a good Thanksgiving.
First time the charm.
And,
Yeah.
well, first time's the charm. But again, that was something that was pointed out in that session where they said, listen, just stay focused. You don't get it the first time, come back at it again, and that's exactly what we will do. But we're going to speak into existence, and we're going to get it the first time.
Exactly.
Yes, Perry? Mhm.
Okay. So, ma'am, with regards to speaking with Parks and Rec last evening, I think there's been quite a bit of discussion with regards to making Fairburn almost as a regional destination, with of course Parks and Rec, the many great sports programs that Parks and Rec supports, whether that's a soccer tournament or the football tournament or baseball tournaments, whereby we can get those residual dollars from hotel tax or the businesses they provide food or the things of that nature. How is that coordination going about to bring about that economic development for Fairburn?
Thank you so much for that question. Ms. Scott does an amazing job, and we coordinate on, in fact, we were just on a placer call because we're starting to collect data together. So, that's going to be a partnership inseparable. No, I'm just kidding. Numbers. Yeah, but then also with the park and the master plan is
Parks Master Plan.
Master Plan. One of the great things is we had a call with the Atlanta Airport District Alliance. So she's been connected with them, and they are also promoting those areas. They were trying to do it for FIFA, but then they discovered that we didn't have, what is it, a rank, what do you call it, the sanction? Yeah.
Forgive me, you have to have a FIFA-sanctioned soccer facility in order to host those events. So it just can't be a standard soccer field. They have to come out and inspect it, certify it. So there's a process to that. And I'm glad Sylvia mentioned the Parks Master Plan. We've done a lot of really key work. Our strategic plan, the Parks Master Plan, the LCI Downtown Master Plan, and they all kind of connect in various ways. And the mayor last night, when we were talking about Parks and Recreation, said that she had always wanted us to become a youth sports destination. And I think that's a really great goal. And that is seen through the Parks Master Plan. Because to host tournaments, you need tournament quality fields, be it baseball, be it soccer, because That's what's required to become a destination. So that Parks Master Plan lays out that roadmap, but it also connects, and that's why Sylvia and Chapin are working together, what Sylvia's doing, because she's looking to bring, and so there's an opportunity to build synergy around all of those things. And so all of that investment we've put into listening to our community through the comp plan, the Parks Master Plan, the LCI Downtown Master Plan, all of those things connect in various ways. They overlap, but they connect. So that, you're right, we collaborate and find opportunities to kind of do force multipliers by connecting those departments where it makes sense.
And so that's how we work together.
Thank you.
All right, Main Street.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Amy. So I want to say this. Miss Amy has been a wonderful addition to the Economic Development Department, as one of our strongest candidates that we've had. She comes with a lot of background in event planning, but she's got a tenacity that is just admirable. So I am so pleased to introduce her and have her talk a little bit about our Georgia Main Street, what her experience has been thus far with working with Georgia Main Street, and take it from here.
In your first budget hearing.
Yes.
Good evening.
We won't bite too much.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
Pull the mic closer to you, please.
Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
It's been a great experience. I've learned a lot, especially with going to the conferences and even just the initial training, just on the job from Miss Sylvia. She's a wealth of knowledge. Just when in dealing with, I'm used to planning, like she said, with events, but it was a different scale. So this it's brought together some areas that I never would have thought that would have come together. So it's been a great opportunity to expound on some ideas and thought processes that I've had in my mind for a long time. I am a resident of Fairburn, so it's been an opportunity to take a look and actually be involved, to see exactly living and working within the community and actually being involved, to see exactly how all of this comes together to create the experiences that people, the individuals and residents have when they stay, and how it comes about and why. So it's been a great eye-opening opportunity.
Okay. Your budget?
Okay, so we're gonna go over the special events budget.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so we are, oh, wait, too far. Okay, there we go.
Special events and projects, we have a budget of $40,000, which that includes the American Express Shop Local, Neighborhood Champion Shop Local program, the Community Block Party, our Foodie Fridays and Revitalization Thursdays, the Downtown Business Activations and Promotions Program, the Sharing Our Voices Historic Walking Tour, our Main Street Advertising Campaign, the business meetings and stakeholder engagement, sound and event production, special event staffing, stage technology, and event banners, and pole banner program that we have. We also have our advertising, which is $5,000, which that consists of our local newspaper advertising, South Fulton Neighbor, event promotions ads, Facebook and Instagram campaigns, Clear Channel digital billboards, and community calendar listings. We also have our printing and binding at $1,000, which that covers our event programs, posters and flyers, merchant guides, and downtown maps. We also have our postage, which is at $350, which is our merchant communications, event invitations, and volunteer mailings. We have travel at $1,500, which that includes our Georgia Downtown Conference, Main Street site visits, and regional Main Street meetings. Dues and memberships, which is $3,000, my apologies, which consists of our Georgia Downtown Association dues, National Main Street America, Georgia Main Street Network, conference registrations, DDA trainings, and the historic preservation resources, and education and trainings, which is the Georgia Main Street Training, downtown revitalization workshops, and marketing and event management. And the education and training was at $1,000, and I'm not sure if I said that, I apologize. And we have business meetings at $1,500, which consists of merchant meetings, volunteer committee meetings, design committee meetings, and promotion committee meetings. And the final would be supplies, which is at 3,800, which consists of general office supplies, paper, our event registration supplies, name badges, table, tents, and certificates, storage bins, presentation and committee mailings, and we have the tent program, which is 5,500 that's included in that, which is a replacement of the event tents, tables, and linens.
So I wanted to ask, Main Street is downtown Fairburn. You know, that's what all of this is about. We have an entertainment district designation, do we, or
We
not?
have affiliation, Main Street affiliation, and we have a central business district. So we are going to be working on the entertainment district.
Entertainment, okay. And the reason that is important is because it will allow us to, well, you explain it.
So the entertainment district allows us to incentivize certain programs and draw different, not so much as retailers, but you can get certain bit, for example, downtown Atlanta does, is through the Orange Duffel Bag, the Orange program, marketing program, has a digital campaign for advertisement. That is done through their entertainment district. We can also get certain placemaking activities through the entertainment district, and also investment through the entertainment district. So it's a special designation. It does have certain qualifying features that we add to it, but it incentivizes our downtown area for entertainment and arts.
Okay, and it's also revenue generation.
It's also revenue generation.
Right,
That's the key.
Okay, and so, Ms. Amy, have you heard of or learned of how we might generate revenue? What kind of programs we need to put in place? What things we should be doing to generate revenue for all of the various downtown events?
Well, and within my trainings and just the conversations that we have, we do weekly meetings, which are kind of like conversations and coffee that we have, coffee and conversations, I'm sorry. And it's where where all of the Main Street managers come together, and it's been some conversations about just events that have worked within different counties and the events and programs that they have brought into their main streets and into their downtowns that have generated revenue, and those are some of the things that I've taken to that we're planning for our next fiscal year to bring additional revenue into the city. Like we started the Foodie Fridays event, and the Foodie Friday event, it always comes with a purpose. It's not just to bring out the food trucks, but there's always a purpose attached to it, or some type of partnership with another vendor to bring different groups together that may not typically come together. So it's been an opportunity to bring those different groups with those purposes and those different programs with resources, and to bring different vendors out to be able to generate additional.
Okay, so where's the revenue generated, and who's receiving the revenue?
Well, the revenue we did not charge any vendor fees or anything from these last Foodie Fridays, because those were the first initial ones, just to kind of test the markets to see what we were doing. But we will be generating revenue from the vendors. We will be charging a vendor fee from those, and also with some of the partnerships that we will be bringing in, as far as working with some of the additional companies that we're having. I'm looking at trying to start like you talked about earlier, was the sponsorships to see, or bringing in additional revenue in that avenue as well.
And is that your goal, to do that this fiscal year, meaning starting October 1st?
We'll probably do some more planning, only because the limited budget, but creative economies is really where we're driving
Okay,
at. That's
okay.
where Miss Amy is going to be kind of looking at that. In fact, the barbecue festival is within her wheelhouse.
Okay.
So she is going to be working to get that sanctioned and also have it as a revenue generating. Just to give it some, like when we were doing Third Fridays, those vendors raised about $12,000 to $15,000 on just vendor fees alone. So when she does the barbecue competitions as a sanctioned event, some of those are $500 registrations. So as she's building that, that will be revenue generating, and it will be also tourist development, because people travel all around the world just to do that. So that's something that she's doing. The Foodie Fridays, I love the concept that she came up with, because just like on just a relatively short period of time, because she partnered with, what is it? Affect Fitness. The whole, I mean, it was like a youth takeover. You know? Exactly. So that kind of strategic thinking, you know, the rest of us, we're beating the pavement. She just makes a phone call. So
Okay.
that's the kind of, you know, those kind of innovations.
Well, that is awesome, because quite frankly, that is the whole idea behind Main Street. And the goal is for it to become self-sustaining.
Right.
Or as close to it as you can. And I wanted, you know, this body to know that we're thinking in that direction, and that you have some plans in place to do that. What I would ask then is that you just kind of develop a strategic plan regarding, you know, revenue generation and timelines to do, because I didn't realize the barbecue one was gonna be, so that's very important to know. And it is very important that we state it here, because we need people to know that we're investing, we, meaning the city, is investing in this now with the goal of it being revenue generating and self-sustaining, but of course, the broader goal of marketing Fairburn. Yes, so, thank you so much for that. Are you, yes, are you finished? Did you have others?
I think that is everything.
Okay.
So one thing we will say that we are excited about is that we did reduce our economic development budget this year. So our ask is actually less than last year. And then we did it, the increase for Main Street was only about $7,000, and that's for the additional programming.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Great
Great
job.
presentation, great presentation.
Yes, oh, I'm so sorry, we still have questions.
Just one question / recommendation, especially on the Main Street side of things, because Main Street is something that is looked at nationally. So because of that, and you know, yes, there are trends, but we try to go with the trends, especially when it comes to capturing dollars. So I would encourage you to look at all of the contests and the programs and things that are being done on a national level that cities get to apply for, as we were talking about sponsorships and grants and everything else. Some of them are right there front and center on television, like you see HGTV constantly talking about, you know, revitalizing the downtown area and that sort of a thing. Same thing with Food Network, always looking to find a place to put cities on the map by hosting certain things. And while that is a big ask and a huge competitive sort of a source, just like what you guys are doing with opportunity zones, don't be afraid to do that as well, for the things that are being advertised and that are brought out in our TV shows and our magazines, et cetera, and give it a shot. Don't be afraid to kind of shoot for the stars there.
I agree, thank you.
Councilwoman Hauser?
Miss Amy, thank you for how you took the budget and you just broke everything down, pretty much itemized, you know, what each amount was for. I really like that. I have to do that within my own budget at the end of the year, and it is not easy, but thank you for that breakdown and that clarity. Miss Sylvia Abernathy, you are my favorite fan. And every time I see you, I'm in a happy place. That happy place because of your spirit, your grace, your professionalism. I love you. Thank you. Hope you don't mind saying that. But thank you for the professionalism and what you bring to that economic development as a director. Your warmth over the years. Matter of fact, you're the one that I met with when we were talking about opening up Lady Fannie Mae's. But I want to say thank you for your professionalism and your grace.
Thank you for those kind
Thank you
words.
both.
Okay, thank you. No, we're gonna, we're going to, we're gonna end it now. Next department, please. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abernathy.
Thank you.
Yes.
Page 48
Yes.
in your budget book. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Hattie Portis Jones and members of council.
Good
evening.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the FY27 Communications Department budget. Before I discuss our proposed budget, I'd like to provide some context. The Communications Department was established January of 2025, making FY26, October 2025 through September of this year, our first full fiscal year in operation. When the department was created, it consisted of 2 employees whose primary responsibilities are public information and communications. In October of 2025, the responsibility for citywide event management transitioned from economic development to communications. That transition significantly changed the scope of our department. Today, communications serves 3 primary functions for the city. That's strategic communications, citywide event management, and community engagement functions. Together, these functions ensure residents are informed, engaged, and connected with their local government. Today, our department is responsible for much more than just communications. We now manage a diverse offering of public events and official functions, including but not limited to Fairburn Outside, which is our 3rd Friday concert series, the Fairburn Flavor Food Truck Series, State of the City Address, Black History Program, our first year doing Neural Fest, the employee holiday celebrations, any mayoral special events, ribbon cuttings, grand openings, community meetings, and public engagement initiatives as well. At the same time, we continue serving every city department with their creative and communication needs. Everything we do supports one purpose. That's connecting residents with their local government while advancing the city's strategic plan. So for my 2026 accomplishments, let me see how to do that. There we go. 2026 was a phenomenal year. We built this department. Again, every department has a story to tell, and our responsibility is making sure that residents understand the services that their city provides and the value those services bring to our community. We've expanded citywide event management. The department assumed this responsibility, and since that transition, city events have experienced stronger attendance, even at some meetings, increased community participation, and greater regional visibility through more coordinated planning and execution. Excuse me. We've expanded the resident communication, taking what was once a 2-page newsletter to now a full-blown, full-color magazine, which is Fairburn in Focus, and we will continue to move that forward. We've increased our operational efficiency as well. We've expanded in-house creative services by producing banners, brochures, signage, presentations, publications, event materials, doing some of the photography and videography in-house, and as well as branded material, branded apparel in-house, so we're not outsourcing those items. And in essence, we've elevated the Fairburn brand.
by developing strategic marketing campaigns, promoting our community events, quality of life initiatives, economic development, infrastructure improvements, and public safety programs. We also have strengthened Fairburn's identity as a vibrant community and regional destination. We continue to support citywide strategic initiatives and strengthen our emergency communications, making sure that we're providing our citizens with timely, coordinated communications during emergencies, and ensuring that they have the most accurate information when needed. When I first started, the city did not have a sponsorship focus. Each department was essentially going to our businesses one by one and kind of, for lack of a better term, kind of draining the swamp. And I saw that that was a problem, and I always want to be a problem solver. So I came up with the sponsorship package, the sponsorship policy and program for that. Now, I know that we've had some conversations around implementation of that, and I do have some ideas around that, so we can talk about that at a later date.
Okay.
But just know that the bones and the framework is already in place. We just need the assistance and the fortitude to bring it to fruition. So my FY27 goals is to continue to increase the transparency and resident engagement. And this falls back, all of my 2027 goals point back to the strategic plan in some way, shape, or form. That helps us to make sure that we are executing that plan, and it just wasn't something that was, that we participated in just for participation's sake, but that we're making sure that the initiatives and the priorities that were set by this council are being followed through on. And that's my goal with the department. And one of those is to increase transparency and resident engagement, expand our citywide event management, launch our corporate sponsorship program in 2027, and continue to work with our department heads to promote economic development from a communications and marketing standpoint, and continue to strengthen our emergency communications as well. Personnel-wise, as I've stated earlier, we have 4 in our department. 2 are strictly focused on communications and marketing. That would be myself and Ms. Ariel Robinson, who is our communications specialist, who does a phenomenal job. She has actually taken our online presence from something that was abysmal to now we are actually receiving over 500,000 views, likes on a lot of our posts, and getting the recognition that we need. We've also started our own TikTok page as well. And yes, so we want to be able to reach a diverse audience. So we're on every platform and making sure that we're speaking to every voice. One of the things that we will do in the coming year is ensuring that we are continuing to speak to every demographic in our city, but then also going back and making sure that we are, with our older generation, making sure that we're touching them as well and how they would like to be communicated with. So we'll be doing some surveys and different things of that nature, just some creative ways to make sure that we are including everyone in their experience here in Fairburn. Oh, and I didn't talk about the events coordinator. Everybody knows Meeches.
Yes.
Meeches actually was the receptionist for the city, and I actually saw something in her that
that we want to explore further. So bringing her into the department was an amazing addition, as well as the events manager, Ms. Mondine Aristide Prince. Two additions to the department that have really just enhanced the delivery of services that we provide, not only internally, but externally to our citizens. So in the area of purchase and contracted, our professional services is at 0. Because what we're trying to do in this season is ensure that we are being as lean and as fiscally responsible as we possibly can. This department it generates limited revenue. So the revenue that we generate is mainly from the events that we put on and those fees associated with those. So we won't be outsourcing quite a bit. If we can't do it in-house, we'll just have to figure out a creative way to get it done. RM vehicle, the department has a SUV that we use for events, packing all of our equipment in and taking it to those events. And this amount consists of maintenance, oil changes, tires, those things, equipment rental. So for some events, we may need to rent lights, we may need to rent tables, things of that nature. So that is what this amount will cover. Communications, those are cell phones and whatnot, that all goes to IT, I believe. In the area of advertising, a lot of our advertising is digital, and that's the way that advertising is going now. Some things that we are going to do in 2027 is some OTT advertising, which is over the top advertising.
Oh, excuse us. Okay, so what does that mean?
Over the top. So we may be doing video ads on your streaming services to let people know about the events that we're having. We may do ads on your streaming services, so on your phones, when you have those pop-up ads, things of that nature. Those are inexpensive ways to get the word out about everything that's happening here in this city. And then that advertising cost of 27 also encompasses if there are any billboards that we would like to rent or procure, any radio ads, depending on the type of event that we would like to procure, that will cover those items as well. Postage, $1,000. That is for just what it says. Postage, when we send out mailers, when we do a citywide mailer, it will cover those costs. And we are going to look at collaborating with all of the departments to get a citywide calendar of events. So then that way, what we can do is, instead of just sending out a piece of paper, I would like to do magnets that have all of the events for the city on them, a calendar of events for the city. And we will send that out to some of our older citizens, so they'll know in advance what we have going on. Travel expenses. That will cover the 4 of us going to conferences like 3CMA. And then there's events conferences that Mondine and Meaches have gone to this year, and that covers those travel expenses, lodging, per diems, things of that nature. Dues and subscriptions, the reason that this is $33,000 is because the city website is included in that. The city website is included in there, as well as all of our subscriptions like Canva, Hootsuite, things of that nature. So that's all included in that dollar amount as well. And then training will cover the cost of registration for the 4 of us this year. Because we were so busy, Ariel and I apologize, we didn't get to go to any training this year. But we do stay on top of things that are happening in our industry. So we're always,
looking at different ways of educating ourselves on what's new, what's happening. So we're always staying on top at the cutting edge of communications in municipalities. Yes.
Briefly reference what Canva and Hootsuite are. There may be some people watching who don't know what those references are. So could you briefly tell them what those are?
Yes, so Hootsuite is a CRM platform that allows us to blast out all of our social media posts at one time. Instead of going to each individual application to send out information, it allows us to put it out there all at once. And then Canva allows us to create flyers, posters, banners. It's a design platform. But we also have Adobe Creative Suite, which we can use as well. But that cost is attributed to the IT department. So we're not incurring that cost, but we do incur the cost for Canva, Hootsuite, as well as the city website. And then training, I already went over training, business meetings. That's for our luncheons, if we have departmental meetings, things of that nature to pay for those meals. And then other contracted services. I know some eyes got me.
Concerts.
Yes. So all of the events, not just the concerts, are rolled into this number. So we have, for the concert series, we started in June this year, and that was done strategically because, one, I had just acquired the two individuals that worked in economic development previously. So I wanted to make sure that I onboarded them appropriately. And then we decided to start in June, and then we'll have our August 21st concert, which is our seafood barbecue. Hope to see you there. But in 2027, we will start in May. So we'll have May, June, August, and September concerts. We skipped July because unfortunately, July is, we always seem to get rained out, or whatever it is that we're.
Wow. And it costs us money.
July concert, it got rained out 3 consecutive years.
Yes. And then we will also have our Black History Month celebration in February. And I do have the estimated costs that we're attributing to those. And this goes to procuring the artists, as well as the production costs, as well as lighting, as well as backline expenses, things of that nature. So it's all included in this number. Then we will have a Memorial Day service in May. We try to do a movie night in July to kind of substitute not having a concert in July. And then we have our food truck series, which we will do in April and July. And then the Veterans Day brunch. And then also NeuroFest, which is in April. I don't know if I mentioned that or not. Yes. And then I've tasked Ms. Mondine, Ms. Prince, with ensuring that we're always diversifying our events. And I think that's important because we have a diverse community. I think the last set of concerts that were done were mainly R&B and those types of things. So we're trying to diversify our offerings so that we make sure that we are reaching each and every individual that lives within this community and outside of this community. Because the Juneteenth celebration that we did saw a marked increase in attendance. It was amazing to see. We were pleasantly pleased. But we want to keep that trajectory going.
Hispanic heritage?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, we will have Hispanic Heritage, and that has been rebranded as,
Yes, it's been, I love a brand.
What's rebranded as what?
What is it? Sabro. Sabro
So it's Spanish for what?
flavor.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, I know. You had a question.
Just a quick one. When you were talking about the equipment rental, because I'm always the girl that says, okay, if we keep renting the same equipment over and over and over again, maybe we should invest in just purchasing it if the life cycle allows for it. Have you started identifying that? Because there are a lot of events, and
Yes.
I'm sure it needs to be separate from what Parks and Recs has, and you might even be using materials that Parks and Recs has. But for communications specifically, what is the plan for that if you have not done it? And if you have, what does that look like?
Well, we have, but these items that I have specifically earmarked for equipment rental, I think it would be too much of an undertaking for the city. And we're only renting them for nighttime events. So just for our concert series time frame. So that would be your solar lights, so things of that nature. And I don't think that it would, I don't think the price would go up a whole lot. But then at the same time, I think that those are things that we can do seasonally versus tables, chairs, table linens, and those types of things. We'll get into that in a little bit under supplies. So that's where I have those types of items, decor, things of that nature. Those go into under supplies, and we keep those and reuse them for events so that we're not having to continually have those expenses.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So office supplies, again, that's for our table linens, that's for things for one-off events or events that we have that might be smaller in nature, buying those things. That gasoline, $500 for the year. That's, of course, for our SUV, making sure that it stays full.
Yes, useless, only empty.
And then $5,000 for small equipment. That is actually for cameras. We need more than one camera, and right now the camera that we have in our department is nice, but it's not sufficient for where we want to go and making sure that we, make the city look as wonderful as it is to be here. You had a question? Okay. General miscellaneous supplies, again, that's for general in-house supplies, but this also goes towards, so we do all of our T-shirts in-house for our department. So for every event, we do those in-house. I design them and we press them in-house. So that, yes. And because it's an exorbitant fee, I can have one shirt printed for $5 versus outsourcing it and paying $25 per shirt. And I just find that it's time consuming, but it's more efficient for us to do that. And that would go towards those supplies for that. And then uniforms and clothing, that goes without saying. That's for the team to buy the items that we need to wear, logoed apparel for us. And then summary personnel, $388,557. Purchase contracted, $376. And then supplies, 19, for a total for communications of $784,057.
Okay, well, thank you. And you were in the room when we were having the conversation with economic development, so we'll follow up on those, so we won't repeat that discussions. But the bottom line is we need a more coordinated effort regarding sponsorships, and communication, broadly speaking.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions?
Got a comment. I just
Yes,
I think the leap that we've made with communications, I think it's been just astronomical. Not just the concert series, but again, over all the different social media feeds. And to your point, we do maybe that survey with our senior population so that we can make sure that they're better incorporated into things. But I think you've done a phenomenal job. Thank you. Thank you. You and
Councilwoman
your
House.
team, and the team.
Councilwoman Hauser?
And I agree, because I'm looking at the postage for 2025 of $10,759 compared to
1,000.
1,000. How did you do that? You don't have to answer, but.
No, I will answer.
She
Yes,
did.
You've already,
Yeah,
that's
digitally,
a
yes.
phenomenal
Will
job.
answer.
Wow. You say
Yes.
that's a lot of money.
And in actuality, the utilities department was using their budget to produce the newsletter that was going into the utility bills. And I saw where we could bring that, if we bring that in-house, we're saving $4,000 a month on just that printing.
So do we do an ask for people to opt in to receive their bills digitally? Mr. Phillips?
I don't currently believe that. I'll have to check. I'll confirm that with Mr.
Okay, we need to be intentional about that. I mean, we just need to ask. A lot of people will opt in to receive their bills digitally. Yes. Okay.
One last thing. So we're making, I know that I'm not trying to give you a job, but ma'am,
I got enough.
you sure?
Yes.
If they can print T-shirts at this rate,
Creative.
can Fairburn get into the T-shirt business?
Well,
No, sir,
actually,
we can't be profit-making.
Let's go.
Okay, okay. Yes. All right, thank you so much. Okay, so I'd like permission to change the order a little bit. I'd like to hear from General Services, because the remaining departments are a lot larger, a lot more discussed.
Long time.
So, yes. So, may I have permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes, please, come on up.
Yes, yes.
Ironically, I told them when they came in, I said, I was hoping y'all were late so I could go before you. Our words.
There you go.
Oh, so, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I announced the next department. Okay, all right.
There now.
There we go. The utilities? No, that was finance. We did that, but they didn't charge you about, we can come back to that. Okay, you ready?
I am ready.
Please proceed.
All righty, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
Evening.
Thank y'all for the opportunity to present our 2027 budget asks.
Would you introduce your team?
I surely
We
will.
don't get to see them often.
Oh, really?
To my right, I have John Gilbert. He is the Superintendent of General Services.
Okay. Welcome.
To my left, I have Michael Yancey. He is the Superintendent of the Garage or Maintenance Shop.
Well, good evening.
Evening.
Okay, to start, I would like to explain to you, share with you our mission. The General Service mission is, as a department, is to provide transparent customer service by effectively and efficiently maintaining the city grounds, roadways, sidewalks, right-of-ways, and litter control. To further this mission, we strive to provide quality assistance to the city departments in a combined effort to unify the community. On the clicker too. So to begin, I will go over our highlights. Our FY26 highlights, we successfully obtained the STAR program grant, which is the Scrap Tire Abatement Retirement Grant. It is a $50,000 grant, and that is used for whenever we collect tires, and we have to pay those costs up front, and then we get the reimbursement back for the tire collection.
That was from the state?
That is from the EPD, yes. I will say this year, we have been fortunate enough, I hope I'm not jinxing anything, that we have had a reduction in the number of tires that we have been collecting on the sides of the roads.
That's great.
So we are
That's
thankful for
great.
that.
Yeah.
I'm sure y'all remember, we had quite a bit last year, so.
I had some in front of my house, so yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Never before. Okay.
Another part of our highlights, we continue to do the canopy cutbacks throughout the city. We work in collaboration with the utilities department where they are cutting the line side of the road, and we are responsible for the opposite side of the road that does not have the power lines on it. However, when those trees fall, you know, they don't care which side of the road the lines are on, they're gonna go either way. So we are successfully continuing that program. We have hosted 2 annual Amnesty Day events, which is our spring cleanup in April and our fall cleanup that we host in October. And that is an opportunity for citizens to bring any of their unwanted items and discard of those in the correct manner. We had an issue with our salt canopy a few years ago where it was pretty old, it was kind of collapsing, so we did have the opportunity to replace that. So now we have the sand and salt mixture in a area that we can use it when it's time. Hopefully we don't use it. Does that mean that we have some bad weather? So we're hopefully don't need it, but we have it in the event that we do. We have completed our rock gardens downtown. I'm pretty certain that y'all have seen those popping up where we're doing the rock gardens there. We've installed those with some of the mulch, and we still have some plantings that we're still trying to do. And we're trying to work in collaboration with the downtown beautification idea as well. We have successfully moved 14 trees that were removed from Duncan Park, the front area, which was identified by our arborist. There were a total of 28, so we still have 14 more to go, but we are 14 less than we started with.
Are those replaced at any time when we remove trees from the canopy? Do we go back and replace those trees with?
So we have replaced trees that we have removed previously, but we have not replaced the trees that we've removed from the front of Duncan Park, only because we are still removing trees. But they will be replaced.
Thank you.
Our FY27 goals, I am aiming to install some directional signs. I heard last night where I believe it may have been Chapin's department that was talking about the wayfinding signs. I want to be able to install the signs that identify the different departments as far as the administration building so that people know where that is. Primarily because we are kind of forgotten over there across the tracks, and it's hard for them to find us. And then when they do, they still think the utility department is over there. So I want to put those for every building, for every department, so that they are identified.
Well, that would be great, because every time I go over, I go to the
the other
wrong
side,
building,
yes.
yes.
Yes, and we are working on that too, because we want to be found over there at 102, should that be a problem. I'm also starting our department leadership training, which we have already started with our leads. We have sent them off to get their A and B certifications, which is our fuel certification, so that they are able to operate the fuel system over at 106 and 102. That is primarily in case there is a problem. They know exactly how to treat the spill, as well as to shut off anything and keep everything clean during the regular daily operation. So I want to continue those trainings, not just with the leads, but also with John, so that they can further their education and growth. The downtown medians, I know we are all so familiar with those downtown medians, and I was tasked with making sure that we have those up and beautiful by the festival, and we will have those up and beautiful before the festival. I have that information from Mr. Phillips coming shortly. So y'all will definitely see that coming. I want to be able to achieve full staff As of right now, we are full staff. We are full staff. So I am glad to say that because it has been a long time coming, and it is definitely something that we needed desperately. The city beautification upgrade, which is the landscape at the monuments. These are the monuments over at what we call the Triangle, which is the split at Sonoya and 74. We've already completed that one. If you have a chance to go by there, we're tying in the rock thing, so we have some of the rocks there with some beautification flowers over there. And we're doing the same thing up at the monuments at Beverly Ingram or Highway 138 and Highway 29. That will be happening shortly as well. So when is Mr. Phillips?
Yes, gotcha.
It will be shortly.
It will include live plants.
Absolutely, 100% live plants.
Yeah, Union City is going
We will,
across the
we're
street.
actually hoping to go with the same person that
Union City?
did the Union City side.
Yes.
He gave us a really good estimate and.
Awesome.
But I did tell him it cannot look exactly.
Exactly,
like
like, that's exactly right.
We definitely have
You're
to
on
be
it, Ms.
different.
Hicks, you're on it.
Exactly.
Thank you.
We're in a competition with them that they don't know anything about.
Using their same contract.
Exactly.
Ms. Higgs felt some
How
kind of way
bold is
about
that?
so, yeah, she came to my office. She felt some kind of way about that.
I definitely did. Like, wait a minute.
Oh, but you should see the roundabout up a Rivertown Road. Yeah. Uh-huh, yeah, you
It's
you need to
nice.
see that, yes.
Oh, okay.
But anyway,
Check that out.
yes, it is. And a very expensive thing, but it looks good now. Yes, it does. Uh-huh, yes.
Ms. Higgs is not done yet.
Okay,
done.
okay.
I mean,
Just
with the
started.
decorative stuff.
Okay,
She's
okay.
not done yet.
Started for
You
sure.
got ideas.
Yeah.
Next time y'all see it, y'all gonna say, okay, we see the vision.
Yes.
Alrighty, the next thing is we want to improve the sidewalk safety. We have a number of sidewalks that are not necessarily damaged, but they have started to raise in different areas, so, you know, it still causes a trip hazard, or if kids are out riding, we want to try to address those as well as the ones that are actually broken. We've been identifying those so that we have a running list, so that we know where those are. And we want to continue our partnership, and I'm hoping they're listening, with the water and sewer on our drain cleanup. It has been really successful with us working with them because they do one side of it. I always say we do the mouth of the drain, they do the throat of the drain, and it has been very successful doing that. So we would like to continue that partnership. As far as our personnel, as stated, we are fully staffed at this moment. We have a total of 17 people. That includes myself, the superintendent, 1 assistant, have 3 lead workers, and 11 general service workers.
If I may, why is the decrease from 19 to 17?
Because I would like to be in line with the rest of my coworkers in helping with the budget.
Awesome.
I've referenced a couple of times yesterday, we had to go back to departments and say you have to reduce by 15%. When we do that, I allow the departments to tell me where they think they can absorb that with the least impact. And so it looks different in every department. And so in this instance, they forego those 2 positions to make their 15% cut. In other departments, it may be a program. It could be something different. And my thought behind that has always been the best person to decide how to absorb that impact is the person who's doing the work.
Yeah.
And so I let them do that instead of me or Ms. Chris just slicing and dicing. We allow the department directors to tell us, okay, if that's what you need. And so that's how that happened.
Thank you.
All right, so we will go to the next, our purchase contracts, contracted services. Our first item is uniforms, $25,000. And that covers all of their uniforms. Each employee gets 10 uniforms that is interchangeable, as well as steel-toed boots that they get twice a year. It also covers things like their rain jackets or hats or anything that we need, like the protective gear during the summer months. It also covers their jackets and their Carhartt jackets as well, the blue jackets and Carhartt jackets.
This may be obvious, but unlike other departments where you see a uniform line where uniforms are optional or they may have polo shirts in the accounting department, theirs is work wear. So that's why that number is more significant. because they are in the field, and so theirs is workwear, not the other things you may see in other departments.
The disposal, we have 2 disposals that we house over at the GFL station on Bohannon. Those dumpsters are primarily used for anything that we pick up on the side of the road, whether it's dumped furniture, or if we're doing street sweeping that day, then the trash that we collect goes over to the dumpsters. It also covers the dumpsters that we use for our spring and fall cleanup, so that we have 3 to 4 of those at each event. Landscaping, it's $190,000. That is an increase from last year of $100,000. $100,000 is going towards the retention ponds. There's 2 retention ponds at Woodland Hills that we recently found out that were deeded to the city, and the city is still responsible for maintaining those. And they have not been maintained in, I think, since they were built in 2003. So they are severely overgrown. Generally, my team will go out and take care of some of the maintenance that they can do at some of the retention ponds. But this one, because it had been overlooked for so many years, it is really out of control, and we had to do a bid for that. And that came in at $98,000 for those 2. So that is why the additional $100,000 is there. The remaining $90,000 is for our standard landscaping. We use that for trees when we have to cut down trees, or if trees are falling and we have to dispose of those trees. It's also used for plantings, those flowers and things of that nature that we use on a regular basis. The R&M equipment, we have the R&M equipment is for our fuel pumps that we have over at 102. It's also for our chipper and our mower and any of the equipment that we use to do our jobs on a daily basis. It is for the maintenance of those items. The R&M vehicle, we have a total of 12 total vehicles that, 6 of those are on the enterprise program, but the remaining 6 of those, we use those for items like our tires, our wipers, pretty much the same standard stuff you'll see and have heard for the R&M vehicles. That is what that line is for, and that is at a cost of $19,000. The street sign maintenance, that is the $40,000 that we're asking for. That is for the basic sign replacement, like street signs, stop signs, one-way signs, any of the standard signs that you see on the road. It also is to cover those wayfinding signs that I was mentioning to you guys earlier. Travel expenses for $1,000, that is when we have to go to different trainings and the employees are using their personal vehicles. It is to reimburse them for their gas mileage. Training, the training is $1,000. That is for flagger training, our equipment training when we get new equipment. Some of the training, a majority of the training is free. When we purchase equipment from different companies, they really are willing to come and train you on that equipment beforehand. So those are usually free, but we do have a few of them that they do charge us for those trainings. The business meeting of $1,000, that is for meetings that we hold prior to buying the equipment. So they can come out and try to tell us why we need the equipment. So we'll hold those kind of meetings for that. And that's what the business meeting of $1,000 is used for. The $126,250,000 is our other contract services. What that includes is AABI, which is $25,000. AABI is responsible for Highway 74 and Highway 138, the maintenance of those 2 roads. Family Lawn Service, which is $24,050. They are responsible for a portion of East Broad and Highway 29. Prior to us becoming full staff, we needed the assistance to do that, so now we have to kind of filter that in to see how it looks with us trying to do both of those areas before we immediately just try to say, no, we don't need those services anymore.
Right.
So that's what those cover. The Fuel Master is our software that we use for the fueling system. Ridgeline, I believe you heard from Dana yesterday regarding the Christmas tree decorations. That is split between his budget and my budget. That covers costs with the Christmas tree installation and takedown, as well as all of the decoration for the stage. C-Click Fix, it's the reporting software for citizens where they report any issues that they may see out in the street. It is also used by code enforcement as well as the water and sewer department. It's not their software, but when citizens report things, we kind of just share the information with the other departments. The tree canopy cutbacks of $40,000 is primarily for the cutbacks that are on Rivertown Road and Spence Road. If you've driven down those two streets lately, their overgrowth is dark when you drive through there because both sides are touching. So we're trying to get those two cut back because we have a lot of tree limbs and trees that have fallen on those roads. True Green is $3,100. True Green is who we use to spray our emergents at the stage, Frankie Arnold Stage, Mario B. Avery, City Hall, the Sonoya Monument, as well as Cora Robinson Park. And I believe Dana used them for a different process, but we use them just for the spray of the emergents. So that cost is $3,100. Those totals is what make up the $126,250 in our contract services. I'll stop right there real quick if anybody has any questions before I go forward.
I just want to ask about, there's a detention pond in Duncan Park, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so obviously we're responsible for that. But what's the schedule for that? Because that's very overgrown, or is that what is intended for that area?
Well, the Duncan Park retention pond is maintained by Parks and Rec. We used to do that one before they became staffed, but once they became staffed, they took that over as well.
Okay, well, it is well overgrown, so we need to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay?
I'll connect with the Parks and Recreation staff tomorrow.
Okay, all right, thank you. Every time I walk by it, I get paranoid of a snake coming out.
Oh, no. If need be, we're more
Yeah.
than willing to assist.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any further?
Any other questions? Yes.
Just one quick one for me. For C-Click Fix, you were saying that, residents will pretty much use that for things that need to be disseminated to other departments. How often does that happen?
Every day. Whether it's a tree, it could be a sign down somewhere, a pothole. It could be anything of any nature. It could be a car. I think we share some with the police where they may have cars that are illegally parked. It's just, they just put it in there. They don't know exactly what department it goes to, so we share that with the correct department for sure.
Okay.
But it is daily. Shanisha, she checks those every day, at least 3 or 4 times a day.
Okay. Something I might want to circle back to later in the future on that one.
Okay, C-Click Fix. Download that app. It's a great app.
Okay. You do that, yeah, Hauser?
I love the rock garden that you put downtown on Broad Street,
Thank you.
but you put the plants in front of Subway and Lady Fannie Mae's. There's beautiful rocks there, but no plants.
Right, we haven't gotten to it yet. That's what I was stating. We're doing the rocks first, and then we're coming back with the
I'm
plants.
a gardener, so, okay.
Yes,
Thank
we thought it would make more sense to finish one part of it first and then come back and do the other part. So it's coming. It's
All
coming
right,
soon.
thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Benson?
I just have
I keep doing that. Nichols, sorry.
I have a question about the uniforms. So every year we're renewing the uniforms for our staff, or is it as needed?
So we rent the uniforms from Cintas.
Okay.
So it's a cyclical rental.
Okay, so
And then occasionally we have to change out uniforms because our people change sizes.
okay. And that's typically, the contract is like every year, we're just
Yes.
renewing it? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Right. Right. Supplies and capital outlay. Office supplies is $3,500, and that is basic supplies, pens, pencils, just the basic things that we use on everyday functions. The natural gas is $9,000. That covers the cost for the water heater and the larger generator that was installed over at the maintenance shop. It is just for those two items. Gas went up as well. Street lighting is $110,000, and that is just for the street lights that are throughout the city that the city is responsible for. We did go up on that in additional costs because we have the new subdivisions and new areas that have been, that are being built, so those lights are forthcoming. Gasoline is $145,000. That covers the fuel for the city. It's taken out of my budget and then, I'm sorry, it's paid for from my budget and then it's allocated from each department. So it's not me paying for the fuel for the whole city. They have fuel budgets as well.
So that 145 is just for general services?
No, that's for the city. That's for the whole city.
Well, I think I see a line item on each other briefing for gasoline.
Yeah, I've seen it on several.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. So-
Yeah, including the departments just before you.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so we will definitely check into that.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
good catch.
What is that?
What did he call himself, the cutlet?
Yeah, it's
That's a
usually
great catch.
reallocated, but he said that you could see a budget. in there.
Okay, but then what about the gasoline when you're not in the city? You know, the Wex card we're using, yes, so where is that covered?
That is covered from that gasoline budget, but it's usually for, like when you guys go out of town, then Ms. Chris provided us a budget line.
Right.
That we pay that from. That's usually what it's used for. The different departments will give us a line that we charge that to. So I'm
Okay,
assuming it
so-
might be that fuel line that you're speaking of.
No, but the question is, should it be in each department? Or, because what you're describing would say it's all under you.
The same way-
But that's not what's being presented.
Same way that IT is now
Exactly,
zeroed out on all
yes.
the other departments, gasoline
should have been
be
zeroed out.
zeroed out on all the other
Yeah,
departments as well.
Okay, well, we will definitely look into it.
Yeah, Mayor, let me check that. I'm not quite sure that works that way, but I'll get you the details shortly.
Okay,
'Cause yeah, usually it's all in my budget,
Yes.
so we'll double check.
okay, great, thank you. Catch. Proceed.
Okay. Small equipment, which is $10,000. The small equipment covers things that we have to replace. There are certain things that Mike can't fix, so it's too old or just out of his realm of knowledge. Then we have to buy new blowers, new weed eaters, edgers, all of the equipment that we use for our everyday functions. The miscellaneous supplies, we use that for water. We have to buy pallets of water for them during the any month, but
Yeah.
mainly during the summer months. And we use that for the decorations for the Christmas decorations.
Wait a minute. I thought you said that was in the other contract services.
That was the $7,000 for Ridgeline. That's the company that we use that come and do the decorations on those big trees and the stage. Not the decorations that we're doing on the poles that are behind the stage or just the other trees that are on the gate.
Okay, thank you. And they're like, I guess all the signs that change out through downtown, is that under your budget as well?
You mean the banners?
I apologize. No?
No. That's an economic development.
Okay.
Sidewalks and, oh, sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're here for my gas?
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Follow up on the gas.
Okay, yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So the fuel line initially, Ms. Gill sends a fuel report to all the departments monthly, and then the bill is paid. It's reallocated back to the departments, and it hits their respective fuel lines. And so while the initial bill may come out of her budget, it goes back to the respective departments. Finance allocates it to the departments based on a report that she sends on a monthly basis. So that's why you'll see charges in each line. So for instance, for mayor and council, if you all go on travel and you use your WEX card, when you give those receipts to Ms. Ray, she allocates them to your education and training line because it's part of your respective travel. And so that's just how we allocate the fuel within each department.
Okay, but are we double counting?
No.
From this budget perspective, though?
No, so when they allocate the fuel back to the respective lines, it gives a credit essentially to Ms. Gale's department.
Okay, okay. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So her department only keeps fuel allocated for general services. Everything else is allocated to the respective departments.
All right, so it's, yeah.
So the total cost of the gasoline is $145,000 for, across the city. And all the other line items for gasoline, those are,
So, no, that's not the total cost. So let's just say, for instance, this month, the bill is $45,000. Gail pays that, she sends a report to finance, they allocate it out. It's almost, she gets a credit back to her department. If her department only used $5,000, $40,000 is credited back to her line.
145 is just her, just her.
Just for her to cover the invoices, because I think your invoices a month are,
Right. We order the
and she orders it.
whole gas.
For the whole city.
Yep.
She gets an invoice.
Right.
So that's what that 145 is covering. When the gas is actually used, if buildings and operations uses $10,000 of gas, finance charges that back to building operations, it's split back.
Totally understand what I'm
I
saying.
may only use 20,000 for my department.
Totally understand. But if it's 145 in each one of these departments, by what we're seeing here, that's an additional charges for gasoline based off all the different departments. 'Cause everybody's saying that they still need a budget for gasoline.
They do.
And she's got a budget here for 145.
Right, and they're charging it back to that 145.
So
Every
it's-
department pays for its own gas. She's buying it in bulk for the whole city. But when you go to the pump, it's tracked.
But what we see is, right here, is I see 145 that she's buying for the city. And I see every other department, they got a charge down here for gas as well. If it's something that's charged back, we may need to,
Well, I mean, really,
the way it
we
looks.
should, the presentation should be as you just described it.
Yes.
Okay? So if she is providing the upfront, the departments need to be zeroed out because all of the upfront costs are, and then
Well-
added.
Not really, so I want to say.
Wait, and/or, okay, then if you don't do that,
IT with computers.
huh?
The IT with.
Yeah, the exact same concept. But anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say, Ms. Chris?
So for instance, because I'm in there working on the budget now, I believe either fire department, one of them has already used about $160,000 in gas, just in one department. And so it's not just her purchasing the fuel, it's the actual fuel for her employees who are out in the field on a daily basis. But I will work with finance to see how we can clean up that process, but it's easier to see the allocation per department because you have police and fire that's running their vehicles 24/7 compared to communications who may only spend a month $30 in fuel because it's based on events. And so you can adequately track usage of our vehicles, which kind of helps with our enterprise lease and justifying the mileage that you see on some of these vehicles. And so I'll work to see how we can clean that up so it's properly reflected in her budget based on your comments tonight.
Okay, I know what I was going to say. So I can see administratively, it becomes challenging. Yes. But for full transparency and not perceived duplication, because that's what we see, because the departments are capturing the cost of the gas as well as you. Okay? So when the invoice, okay, so if all of the departments were to capture what they're expending on the gas, when you get the invoice to pay, then in reality, each department should be charged to pay that invoice
Exactly.
when you get in. but we have a lot of departments, and I know that could be tedious,
It's by
but,
usage.
excuse me?
It's by usage because they all use different amounts.
Well, that's true, but but the invoice should be itemized, right? To let you know who used what and what amount, right?
So we do that process now. That's why
Okay.
you get a monthly department. The fuel report that Gail provides is broken down by department, by employee to tell you what date they got gas, what
Right.
time they got gas, and how many fuels of gas they received. The reason she streamlines it out of her department is that we don't have to worry about 13 or 14 departments trying to process an invoice for their services, which could potentially impact the efficiency and the ability for her to get the fuel tank refilled. So she pays the invoice to streamline it, and then it's allocated currently back to that department.
No, I understand, and I agree with that, but what I'm saying is, rather than writing or charging just Gale for the gas, because you end up charging the departments anyway, but charge the departments to pay off the invoice.
So we do that, we clean it up on the back end.
No, but I'm saying, but that's how we got the retirement issue. That's exactly the same concept.
It's a little different than that, because with the retirement issue, that was going to a prepaid pension account that's not in anyone's budget.
Well, no, but, okay. The point is, though, you have centralized payment of the gas, which makes sense, right? But the budget presentation shows a duplication. So I hear how you are operating practically, but the documents tell us something else differently.
So we will work to try to clear up the process so it's more clear, and we'll look at how to better show this in the document. We purchase the gas up front, and then they use it, and then we clean it up after the use based on what each department used. I'll figure out, working with finance and communications, how we can make, it's not a duplication, and how we can make that look better. Everybody who has a city vehicle has one of these. When you go to the pump station, you stick it in. It immediately tells Gail who it gassed, what time, how much they used, what department, what vehicle they were in. So that creates a tracking mechanism for the usage, and that's how we do the chargeback. I get that it's not clear the way you're seeing it in the document. It works really well fiscally, but I'll see if we can present it in a way that makes it clearer to understand.
I have one addition about the gas. So 145 is the total, our total gas expense org-wide? Or is it 145 plus every other department's line item?
Which she pays for it up front.
So you pay for it, so the expense technically lives with you, so that is what I think the challenge of, like, we see the different line items, so maybe your line item should reflect maybe your, I don't know, it's weird, your usage, because that's the difference of like how this budget is presented. We're seeing everybody's usage, and then your usage is org-wide, so those numbers don't make sense.
Because that's not her usage.
That's not her, it's org-wide,
I
so
won't-
yes.
So I'll see if I can pull up the last fuel report, because it may be her usage, considering her team is in the field sometimes 7 days a week. So your departments like police, fire, general services, their usage is high. And so I asked Gail to look at what her 12-month average is, what her average bill is over 12 months. We will budget that. That may be adequate for her department. And so the way it's done, yes, it comes out of her department, but she's still credited and she's only charged for her usage. So each department has its own fuel line for the usage used by that department. So her number does not represent the total for the entire city, because it's way more than that.
Yeah.
So I guess what is the total? Because then that's how we can work backwards. If we know what the total is of all the gas, then we can kind of work back to see where it lives in the department. Because this budget is a different story. And I think we're all saying the same thing, but it's not being pictured here. And I don't.
Yeah, I think you're correct, Councilwoman Nichols. We'll try to figure out how to present it in a way that is clearer, but you want it to be allocated by departments. When we get audited, you need to know what every
Yes.
department
Absolutely,
used.
absolutely.
So that's, I understand the disconnect, and let us see what we can do so that it is clearer what the accounting principle is and why we allocate it that way.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilman Pam.
Hey, anytime.
So the sidewalk and street maintenance is $100,000, and that is for any sidewalk repairs as well as any street repairs that we have to do, whether it's a void or a broken sidewalk. Those are very costly lately. So I
Potholes?
did go up, I think, $10,000 from the last year's budget.
Potholes, for your pothole fields, or is that your department as
It
well?
is.
Okay,
It is.
thank you.
Landscape supplies, $10,500. That is for any supplies that we use for our daily operations, whether it's gravel, shovels, the loppers, the plants themselves, sand, anything that we need to do the landscaping process.
Anyway, do we receive reimbursement for the work we do on behalf of the state, on the state roads?
Not to my knowledge.
No, we don't?
No. So she mentioned Abby earlier, we maintain the medians on 74. We do not get reimbursed for that. The state will come out maybe once a
45
year.
days.
Is
Well, they
it
come
that
out
soon?
supposed to be every 45 days is what their schedule says.
So the
but
state
it
will
doesn't.
tell you, listen, we're going to maintain it. We may not maintain it as frequently as you like,
Yes.
but we're going to maintain it. Well, in the meantime, our citizens are going, why is there trash out there? If you cut that median every 45 days, it'll look like a jungle. And when we first arrived here in 2022, we would frequently hear that when you drive on 74 and you leave Fairburn and go into Tyrone, there was a massive difference between how their medians looked and ours.
Right.
And so we kind of did what we talked about earlier with the flower vendor.
Yes.
We stole their vendor. And so we use the same vendor now. And so the state would not likely reimburse that, but they would simply say, well, if you don't want to pay for it, then just wait for us to come out and do it, but they're only going to come every 45 days.
And they've discovered that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And trash, well, you probably.
They
noticed
did a
all in
Union
74.
City deal.
Trash gets thrown in the media almost daily.
Daily.
Yes.
And so you have to maintain it for it to look nice.
Ms. Hicks, it sounds like a Union City situation.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
He knows what I'm talking about.
All right. Okay, that's it on that page. So that is our summary, brings us to our summary. The total personnel services, $1,281,850. Total purchase contracts, $453,250. Total supplies, $398,000, bringing the total to $2,133,100. Any additional questions?
No.
All right.
Thank you.
I have one more.
Oh, you do?
There we go. All right. The next presentation is for the maintenance and shop, which we call the garage.
Yes.
Currently have 2 staff members in that department. That would be Mr. Yancey, and we have one other employee in that department. They are responsible for taking care of all of the city vehicles. That's every vehicle in the city with the exception of the large fire trucks because we don't have the bay capacity for those. We also, unless it's an emergency. We also take care of all of the lawn maintenance equipment. Those 2 people are taking care of every piece of equipment that we have in the city. All right. Oh, you gonna hand me that one? I'm sure some of those questions will be better for him to respond to, if you have any questions. All right, purchase and contracted services, the uniforms, same, they have to wear a certain type of uniform while they're working in the maintenance shop, so they too get a total of 10 that we rotate out as well. They get the same things, the shoes, the boots, everything. They get the same stuff. R&M equipment, $2,000. That is for the Safety Clean machine, Safety Clean. They come out and clean all of the auto parts, as well as clean out all of the oil from the oil changes that we do regularly. And they come how often? Every 6 months? Every 6 months. R&M vehicle, that is the two shop vehicles that we have. Those are older vehicles. They aren't really just vehicles that we just drive around in all the time. We use those for picking up parts, or if somebody break down on the side of the road, they have a van that has the setup for them to kind of service those a little bit on the side of the road. Postage, $50. Occasionally, when we order parts, we are responsible for paying the return shipping on certain things. This year, we haven't had to do that, but we always like to keep a few dollars in there just in case we do. The travel expense of $200 is for the same reason. If they have to use their personal vehicles, it is to pay them for their fuel reimbursement.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, sorry. Had to make sure. I didn't want to tap on it because, it's rude. Dues and subscriptions is $5,000. That covers the software subscription for our scanner. Also for the, just recently was able to acquire the ability to program keys, so we can reduce the cost of that. So again, you have to pay for a software subscription for that as well. And also covers our Napa track system as well, which is what we use for inventory tracking and all the work orders and so forth for the fleet.
Napa track?
Yes, ma'am, it's provided through them. And it's linked directly to the store in Palmetto, so I can order direct through it instead of having to pick up a phone.
Okay.
It's convenient. Trainings, $1,500. That's to cover the cost of doing the ASE testing that we're required to have, or certification, excuse me. It's to cover the testing for the certifications. Let me clarify. And
The ASE certification is the Automotive Service Excellence, which I'm sure y'all see where the ASE certification.
and that's for a grand total of $13,750 for all that.
The purchase services. The supplies, $300 for office supplies. As you can imagine, it's only two of them. They don't use nearly as many sticky notes as I do. And that lovely gasoline in there for $1,000 for the two trucks that we will be revisiting. The small equipment is for the hand tools that they use, like the impact drills, the ratchets, the nuts and bolts, and things of that nature. The miscellaneous supplies for $4,000 is for the supply cabinet that they have to keep stocked, as well as the wheel weights for balancing.
The repair parts for $25,000. That's covering filters, the bulk oil, brake pads, rotors, things of that nature, which it covers the ones that will work on more than one vehicle. So I usually also try to, once or twice a year, they'll throw everything on sale, and I'm like a madman. I'm like a kid in a candy store. So I try to get us the best price that I can, at least once a year, sometimes twice, but they're talking about only doing it once a year. So I'm hoping to really utilize that the best I can. I may wind up running out of places to put things for a little while, but I'll figure it out.
All righty. And I'm sorry, I failed to have John do some of the things too on ours, and I apologize for that. I was on a roll. So I totally forgot.
And he didn't tap you?
He did not tap. He did not.
He did him a favor, huh?
He did not. So in summary, for our maintenance shop, our ask is I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead and read it.
It's 200 and
223, 880, I'm sorry. I'm just squint.
Sorry. And that is it. If y'all have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer those.
Well, thank you, though, for what you do. Yes, so it's always good when we have fresh eyes on things.
Absolutely.
Because we kind of get into a routine of the way we do things, and so it's good to question. So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, and we
But,
will get that
yeah, so
response
you'll
to you.
provide us with that information as soon
Yes,
as you
ma'am.
find out.
Thank y'all, I
Thank you.
appreciate it. Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank
You
you.
too. Who's next?
Okay. Three more.
Three more. Utilities.
You skipped
Okay.
over police.
Yes, I move them. Yes, please come up,
Please come.
please. Okay, so I need to make an announcement, please. Unfortunately, I have to leave at 8 o'clock for a family issue that I've got to deal with. And so I've asked Councilwoman Davis, because our Mayor Pro Tem is not here, asked if she would preside over the proceedings. And then I will catch all of the presentations online and follow up with any additional questions that I may have. Is that okay?
All right, ma'am.
Yes. All right, thank you. Police, actually, you want to just come on and switch now, so I can just ease on out?
I can still sit here, can I?
No, you can't, you guys sit here. Okay, all right. Yeah, I got it. Okay, give it, yeah, I know, and just give me 2 minutes, okay?
I was about to say, do you want to?
Yeah, go ahead and do a bio break.
A bio break?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Perfect, thank you.
Start again, people.
Get him. Get him, Mayor Pro Tem. Get him.
Madam Clerk, who do we have next? Okay.
Good
Evening.
Good evening.
Right into it.
Hey.
Begin with our FY26 highlights. Our monthly response time for calls for service remained below 5 minutes and 45 seconds. What that means is we track our monthly response time throughout the year, and we want to maintain, we keep that a low number. We want our response time to be low. What that means is when you call 911, the time the police are notified, that's the average time it takes to get the first officer on scene. Next up, we established an electronic canine detection canine unit, Buster, within the CID umbrella. Most of y'all have Buster by now, I think.
Yeah.
We are on pace for all supervisors to have attended some advanced leadership training, either at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, the FBI LEADA program, Georgia Municipal Association. We've got our supervisors going through training. And then we've reestablished participation in the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. That is one of our detectives, again, within the CID umbrella, who's kind of picked up that task. Some of our goals for fiscal year 2027, including reducing our monthly response time to less than 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Our goal is to shave 15 seconds off our response times. We'd like to reduce Part 1 crimes, if possible, by another 3%. We'd like to establish a patrol narcotics canine. That is a different kind of canine unit than Buster. Buster is to detect electronic devices. We're looking for an actual narcotics canine to begin work in the road. Our goal was to establish a drone first responder program. We are still going to work towards that goal, possibly at mid-year. And then enhance our community outreach police services program. We're big on our community outreach. Thank you again, by the way, for all y'all who showed up to National Night Out this week. That was a lot of fun. Our personnel line, there's been no change to any of the ranks with the exception of the police officer, the PO2. We do have 2 positions frozen. That is something that, of course, we don't start this process saying, I sure would love to free some police officer positions, but our budget, as you'll see, is very static in a lot of ways. We have a lot of contracts that we have, entered into over the years, so there's just not a whole lot of room. Obviously, the city is growing. Of course, we would like to grow the police department. That's obviously a goal, but the budget is what the budget is. So we have to make, there's only so many options you can pick from, right? So there are 2 frozen positions for this fiscal year. Purchase contract. Our professional line, as you see, is at $26,000. That includes GBI invoices, that's the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, for fingerprint services for civilians and alcohol license renewals. When you come to the police department to get your background check, we have to pay the GBI when we're running your fingerprints through their database. That also includes IDI Core, which is a software utilized by CID, as well as Sling, which is a software we use within the department to manage off-duty officer scheduling. So when Food Depot or the Renaissance Festival want to schedule an off-duty police officer to work, all that's managed through that system. Moving on next, employment screening, $5,500. That includes polygraph services. Every sworn officer candidate has to be sent through a polygraph before they're hired as part of our program. It also includes psychological screening with a professional psychologist who, again, screens every police officer candidate. Post-application fees for non-certified hires. When we send a rookie to the police academy, there's an application cost that we have to pay to POST. POST stands for the Peace Officer Standards and Training Council. They are the state organization that governs law enforcement statewide. We are anticipating sending 4 to the academy in FY 2027. And again, estimated new hires. And again, some candidates wash out. So we don't just pay for the candidates we hire, we also pay for the ones who don't make it through our hiring process. Yeah. Again, that line is for $5,500. The next item is the E911 expense. That's $200,000. That's a contract that we have with Fulton County from years back. I believe PD pays $200 and fire pays $200. Again, no change there. Next on the list, R&M equipment. We're requesting $5,000 in that line. R&M equipment includes recalibration and recertification of speed detection devices. So our radar and LiDAR units, laser and radar. Those need to be certified every year. There's a cost to that. They have to be professionally certified for accuracy. Also includes repairs when there are damage to the units. Next up, R&M vehicle. We're requesting $95,000 in that line. This handles all of the maintenance costs that the police department incurs for the fleet. So when there's tires that need to be replaced, brakes, expenses come from that line for the police department fleet. Obviously, that's not a small number, but we also have by far the largest fleet in the city. So our fleet costs are going to be higher than any other department. Next, the rental of equipment. We've got $4,400 expense there. We would like to pay for a porta potty to be at the firing range. On the Bohannon Road Fire Station and Public Safety Training Center, there's, of course, a firing range on the back side of the building. There used to be a company that rented space out there that had a porta potty. When that company left, there's now not one. So we'd like to get one out there for the officers when they're out there at the firing range. Moving on, printing and binding. We have, sorry, my eyeglasses aren't working. Thank you. $4,500 in there for printing and binding. Includes business cards for command staff, detectives. Every officer carries blank business cards they hand out to citizens. Includes purchasing of receipt books. So when there's victim and witness pamphlets that we have printed out for, well, victims, that all officers provide them after scenes of crime. Citation books. When the e-ticket system is not operational, we still have to have physical ticket books that you can be used in the event that technology decides to stop working for us. Also includes banners, flyers. You've seen the National Night Out banner around the city lately. We got, that's where this line comes from. Also thermal paper for e-ticketing. Our e-ticketing program, which you guys heard about earlier from court, the violator still gets a paper copy, and it's an e-ticket machine, it's a thermal printer, and we have to restock that thermal paper on the regular. Again, $4,500 requested in that line. Moving on, our postage, we've actually decreased the amount in this line. We're only requesting $1,000 for the postage line. We just are having to mail fewer and fewer things. It's just less and less common. So moving to the next line, the travel expense line, the request there is for $42,000. That includes a significant number of PD personnel who go to training, some of the training that officers attend to, and I want to clarify, this is not just me and the deputy chief, this is all levels of the police department. They're going to this training from officer up to and including me and the deputy chief. We send sergeants, lieutenants, officers, corporals. This is training expense for all the department. Includes, and not limited to, the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police Conferences, the Georgia Police Accreditation Coalition, which is our state certification program, the GCIC conference. GCIC, again, puts on training every year for those who are managing that program, like our TAC, our Terminal Area Coordinator. The Noble Conference, that's the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives. The GIAIA, which is the Georgia Internal Affairs Investigators Association. GTOA, which is the Georgia Tactical Officers Association. The IACP, which is the International Association of Chiefs of Police. GAWPS, which is the Georgia Women in Public Safety Conference, and as well as ILETA, I-L-E-E-T-A, which is the International Law Enforcement Educators and Trainers Association, and finally second to last, ROCIC, which is the Regional Organized Crime Information Center, and finally rounding it out, GGIA, which is the Georgia Gang Investigators Association.
Chief.
Yes.
You have all the alphabets.
I've got more acronyms than I know what to do with. That's why I've got to write it all down.
I know.
And then, of course, executive training opportunities, like when we can send officers to the FBI, they put on a program called LEADS, where we can send mid-level supervisors to this training. I think it's very beneficial. This is actually a slight decrease from last year's budget, just very slight. Moving on, next line, housing allowance. This is the program, I believe, jointly between PD and Fire, where we have a housing stipend that we pay to police officers who choose to live inside city limits. For FY27, we're planning for 10 positions, 10 spots available at a rate of $350 per month, which means you get $350 per month for living in the city. Again, a slight decrease from last year. We're asking for $42,000. Next, the dues and subscriptions. All those alphabet things I just said, they all have a subscription cost as well.
A lot of dollar signs.
I'd rather not repeat them all, but I can if I need to. 55.25 in that line. Moving down, Our training line, we're requesting $47,000. This includes the Georgia Law Enforcement Command College. We try to send 2 at a time to the Command College. It's a course that runs approximately 2 years. Usually each officer ends up taking a few courses a year, 2 to 3 courses per year, and you stretch that out over a 2-year program. When they've completed Command College, they've not only got their Georgia Law Enforcement Command College certificate, if they have the appropriate college credit, they also earn their master's degree. So it's very beneficial to send officers to that higher level education. In addition, we've got the PMP program, which is if you're not seeking your master's degree, the PMP program is very similar to the Law Enforcement Command College, but it gives you credit towards a bachelor's degree. It's also through Columbus State University, very similar program. Of course, conference costs, and then miscellaneous, such as we'd like to send 2 mid-level supervisors in the sergeant and lieutenant range to the FBI LEADA trilogy. You have to attend all 3 phases. The cost is $800 per course. And then specialized training for detectives, such as, what was the training we sent Walker to?
Blue Gold has a bunch of different training. There's a lot of different training in the Southeast that we like to incorporate the detectives and middle management leadership as far as just getting external training outside of what is at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center. It just gives you a different outlook, and then they come back and bring in some ideas that they've learned from these classes.
Okay.
The next line is a request for $5,000 for business meetings. What we do is, number one, when we have an academy graduate, we like to, show up for them when they graduate from the police academy. We usually have a cake. We'll provide them with some entry-level stuff, like a go bag, which is the bag they keep in the front seat with them when they're in the car by themselves. We give them a little Fairburn PD branded mug, so it's a little kind of like a celebration when someone graduates from the police academy. We try to make it a big deal for them. In addition, when we're hosting meetings, we participate in the Metro Atlanta Traffic Enforcement Network. They call it MATN. The Metro Atlanta Traffic Enforcement Network has regular meetings, and we'd like to host at least one of them here in Fairburn during FY27. Moving on, next line, the K-9 expenses. We're requesting $7,500, which is an increase of about 50% from last year because, of course, K-9 Buster is here. We got to take care of K-9 Buster. Grooming, vet, food care, miscellaneous, the items for the dog, the leads, the things we use to train. Other contract services. This is usually what is eye-opening for us, for PD, during the budget review. That's a big number, of course. Other contract services is a little over $600,000. I'm going to run through, and then DC is kind of my expert in this area, so if there's any specific questions about some of these contracts, we're going to tag team it. Number one, Axon. That is the body cameras, that is the dash cameras, that is evidence.com, which is the unlimited storage of the body camera video. It wasn't too long ago we were talking about this, that we've got 10 years of body camera video in evidence.com. So it's a significant amount of video, you can imagine, 10 years of almost 24/7 body cam video. And now we've added dash cameras as well. So that is a significant portion of the cost. Body cameras are expensive. And again, also includes the dash cameras, the Fleet 3. Fulton County radio monitoring. This cost has gone up. We pay per radio per year. This is in addition to the $200,000 we pay for Fulton County 911 services. This is the individual license per radio. The police department has 128 radios. That includes the handheld units as well as the car radio. So that's why that number's so big. That cost per the county, again, that's not like something we just decided, has increased from $442 per radio per year to $600 per radio per year. So again, that's also a significant expense, rounding out around $77,000. Flock. The Flock cameras, we have a number of contracts with them that we've integrated over the years. DC, do you want to touch on Flock very briefly?
So right now, we've had about 4 different purchases, agreements made with Flock, integrating both the license plate readers and also the pan, tilt, zoom live camera feeds. Most of your LPRs are located around the external portions of our jurisdiction as you enter into the city, and then a lot of the pan, tilt, zoom cameras are located in the downtown Fairburn district. Obviously, we didn't want to invest too much money on Highway 74 area because of all the construction that was going to occur, so they were just going to remove our cameras anyway. So kind of waiting until the 74 project is done. But for Flock, I think our estimated contract total is about $86,000 as of today.
And we are not asking for any additional flock cameras in this fiscal year. FY27, we're not asking for additional cameras this time.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Chair? Yes, not about the flock cameras. I want to know, you said we have 10 years of body camera storage.
Yes.
Can we get rid of some of that after a certain period of time? Do we have a policy?
We can, and we can choose to purge it if we want to. I always fall back on if it's unlimited and we can keep it, and if 6, 7 years down the road you just happen to need that body camera, I'd love to have it and not have to to explain why we don't have it anymore.
Okay, but I thought you said we were paying for it.
We pay a base. It's just a base,
Okay,
but it's
just a base.
unlimited storage, which for us right now is just
Okay, then.
terabytes worth of data.
Sure, that makes sense then. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Moving on, other contract services, this is still in the same line. We pay for IA Pro. These are platforms that we use for personnel files as well as internal affairs files. So if you want an officer's personnel file, everything goes into this system, from commendations to complaints, if they're involved in a motor vehicle accident, a use of force, or response to resistance. Everything goes into one digital system, so everything's in one platform. We implemented this system a couple of years ago, and it's been a godsend because we used to be paper, and that was a lot of filing. So this is digital now, and I think it's been great. Additionally, we pay for investigative platforms such as Palatine. This provides an electronic warrant terminal at the main PD. There's an annual recurring cost for that. This allows us to swear out warrants digitally. We're inside the police department, and we can connect with a Fulton County magistrate judge instead of having to go to the jail or find a judge. We can literally do it 24/7 inside the building. Also includes Anywhere Warrant, which the detectives can use anywhere they have internet access. They can connect with a judge and swear out search warrants and arrest warrants. Additional miscellaneous software, Eagle Advantage Solutions is our fingerprinting software. Again, if you come to the PD for a background check, we'll bring you to the back. Eagle Advantage Solutions provides that machine that actually digitally scans your fingerprints. Includes Rapid ID fingerprint scanner. This is a device we have that's basically a modified smartphone where if you've got a fingerprint record in the system, we can scan your fingerprint and it'll tell us who you are if you've been fingerprinted by law enforcement at some point in your life. Also includes All Traffic Solutions, our speed trailer. So if you've ever passed our speed trailer somewhere on the side of the road, either during the Renaissance or during the Third Friday concert, we'll put it out as a message board. There's an annual recurring cost for that sign as well because it's got a cell service to it, so we can change the message remotely from the PD and it'll update the message. Also includes Motorola. We have several active Motorola contracts of varying amounts. There's approximately a little over $100,000 in Motorola contracts. I believe it's 3 different contracts we've had over the last 3 to 4 years where we've purchased a number of either mobile radios that go in the car or handheld radios. We've purchased several throughout the last 4 to 5 years. And each time we've made a purchase, we've entered into a new agreement. So these are the payments to Motorola that, again, have already been entered into via contract. Also in contract services, Power DMS. Power DMS covers Power Ready, Power Training, Power Policy, Power Line. All of these software are about training and policy and state certification. So kind of different from Blue Team, that is personnel policy, your personal record, your internal affairs file. This is department policy. So we've got 20 some odd chapters in the SOP. When we update the policy, instead of having to do paper and physical wet signatures acknowledging the policy updates, everything's digital now. So we update the policy, we push it out, everybody digitally signs for it, and we've got a digital signature for every single person in the police department instead of passing around a piece of paper saying, hey, sign for the policy, everything's digital now. Again, also our state certification program is managed through this. The state certification program, we've been state certified since 2011. We'll be up for recertification next year, but that process is also managed in this system. It involves a couple of hundred of proofs where it says, for example, that the police department, to be state certified, you have to have a policy on seatbelt use. You have to have a policy on evidence handling. You have to have a policy on use of force, all these different things. And those proofs and the policies and all that goes into this system. So again, everything's digitized. It used to be cabinets full of paperwork. That all is gone now. So that rounds out our contract services. Everything I just talked about, that's all contract services. That's why there's that very large number, $600,000. The last two on the purchase contract list, the Police Department Wellness Program, we have decreased this number. We were requesting 10,000 in there. Includes generalized wellness initiatives for the PD. We've got a reward cabinet where officers can, when they receive a commendation, they earn little poker chips from their supervisor who puts them in, and they can cash them in for anything from a massage gun to T-shirts and various little things we have inside the PD. Also includes our awards recognition program. We usually have 2 promotion ceremonies a year, and when we give them a promotion, of course, we'll provide them with their new badge, and there's a number of awards that we hand out throughout the year, such as Officer of the Year, Rookie of the Year, Detective of the Year. That all comes out of this line as well. Finally, in the purchase contract area is jail services. We're requesting $45,000. This is a slight decrease. Again, this is for the East Point Jail specifically. We don't pay for the Fulton County Jail. But when, and it's been in the news lately, but when someone can't go to Fulton County, or if it's a lower level offense, then we take them to the East Point Jail. We do pay for the East Point Jail use. I can pause there if you'd like before I move on to supplies, or I can keep moving, whatever y'all prefer.
Ms. Nichols?
Yes, hi, thanks,
Hi.
Chief. I have a few questions. I love the housing allowance. How many of our police staff or officers actually take advantage of that?
DC, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think we're 7 or 8.
As of today, I think we are at 6, but on an annual average, we've usually maintained between 8 and 9 officers. I think
Okay,
our
so
previous
pretty.
slots were 12 slots, but we've reduced it down to 10 this year.
Okay. Awesome. And then, I don't know, this is probably a question for you, Mr. Phillips, as we think of we have a lot of contractors throughout our different departments. How often are we revisiting and renewing and just trying to put out different bids? Because even with finance, I heard we have the same auditor for 10 to 12 years. Not that's a good or bad thing, but as we look at different opportunities, like what is our life cycle of like, maybe we should look at other partners?
Right, so typically that connects to when contracts are renewed
Okay.
for services. And so that times differently based on the department and the service. We do try to consistently look at those agreements. Auditing is one that's probably an outlier in that Maudlin and Jenkins probably does audits for about 90% of local cities. I don't know that that's a good thing. It's kind of a local standard. And so they're a bit of an outlier. But typically, whenever a contract comes to the end of its life cycle, that is our opportunity to look at that and go to a procurement at that point. And so there are some contracts that have automatic renewals, and that's built into the contract as approved. But it's at the life cycle of that contract when we take the opportunity to go, we should bid this out and see who else is out there, because the market changes,
Right.
cost changes, and then you want to make sure you're getting the best cost for our taxpayer dollar.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyone else?
Just to piggyback off of that with the automatic renewal, let me make sure I understand. So when we are up for automatic renewal, there is still that window in order to look to contract out.
Yes, so renewals that are built into a contract do not bind the city or bind the contractor. There's typically some mechanism that allows either party with appropriate notification to extract from the contract. So we're never in a contract. They're all approved by the city attorney's office. They would not, I shouldn't say what they would do. I've never seen them approve a contract that did not give the city an option to get out of it. So in my government career, I've never seen a contract like that. And typically, it's for both parties.
Right.
So at the end of that, when it's time to renew, the contractor may say, no, you're not paying enough, 60 days notice, I'm leaving. Or vice versa, the city may say, we think we want to rebid this. And so those are renewals built into the contract, but they are not binding where we can't get out of that. But let me stop because
Understood, but I
I'm
guess
talking legal terms. and
Right.
Ms. Noel should address
My
it.
question to it is, when that does come up, are we automatically saying, okay, this is up for renewal, it's set as an automatic renewal, let's look at other potential contractors at the same time? Are
So
we doing that? Instead of just letting it ride, so to speak?
It's more in the nature of an option to auto-renew, not just, at a date certain it will renew. The way that we've structured the language is to have a window of time prior to the start of the next contract period, when the city can say, we don't want to renew, or the vendor can say that they don't want to renew, depending on the nature of the contract. And the other piece is, we always build in language that says that if the city does not appropriate funds for that contract, the contract automatically terminates. So we've built in protections for the city, really because the Constitution requires it. You know, we can't just willy-nilly incur debt beyond a fiscal year. And because we know the city needs flexibility to figure out what contract solutions best fit their needs.
So is there,
Wait, hold on. Perry, Councilman?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Any contract that exceeds $49.99 at renewal comes back to council for the renewal. So you will see those. So anything that's above $50,000 and above, that renewal would necessitate council approval. And you'll see those periodically where they will come back, and it may be their second or third renewal. And generally, when it gets on an agenda, it's because at the staff level, we've determined that the service has been consistent, has met the city's need. That's why we're bringing it to council for renewal, but that will be presented on a council agenda, and there's an opportunity for dialogue at that point. There are some instances where the vendor elects not to renew. They may say, hey, the cost that we entered into in this contract is no longer relevant. We need more money. We can't do the service at this cost anymore, and so we're going to notify the city that we choose not to renew, and so it can happen in either direction.
Okay. You brought this subject up.
I just had a follow-up of
in
like,
reference to this?
yeah, of like who is, so when HR had presented, because we had the same, I don't know, broker all these years, 20 years. I don't know if that was on an auto renew or what that was on, but like who was responsible for like actually being in charge of like, we need to reinvestigate this if it's under 50K, because if it's under 50K, those will add up as well. So like, how are we being responsive and proactive as we're looking at different renewals and not just getting caught in just an auto cycle? Because I'm just going back to the whole, the broker from HR when we had that same broker for like 20-something years. Like, that's just not good business. So I'm just thinking like, how do we manage that process and who is technically going to be responsible for, because it's like each department could have like 10 different, 20 different contract, like, so how do we get ahead of that?
City Administrator's Office.
Okay.
Let me be clear. They had been here for all of those years when this administration arrived. So we're the ones who looked at it and go,
Right.
no, it's time to rebid it, because we consistently try to take a look at any service that's up for renewal, and that is our opportunity to determine, is this service adequate for the city's needs? Is it at the right cost? And so we do that consistently, because all of those have to come to the city administrator's office below $50,000, and above $50,000, they come to you and your colleagues.
Right.
And so there's always an opportunity to look at that window and go, and so, no, I can't speak to what may happen in years past. We don't rubber stamp renewals. We don't just automatically go, oh, you've been here a long time, let's keep doing this, because things change. Costs change. And sometimes there are instances where the service has not met our expectations or needs to be enhanced. Sometimes the terms of the contract may need to be revisited. So we agreed to a contract that said this is the scope of service. The city's now grown, and we may want to, hey, we want to add these services. So there could be all type of operational reasons to rebid a contract. So we look at those in that window Ms. Noel was talking about. We don't automatically renew anything.
Okay.
And by the way, Ms. Noel, thank you for that. It's option to renew. It's not an automatic. Nothing automatically renews.
Councilman Perry?
Hey, Chief LT, appreciate you guys for coming here, going through your proposed budget. First, as I say, almost every council meeting, really, truly appreciate you guys' approach to community policing here in the city of Fairburn. Thank you and all your officers for everything that you do. My question today is $130,000 that's proposed or requested for the overtime. I noticed that you were freezing two of the positions. Would the addition of 2 of those positions lessen the overtime, or is there any correlation there?
The overtime is in the personnel part of the budget. I believe I'd have to check in with Ms. Talisha on that. Because any of the salary, wages, overtime, a lot of that, we don't directly manage. I think we'd have to loop in Ms. Talisha.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Any other question? Oh, yes.
Kind of piggybacking off of that one, because I know that it was mentioned in fire for overtime that there's like that, what was it, the 40?
Kelly Day.
Right, the Kelly Day. Do you guys have?
No,
that sort of
that's only fire.
Okay.
I'm sorry, no, he answered, it's only fire because they work 24 hours on, 48 hours off, so they have a unique schedule.
Understood. And then for the Motorola contract that you were talking about, I think you had said for new radios only, that's for that Motorola contract?
The Motorola contract is actually a combination of 3 existing contracts that we've signed in the past. These are the payments that are due as part of previous contracts we've already entered into in prior fiscal years. We're not ordering new radios.
Gotcha. Okay, and so then those radios that have been purchased fall into what you would call the Fulton County radio monitoring, like, they monitor those radios that you have?
Yes, yes.
Okay, any other questions?
I do have one, sorry.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the wellness line. How is that, so HR has a wellness program, right? And this is separate. Can you just explain the reasoning or the behind us having 2 different ones?
Sure.
I'm not saying y'all don't deserve it.
No, absolutely
but
not,
I'm
no.
just curious.
I think what we do is, because we as a department are smaller than the city as a whole, when HR is doing wellness initiatives, you know, there's going to be a order of magnitude higher cost for HR to do it for 200 some odd employees, whereas I've got 60. So when I'm doing it, you know, we can go a little bit above and beyond. There's also certain wellness initiatives that I think are very specific to law enforcement. For example, we have and we're looking for a new vendor at the moment, but an IV hydration program. When these officers are out here wearing their body armor and it's 95 degrees, you know, they lose hydration very, very quickly. So we had an IV hydration where once a month they could go and get a bag of saline fluid, you know. Up until we were actually trying to incorporate gym. We actually had to remove that from this particular fiscal year only because we were expecting the public safety complex to be done.
have a
We
gym
will
in
have
it.
a gym in it, so.
Yeah.
You know, certain parts of it I definitely think were specific to law enforcement, or at least to working in the field, you know, in the elements that I think were relevant.
So one of the reasons we did the gym allocation, which hopefully will be supplanted when we complete the public safety complex with a gym in it, is because of the unique stress that comes with their profession. Deputy Chief can probably explain more than I can how the officers view the ability to be able to go and work out on a consistent basis. And so they are in a very unique profession that comes with a degree of stress that is uncommon to other departments. And so working with Chief and Deputy Chief, we thought that was a good way to support our police department in what they do. And I'll defer to them as to what impact they feel it's had on the department.
I'd say it was 2 years ago, we started the wellness program, kind of formalizing it. It has been positive. I would say that understanding HR has its own budget for it. Sometimes it doesn't reflect well with the police officers, mainly because you got police officers that also work night shift. So when the event is being held on a Tuesday during the daytime between 12 and 2 or something, that's not going to get a majority of the police department because most of them are all sleeping. So it gives us a little bit more flexibility having that set of money to where we can put initiatives that we can plan and schedule based on our current shifts. We've also applied for a couple grants, haven't won any so far. We just submitted one, I believe, this week through the DOJ, the Law Enforcement Mental Health Awareness Grant. So cross our fingers, hopefully we'll hear back sometime in September about it.
And lastly, I'll tell you, it's a retention effort as well.
Yeah.
Public safety is highly competitive, highly competitive. A qualified police officer, post-certified with a decent record, can pretty much work where they choose to. And so those extra elements like that create a specific culture for the Fairburn PD that maybe not every other department has, that and all the other things that the command staff does, but it's a retention tool as well. Along with the housing allowance, which is another retention tool, and keeps our officers in our city.
Right.
Right.
And so I want to thank Ms. Chris for that. She had that creative idea about 3 years ago.
So I noticed it decreased over time. Is that because we're expecting gym?
The gym membership is
Okay.
part of it, because we
So-
were paying for that up until FY27 begins. And again, we're going to have our own gym very soon.
So when you get this gym, I need a boot camp, okay? So.
You got it.
And by the way,
Council boot camp.
if you, those of you who've seen Fire Station 23, we built a gym in the fire station.
Mm-hmm.
So on that side of public safety, right? And so they're gonna have a really nice one
Yeah, I'll
in the
be
public safety
waiting.
complex.
Okay.
But
Any other, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was gonna, because Ms. Champagne walked in, and I know Councilman Perry had the question about the overtime, and I don't know if you want.
Councilman Perry, you want to revisit your question?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Go ahead,
So,
sir.
there's a line item here for police, for $130,000 for overtime. My question was, they have two positions on freeze this year. It was $130,000 last year. Would the addition of the two police officers reduce the overtime?
Probably not. The reason I say that is with the forecasting of overtime, it's just the forecast. What I do is I take the hourly rate of those officers, multiply it by the actual overtime rate, and then I get what the police department may forecast. That number might go up a little bit because, again, they're operating with less officers.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
I'm sorry.
I'm going,
I'll make
Go
it
ahead.
quick. But piggybacking off of that, is there a comparison of cost of officer versus cost of that overtime itself? Like, is overtime defined as in just a couple of hours here and there versus total usage of time? I guess is the question that I'm asking.
So I lean to the chief and the deputy chief as how they manage their operations and as it relates to officers that may need time off or how many officers they may require on the road or incidents or things of that nature that may come up. Whether it's a detective that may end up working past a 12-hour shift and may end up having to do 20 hours because of a case that may have come up. Those are just nuances that happens within the police department. So operationally, I don't get, down into the department side, but when it comes to kind of the budgeting side, I'm there to provide the actual overtime rate per officer to include the forecasting of what the police department may forecast that they could potentially expense in their overtime line.
That explanation helped, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we know the actual for FY26? I'm just curious. We're budgeting the same amount, and I'm just wondering.
Yeah, that's why,
Are we-
that was my initial.
I've got our budget actually right here in front of me. The current budget, as you said, Councilwoman Nichols, is $130,000. We are currently, as of when this was printed earlier today, we're at 93% of budget with a balance of $8,675 remaining. Our year-to-date actual, as of today, it was $121,324.
Okay, so you're on track to probably overspend.
I think we'll be pretty close, but
Close, yeah. Okay. No, that's good information because that is helpful as we think of next year what the needs are and you're staying on track. So I appreciate that.
And I guess, just to add on it, to my point earlier with regards to phase lining and phase plan, that's exactly what I'm referring to, whereby you can see what that budget is and exactly where it is as we go about through it throughout the year. So, hey, outstanding.
Okay, all right, chief, move on.
all right, we'll move on to.
Yes, sir.
One moment.
I'm sorry.
So I'm listening as I'm working in the back. So today, PD has expended $121,000 in overtime, but just keeping in mind that we have, I think, just 4 more pay periods left in the fiscal year. So they're at $121,000 of them 130.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, let's
All right,
move on.
flipping slides, on to supplies. First and foremost, the donation expenditure line. This is our community policing initiatives. This includes National Night Out, which again, thanks y'all for coming this week. Our COPS events, like when we do Coffee with a Cop, and expenses for Citizens Police Academy, Senior Police Academy. We got to have food and snacks and drinks. And then, of course, Blue Light Christmas. We always budget a certain amount of money for that. We'll be gearing up for that program actually in just a few months. It'll be December before you know it. That's where that line covers. The next line, technology supplies, the request is $15,000. This includes just miscellaneous technology needed around the PD. Tough books, we've budgeted $7,000 for tough books, which gets us probably 2 of them. They're pretty expensive, but they're those ruggedized laptops that are good in the police officers' cars because they're constantly vibrating, a lot of heat, a lot of cold. And then, of course, regular office workstations that are for CID, command staff, people who are inside the building. Moving on, office supplies. The request is $7,500. Again, a slight decrease from last year. Pretty self-explanatory, office supplies. Moving on, and I know this came up during Gail's presentation as well, but gasoline.
Hey.
What do you know? $276,000. We average about $22,000 a month for the police department in gasoline. Again, we're the largest fleet by far. We have more cars than anyone, so we burn a lot of gas. Again, we're just kind of projecting a very slight increase just because we're, inflation and gas prices and all the things. Moving on, small equipment, $500 to $5,000. The request there is for $50,000, which is a slight decrease of about $5,800, $6,000 from last year. This includes replacing several of our radar and LiDAR units. Of course, the other line mentioned earlier was for repairing them. This is for when we want to buy new ones. This includes purchase of stop sticks. If there is a vehicle pursuit, we can use these stop sticks to throw them out on the road in front of the fleeing vehicle and deflate their tires safely. We're also requesting ballistic patrol shields. Patrol ballistic shields at $1,500 each. These are shields that we're trying to get eventually outfitted where every vehicle in the fleet, every police officer has a shield, an actual physical ballistic shield in their car that would be in addition to the body armor they wear that could help keep them safe. Trying to add a few each year. That also includes, this line includes the SRT equipment. The SRT is the special response team that we are still working to put together. We're actively sending people through training. This includes communication equipment, diversionary devices, and other team resources like surveillance poles, an entry drone that could roll through a door or go through a window to get a look inside of a home or a building. And this includes also requests for standard weapons that the police department does purchase from time to time. This includes regular patrol rifles that go to the officers, specific rifles for the SRT team, and then some standard Glock pistols that, again, we just typically replace from time to time and upgrade as Glock updates their duty weapons. We'll update ours as well. Moving on, the miscellaneous supplies line. This is for items less than $500. Slight decrease from last year. We're using this line for handheld Alka sensors. So when someone's doing a roadside breath test and they're blowing into the device, the Alka sensor, there's a little piece of plastic and you got to replace it every single time we do a test all year long. Got to have those little plastic clips on the end that people blow into. Also includes weapon accessories such as pistol-mounted lights or the holographic sights. Includes firearms cleaning materials, which is not an insignificant expense. We got to keep the guns clean. Tint meters. So when we make a traffic stop, if there's a tint violation, they'll put the little gizmo on the window and check the tint amount on the car. Traffic safety kits from cones and vests and flares and all the things we use for traffic safety. Okay. Moving to the next line, training supplies. The request here is for $42,000, slight decrease of $2,000 from last year, about 5%. The lion's share of this is for ammunition. $24,000 of this request is for ammunition. We shoot at the firing range all throughout the year, and ammo is expensive. We primarily shoot 9mm. I think we actually are 100% transitioned away. Yeah, I'm sorry. We are at 100% 9mm now. We had, for a while there, the department was kind of a mix of 9mm and 45. 9mm is cheaper, so we all shoot 9mm now. The other agency training, this includes simunitions. At least once a year, we will go to an abandoned high school and we'll conduct active shooter training for the police department. And we actually have simunitions. The training's a little bit more real when you actually get hit by something. So we do that training at least once a year as well. Sorry?
I'm just saying, you feel it, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, you feel it, absolutely. But it will teach you to find cover quickly. So it's good, realistic training. And then, of course, specialized training for the SRT unit, the Special Response Team. We'd like to get them some special training as well. Moving to the next line, uniforms, clothing. This is kind of a large number, so I'd be happy to explain it. $72,000. There's an annual uniform allowance. Every police officer, every sworn officer has an annual uniform allowance for what you see I'm wearing right here. This includes equipment that they'll wear on their vest. This includes replacing their body armor when it wears out. Usually it's a 5-year lifespan. So we'll have, on a regular schedule, we'll have to replace a few body armor vests per year. So this includes just the officer's annual uniform to refresh their uniform. You don't want officers to walk around looking dingy, so we try to buy them some new uniforms every year. This also includes new officer outfitting. When we first hire someone, that is a larger number than the annual uniform allowance. The annual uniform allowance is to keep you looking fresh, make your uniform look sharp. When we first hire somebody, it's new vest, new duty gear, a Class A uniform. They're polyesters for when we need those. It's a lot more. We're buying a lot more uniform for a brand new hire. So we keep that kind of in a separate line.
All right.
Moving on. Oh, I'm sorry. That also
One question.
Yes.
I see where you've made a drastic reduction in that, though, like $9,000 in your uniforms and clothing.
Yes, ma'am. We're just, the budget is what the budget is. We want to tighten our belts a little bit, make sure we're, contributing as much as we can to get through this fiscal process.
I know, but it's not hurting you as
No,
much,
we'll be all
really?
right.
You'll be
As long as we
okay?
get a uniform allowance, that's what matters. As long as the officer can get some new uniforms, that's what matters, yeah. Because these are good, but they do, when you wear them
Yeah.
5 days a
I
week,
can only-
52 weeks a year, they will start to wear out, so.
Yeah, well, we want y'all to be looking good and fresh.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, let's move on.
Just the crime scene supplies?
Oh, yes,
thing?
crime scene
Okay.
supplies, the very last one, 5,500. Again, pretty self-explanatory. Fingerprint powder, the brush kits, sexual assault kits, blood kits, evidence bags, paper and plastic, tape, the boxes. We have to put different kinds of evidence in different storage means. Property totes, again, slight decrease based on past year's purchases. That is that for supplies. Capital outlays, goose egg, big zero.
Okay.
Was the 46.5 from the previous year, what was that? Was that a cruiser vehicle?
Hang on one sec. Sorry, I'm trying to find that page and where that number is.
It's under vehicles, yeah. Amended budget,
That's vehicles.
yeah.
Yeah.
Capital outlay.
It says vehicles. Did you transfer that somewhere
It may have been the cost for the first year Fleet 3 dash cams that we had installed. Because the contract for the Fleet 3 dash cams is through Axon, which is the ones that have our body
Yeah.
cameras and tasers, and all the uploading and everything. The first year for the Fleet 3 dash cams, we got 30 of them. They minimized the yearly cost on year 1 because last year was a tight budget, and then we would just pay for it years 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Okay.
Does that go to vehicles?
That was into the cameras,
May have to do some research on that and get back to you. I want to make sure I give you a correct answer. I don't want to guess and speculate sitting here.
Good, Chief.
Okay. Thanks, Chief.
All right.
Then,
So in summary, I'm sorry, was there?
no, go ahead, Chief.
I think all we have left is our summary there. So in total, as you can see, the total PD budget request is $7,321,900. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong number. I'm looking at the other one. $7,136,119.
Okay, all right. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Chief.
thanks, Chief, Deputy Chief.
the good work up.
Yes, thank you. Madam Clerk, who are we looking at next? Okay, let us find your page, Mr. Lester.
What number is it?
know it was back here.
52, it's 52, page 52.
Oh, yeah. Right after his, yes. And the last one in this one? Oh, okay, I got him in both. Everybody's got everything? Mm-hmm. I'm ready? Okay, Mr. Lester, you're on.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Well, Mayor Pro Tem Tim.
There's no mayor,
And
no mayor pro tem. It's just council members.
We'll start off
Fill
with
it in.
the fiscal year 2026 highlights. First highlight is, it actually comes, well, let me back up. So I'm actually the Director of Community Development and Public Works. So the first highlight is from the Community Development Department, and it's the installation of a dedicated left turn lane and a permissive left turn signal at the intersection of Meadow Glen Parkway and Sonoya Road. It was done as a development requirement and paid for by the developer as a development requirement, so at no cost to the city. Second one is also a community development initiative, the new traffic signal at Roosevelt Highway and John Rivers Road was also installed as a development requirement and funded by the developer as a development requirement. And so that was done in association with the Marable Townhomes Development 108 Townhome Unit subdivision. And the previous one was for the Meadow Glen Village development, which is 332 multifamily units, and there's going to be approximately 12,000 square foot of commercial.
Mr. Thompson, I forgive the interruption. Last night when we didn't have your expertise, a question came up as to how the traffic light at Johns River in 29 met warrant, but when we sought one at the 74 loop in 29, which is not all that far away, it did not. So can you speak to that a little bit?
So when the traffic study was done at John Rivers, it met, well, let me say why the one that I know about, why it didn't meet warrant. It didn't meet warrant based on warrant number 1, which is volume, and warrant 7, which is incidents. So, and they were basically saying that the turn movements didn't meet the threshold, and I think it was because people at that location, we're talking about at the top of the hill, they turn right instead of turning left. So they don't get that left turn movement, so they try to avoid that. But the folks at John Rivers, they'll wait. So it's the delay in making that left turn movement that actually allowed the John Rivers to be successful in meeting that signal warrant. So for the volume. And so when you don't meet the signal warrant, they make you do what they call an ICE analysis, which is an intersection control evaluation, which you have to evaluate 3 different, alternative intersection control evaluations. So whether it be a roundabout, a J hook, or a L turn, or a traffic signal, and that one, the roundabout is the one that came to the threshold at the public safety complex. So, right.
Right in front of the public safety complex.
And unfortunately, that was about 5 times as much as, so a typical traffic signal costs you about $500,000 to $600,000. A roundabout for a single lane, about 2.5 million.
It's in the million.
May I ask when this traffic study was conducted?
For
For the roundabouts, like when?
so all of them were conducted this year. So we were working on the one at the top of the, at Roosevelt Highway for about almost 2 years, going back and forth, revising the study, responding to feedback from GDOT traffic operations. And ultimately they came back and they said they could not, because it's, they're taking engineering principles to verify those warrants, and we made it to the state traffic engineer. He just he didn't feel comfortable taking it to the chief engineer to make that recommendation, and so it failed at that moment.
And so I'm sorry
They
that I keep
declined the
interrupting
signal
in
at
this.
that location. And that's at the top.
Right, so they compared and contrasted over that 2-year period? And I ask this only because I know that 18-wheelers are increasing their presence there, so there is a bigger delay, a longer delay now at the top of the hill than where we were a year ago.
So when they do their traffic counts, the folks are not making that left, so the delay is not seen. So they make a right, and some people make a right, then they go and do a U-turn downstream.
Going
So-
towards Johns River.
So that delay is not being monitored. I mean, it's not being captured.
And that's my point. That's
So, but-
exactly my point.
It didn't add up. So that delay didn't add up because people weren't doing those movements. So it added up at John Rivers because people are waiting because they're trying to come downtown. They're not going to go towards Palmetto and do a U-turn and come back. They'll sit there and wait for it to clear up.
Just to make sure we're understanding.
You understand what I'm saying?
What does that mean is when people get to the top of the hill, the vast majority of the traffic is turning right.
Correct.
Going towards Johns River.
Correct.
So that does not cause the delay that you would get if you were coming to the top of the hill and trying to turn left and come downtown.
That I
So
follow.
that's what didn't meet warrant, is there weren't enough vehicles that are going left.
The volume and yeah.
Volume of vehicles going left did not meet warrant for them to justify, at least according to the state engineer, a
Right.
traffic light. Opposite at Johns River, a lot of the cars leaving Johns River, most of the cars in the morning are turning left, trying to get to 74.
Causing backup because
All the way
they'll
up
sit
to
there and
Johns
wait.
Oh, I know.
They'll sit there and wait until it clears up and to make, so it's that delay that
And that's before the development.
that meets that threshold. And that was before it was already failing before that development came in. So that's why we were able to get that traffic signal there.
Thank you.
All right. Next highlight is completion of the 2026 resurfacing program. We call it roadway improvements on various city roads. In that project, we combine LMIG, which is Local Maintenance Improvement Grant, and LRA funds, about $500,000 in that. We combine that with T-SPLOST funds to resurface approximately 7 centerline miles of city streets. Also completed the Mullis Street Pedestrian Improvement Project. Received a $195,000 CDBG block grant, which is a community development block grant to help deliver that project. We combine that with T-SPLOST funds. I don't know if you guys been down there lately. That project extends on Mullis Street from West Calverton Street, where Judy's is, to Dodge Street, and then from Dodge Street to Strickland Street. And just finished that project about 2 weeks ago because there was a year-long delay on the delivering of those lights. But if you ride down there and look at it, I guess when you leave from here, you'll see it. It's beautiful.
Okay.
Also, another highlight was we received the Galot Road Interchange Justification Report, which is, we call the IGR, was approved by the Federal Highway Administration this year, actually in May. So now we can move forward with trying to get construction funding for PE. Well, not PE funding for the actual full design. But in completing that, we received a grant from GDOT for 80% of the funds, and 20% of the funds came from the South Fulton CID to pay for that IJR. The next one, next highlight is we secured a $461,000 grant from GDOT for a safety action plan to install 5 rectangular rapid flashing beacons along John Rivers Road at the existing golf cart crossings and proposed mid-block crossings associated with the John Rivers Road Pedestrian Improvement Project. We anticipate delivery of this project in fiscal year 2027. Goals for 2027, the completion of Oakley Industrial Boulevard left turn lane roadway project, That project's under construction now. Hopefully, we'll get that done this fiscal year. We've been having some delays due to some utility relocations. AT&T came out there and tried to relocate, and they relocated in the wrong place that was still in conflict, so they had to come back out and relocate again, so that's why it's behind schedule. Duncan Park Road project, hopefully that project will get completed this fiscal year as well. The NTP was issued March 16, 2026. It has a year allotted for completion on that. So with weather delays and holidays, we expect completion by next summer. Completion of the CDBG Orchard and Strickland Street pedestrian improvement project is also a goal, and completion of the Strickland Street improvement project, which connects that CDBG Orchard Street project to the improvements on Evergreen subdivision off of Elder Street. Also, a goal is the completion of the 2026 roadway improvements on Various Cities Roads project, which we are going to do about 8 residential subdivisions and about 10 centerline miles of roadway. Also slotted for completion for fiscal year 2027 is the completion of the Harris Road Full Depth Reclamation Project from just west of Shortleaf at the Fairburn Travel Center to the Sonoya Road right away.
That was just on the agenda, right?
That was just on the agenda. We had the pre-construction meeting last week, and the NTP is next week. So, and they'll have 60 days to complete that project, so it'll be completed the first of the fiscal year. And also a goal for 2027, may need some assistance from mayor and council on this one, is the ad alternate for the Duncan Road project, which is the Verlin B. Smith roadway project, and that's to do the roadway improvements along Verlin B. Smith. Also, a goal for fiscal year 2027 is the John Rivers Road pedestrian improvement project. I just mentioned that we secured a $461,000 grant for the rectangular rapid flashing beacons, but to pay for the actual pedestrian improvements associated with that project, we probably need some assistance from mayor and council on that as well. Any questions about any of those highlights and goals?
Hey, I'd like to commend you for your FY26 accomplishments, for the improvements that they're bringing to our city. So much of this is traffic related. I know that it's probably taken you years working with state, federal, local levels, Fulton County, to get a lot of this done, along with the administration, I'm sure. But I don't know. This looks very impressive. So I want to say on behalf of the residents, thank you. Thank you for helping make Fairburn better.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Very quick one. I think you covered T-Splost as well with this, and I know that that's going to be on the ballot.
That's coming up.
It's
Okay.
coming, yeah.
So then I'll wait until then.
So for the Public Works Department, no personnel changes. We have 5 positions: Public Works Director, Development Coordinator, City Engineer, and a Senior Erosion Control Development Inspector, and a Erosion Control Development Inspector. Purchase contracts. The biggest line item is the professional services, and that's for plan review services associated with community development plan reviews and planning and zoning plan reviews as well. And that we're asking for $100,000 on that one. That's no change from fiscal year 2026. RM vehicles, asking for $2,000. Communications, 0. Advertisement, which is for, we advertise for an invitation for bids and for the RFPs and for annual reports associated with T-Splost and other annual reports. We're asking for $3,000. That's a $500 increase based on the projects that we have slotted for this fiscal year. Printing and binding, 0. Postage, 0. travel expenses, which is for education and training and planned conference attendances. Dues and subscriptions is for memberships and for PE license extensions for the city engineer. Education and training, that's for various trainings. Georgia Soil and Water Conservation Commission Level 1B, Level 2, also GACE training, Georgia Association of Code Enforcement, LAP certification training, which is the local administered project training as well, for a total of $111,750.
Quick question there.
Yes, yes, yes.
For the plan reviews, is this like city initiated, or is this what you do when you review the plans when developers?
That's when developers come, so that's for, whether it be for site development projects or for concept plans, with planning and zoning, things of that nature, or rezoning, or clearing and grading plans. So
So then
those
is
are
it-
private development projects, yes.
Understood. So then is it charged back to the developer later
Yes.
on? Okay,
Well, we can't capture it all, but
right,
we have set rates, but yeah, we charge the developer, yes.
okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Continue, sir.
Supplies and debt services, office supplies, $6,000, gasoline, $9,500, uniforms and clothing, $2,500, the total supplies is $18,000. In summary, for the community development, and Public Works Department, total personnel, $539,327. Total purchase contracted, $111,750, and total supplies, $18,000, for a total of $669,077. Any questions?
Not seeing any, so let's continue.
All right. So grants revenue. So this year, we're asking for $19,000 for the State Route 74 interchange design. That's a reduction of $131,000 because that's what's remaining in the contract from the original contract from the design. Interchange construction is $300,000. We haven't even tapped into that. That's the last contract they have, so that's for them responding to RFPs and doing design changes during construction of the interchange. So, and that's totally funded. That's 100% reimbursed, so it's 80% federal, 20% state, so none of that comes out of the city's pocket.
Okay.
The Galat Road, IGR, it's a reduction of $90,178 because that, as we spoke on before, that IGR has been completed. So now we're pursuing funding for PE, which is the design of the project.
Okay.
So we're thinking that's going to come in about $3 million, but we have to reach out to the actual GDOT planning director for that funding, and we've already initiated those conversations.
Okay.
CDBG is going to be around the same, $180,000. LMIG is going to be a slight increase from $253,000 to $273,000, and that's because we increased our centerline mileage. It's based on the centerline mileage, so that's LMIG is the local maintenance improvement grant is based on centerline mileage, and because of the Evergreen subdivision and the Ferndale Phase 1 subdivision, we added additional centerline mileage inventory to the city's inventory, so we got additional funding from GDOT for the maintenance of those roads. Raise grant, and that's for that pedestrian bridge that's gonna go over Roosevelt Highway and CSX. Still working with FHWA to execute the agreement, but the funding for that is $1,008,000.
And what's the location of this?
You know where Harbor Lakes Apartments?
Mhm.
So it's gonna be there, so it's gonna span over Roosevelt Highway. And so it's gonna be a pedestrian bridge that crosses Roosevelt Highway and CSX. And it's really to accommodate the workers that work in off of not Galat Road, but Bohannon Road in our industrial area.
Okay.
We had, it came from, we had an incident several years ago, about 7 years ago, when a employee was leaving Duracell with his headphones on and got hit by a train. And so it was unfortunate, but that's what sparked the idea of that pedestrian bridge. So
Understood.
and so we secured that funding actually about 2 years ago, but once the Trump administration came in, they changed the distribution on that, so they changed the format of the actual agreement, so it's been taking this long to get. We're in the final stages now, but hopefully we have that agreement approved this year and we can start the actual design in fiscal year 2027. But the award was received, so the money is secure. We're just having some issues with the getting the agreement approved.
We have issues with getting the agreement.
Getting the agreement approved through FHWA. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So the safety action plan, I think we spoke on that. We received $461,000 previously, and we also just turned in another application for $545,800. That's why you see that $1,007,325. That's what that equates to.
Okay.
And we're pretty sure we're going to be successful on that because they've reached out to me, so we're accounting for it in this fiscal year's budget.
Mm-hmm. That's great.
The SS4A USDOT Safety Action Plan, we received $400,000 for to do a safety action plan from the city from the USDOT this past fiscal year. So we're hopefully going to put that project RFP out for that project, and it'll be under design in fiscal year 2027. And we've already received the executed grant agreement from FHWA for this one. So unlike the RAISE grant, even though it's the same funding source, they just changed the format and made the one for the RAISE grant a little bit more difficult to execute for some reason. Yeah. Trump's not that concerned about the safety action as he is about the RAISE grant. I don't know. I don't know his.
Yeah, well, we won't go there. Ahead.
I don't know his.
You don't want me to go there.
I just leave that alone.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do.
All right. I think that's it for me on the grants fund. Well, the LCI implementation grant, that reduced, excuse me,
Bless you.
$126,000 because that was set aside for City of Atlanta, because when we did the downtown LCI streetscape project, they told us the water line was in one location, and it was actually not in that location, but we had to pay the contractor for it. But after some litigation, and I don't know if we can speak on that, but we don't think we're going to need it. We don't think we're going to need it for fiscal year 2027. I think that dispute's been settled, so. So it hasn't been budgeted.
Holy naughty.
That's right.
Is that right, Serena? Okay, all right. Just making sure.
No comment.
Yeah. What about the
We
National
verified.
Endowment of the Arts?
So the National
Where are they?
Endowment of Arts, those are, I think that's other departments that's beyond.
Oh, okay,
Right, yeah, so,
okay.
even the LWCF grant, that's for the Mario B. Avery, that's Parks and Recreation, so that's not under my purview.
Okay, all right. And then you have the police.
Right, and I get, if I may.
Yes, 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 go ahead, Betsy.
That's, I guess, what I'm trying to understand. So you oversee?
I don't oversee all the grants, I just have the majority of them.
Report that has all the grants on it. He's just.
I see.
His, yeah.
So
There we go, okay.
I was speaking on with the one that's under.
So this
Yes.
includes grants from various departments. He's just addressing the ones that fall under his.
Thank you.
All under his.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions about any of those?
Any questions?
Well,
Nope.
for the one that does, well, maybe it doesn't fall under yours is, I guess I'm confused just because it's all listed as one slide, and so I don't know where one falls and where one doesn't, but opioid grants, like where, I believe Chief
Yeah, I
Campbell
couldn't
had
speak on
spoken
that.
to that. Right, so that's,
Yes,
exactly,
yes,
so,
yeah.
so that's where I'm just a little.
So all the grants that we receive have to go into Fund Two, oh, I can't see, I didn't put my glasses on. I believe that's 250. And so essentially in the budget, they're on each individual page, but to kind of condense it for mayor and council, we put it on one. And so the opioid grant is the grant I spoke about, I believe, yesterday, where we opted into it. And so that's what the fire department has been using to buy the PPE and the Narcan that we have for the city. And then I heard there was a question about the NEA grant. That's a grant that Ms. Abernathy received for the arts project. And so that's one that's coming online as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can be confusing. Miss Chris comes to the rescue.
Thank you.
I have a quick question, but we're not expecting any of the opioid grant revenues this.
We are, but we don't get the allocation amount until about 2 weeks before it's automatically deposited into our account. And so we really can't budget it. It's based on how much their payout is, and it's distributed. And so you will see that line increase over the fiscal year, because we just got notification about 2 weeks for the money that's in there now.
Okay.
And so the next page is the grant expenditures, they should align with the revenue, so
Okay,
it shouldn't be any difference on those.
all right. No questions?
Questions about those? Any questions about those? I mean, I don't want to go by them line by line unless you
Right,
guys want.
yeah. Are you all okay with the expenditures?
Give me 30 seconds.
I was about to
Okay,
say,
okay,
yeah.
go ahead. For a minute.
The biggest difference is the Galat Road IJR, because that project's finished.
It's finished.
But we're still probably a couple of years away from beginning the actual construction project thereof?
No,
No?
probably a couple, no. It's gonna probably be about, I mean, it's not gonna be as complex. The P is not gonna be as complex as the I-85 and State Route 74 interchange project. But those type of projects gotta go through the full PDP process, so it may take about 7 years to get to construction. Whereas the other one took about 10. So. You got the
All
NEPA,
good?
you got all the federal requirements, environmental, right of way. The right of way is not gonna be, you know, you got 50-something parcels off of 74, and it took about 2 years for that. This may take
That's right.
6 months, because it's an undeveloped area, so that will reduce that. I mean, so 7 years might be much, it might be 6. I mean, but it's gonna take a while because you got the federal guidelines you gotta adhere to, so.
I guess my excitement is for the residents and the citizens here in Fairburn, you know, that'll greatly reduce the 18-wheeler traffic that'll be inside of the city. So, you know, I'm not gonna say it needs to be rushed because, you know, I'm not engineer, I'm not construction. So, but again, that's why I brought the question up.
So, to manage expectation, I would say 10 years, you'll see a new interchange.
You went from 7 to 6 to 10.
I'm saying,
You keep talking, Perry.
for construction
You
too.
back on the 12.
It'll be 15 in a minute.
Construction gonna take 2 years.
I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna
Unlike
stop.
this project, construction took 3 years,
I'm gonna
right?
stop. I'm gonna stop.
Well, the process has been initiated, and Lester will update as we move forward.
Oh, my
It
goodness.
took that long,
Yep.
Yeah.
the work you're now seeing on 74 and
Oh,
Interstate
yeah.
85. It took 10 years. After I arrived here, it took another 2 years. Lester had already been working on it for years when I got here. But it took another 2 years to get all the right, was it 49, 48? Right-of-way acquisition,
For the
48
right-of-way.
parcels that they had to negotiate every single parcel to purchase to do that work.
And the price jumped because it took so long to develop because, that corridor, it's Snowy Road. So you can imagine, they only had about $14 million allocated for right-of-way acquisition. It went more than double. It actually cost 36 million just the right-of-way.
It seemed like those last few property owners were kind of,
It's been forever,
Holding out
because
for
we were
all the
talking
work.
about that in 2018 when I came on.
it takes a long time.
And then you had been talking about it for what, 5 years?
Before that.
Before that.
They had passed through the concept phase when I got here. And we were just getting through the PE, so you had to go to PFPR and FFPR and all that kind of stuff like that. So, but it's a process.
It's just kind of what happens. But
It's
to your point, Councilman, when we get there, it'll be a huge benefit.
Absolutely.
It'll be a huge benefit because it will hopefully get a lot of this truck traffic away from the standard vehicle traffic and get them a more direct route to the industrial area.
Correct.
And so they would likely prefer that exit, so that would clear up trucks on 74 because they have a more direct route.
We'll take them right to the ultimate destination is CSX, a lot of those. And that'll be the back route to CSX, which is trying to expand as we speak. We just received a set of plans for them for another expansion. So,
Okay.
Yeah, just one. Can you tell me what the grant purchase for the police is? I don't see it on the revenue side, but I see it on the expenditures. But I'm just curious, what is that? I don't know if you might have that answer.
for the what?
No, for the police department, I'll get that research
What
for
is it?
you.
though? That's what I'm trying to see. What
Oh,
is
you
it?
don't know?
Right, what is it?
Where's Miss Chris?
Miss Chris. But it's not.
She's
it's
listening.
Technically not on the, because I see that balancing out as we look at revenue and expenditures, but I don't see that as a FY27 proposed option on the revenue. I mean, there could be a.
Oh, on the revenue, you said.
Yeah, but it's on the expenses. Zero's on the revenue, expenses is 51,000, and I'm just curious to know what that is.
It's probably a line item that was already on there previously and that they're not,
Yeah, but what is it? That's what I'm trying to.
oh,
I see it's a line item, right?
Yeah, but
So I just
yeah.
want to know what it is.
What they purchased?
Or it's being proposed as an expenditure for FY27. So what is that? That's, yeah. You see it?
No, point
What's the
to,
amount again?
It's under grant
It's under
expenditures.
capital outlay,
Yeah, I see it as
51,000,
50.
right? So it's on the expenditure side.
no, but so it was 50,
It's 51,000 being
51,000,
proposed.
$51,082.
That's being proposed as an expense, it's a grant person. I'm just curious to know what it is. But it's not reflected on the revenue side, and I mean, I just curious to know what that is, because
Yeah.
all the other projects seem to be
That
kind
needs
of
to be
weighing
cleaned
out.
up too, because it says it's a $51,082
Yeah, she
decrease.
Woman.
So the police grant, as you know, we have a traffic unit, and we are part of the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. And so the 31,000 is, 28,000 of that is reimbursement. They reimburse a portion of the salaries for our officers, as well as 2 LiDAR machines that they purchased to, for speed detection. And so that's what that expenditure and that's what that grant is for our participation with the Governor's Office of Highway Safety. So in the past, you may have seen a lot of police personnel on 74. There are random checks. You'll see agencies from around the region that come down. Those agencies are also a part of this organization, and so they kind of do like seatbelt enforcement, speed detection, and so that's what that grant is for, that PD applied for and received.
Yeah, I mean,
When
I
did-
understand we received it, but it's, when do we receive it?
Yes.
Because I see it on the expense side, not the revenue side.
Right.
So it's on the amended budget. If you look at revenue side, the line, I'll tell you the line, it's 250, 33, 40, 65. It says GOH safety for 31,617.
That's at the top.
That's at the top. Revenues are at the top, your expenditures are at the bottom. So it's right there. If you look at where it says total intergovernmental,
Yes.
it's the second line up from the bottom.
It's called GOH safety.
Safety, yes.
On the revenue
Okay.
side.
Okay, all right, here we go. Thank you.
There you go. There you go.
Because along the same line.
Okay.
Someone, and if it doesn't fall under you, it doesn't, Lester. CDBG?
That falls under Mr. Lester.
Mr. Lester.
Okay, so, again, these should balance out, and I know I'm going back a little ways, but in 2025, expenditures were 297, 756, 70.
So before I allow Mr. Thompson to speak, what you want to balance is your total for your revenue and your total for expenditures. Now, Mr. Thompson may have received, for instance, for a grant, we may receive the 30,000 for the art, but we may not have expended it yet because the project may not have come to completion. So you just want to make sure, Mr. Smith, if you can go to the next slide.
She's talking about, so, grant award was higher than.
Correct.
In 2025, I received more.
I
I
just-
received 195.
I just wanted to provide clarity, because I know that you said they should balance out, and I just wanted to make sure that the overall total should balance when it comes to that, but go ahead.
Right, and that I follow.
So in 2025, I did receive a $195,000 grant. But in 2026, I received 180. In 2027, they say I'm gonna get 180 as well.
Okay, so because it is listed for 2027 of the 180, but we didn't see it because the 2026 isn't listed, so that's why I was confused.
Yeah,
with
So
The amended budget is mislabeled 2027.
Oh, yeah, it's just
So that's why.
mislabeled, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
Thank
Yeah,
you.
26.
But I guess, can I?
Yeah, sure.
The follow-up for the CDBG, you received those grant amounts in those years. Can you hold those grant amounts for certain periods of time, or are they supposed to be expended during that fiscal year?
we deliver them that fiscal year.
Fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay. Can we move on?
They reduce our amount, so we were getting grant amounts from CDBG for like $330,000 at one time, but once the other cities found out we were getting that type of money from Fulton County, they wanted to participate as well, so we still get the most. Fulton County doesn't get a lot of money from HUD for CDBG projects. They get about 1.1 million. They have to split it between all the cities that participate in the program. They're a direct recipient, we're a sub-recipient, so we don't have you have to have a population of excess of 50,000 to be a direct recipient from HUD. We don't have that, so
Right.
only city in the south that is a direct recipient from is the city of South Fulton.
All right, let's go to T-Splosh.
Yes.
So we can get out of here before the morning.
Any excess grant money that's left over just goes into a general pot?
Any excess money no, we spent all our grant money. There's no excess left over. So the projects always exceed that grant amount, and then it depends on what the funding is. So if it's a pedestrian improvement project, we'll spend the first, say for instance, the first 180 will come out of CDBG, and then if it's a $300,000 project, the difference will come out of T-Splosh.
Okay.
So that's how we kind of take advantage of the economy of scale, so we can do larger projects, and it's half funded, and none of it comes out of the general funds.
Gotcha, because we're off by just a few thousand, but I know that adds up, so that's why I was asking.
Where you see that at?
I think we need to let's move on. Mr. Phillips, can you get some explanation for
Absolutely.
Woman Benson in reference to these
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, her questions. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to T-Splosh.
All right, T-Splosh. So, the proposed budget for fiscal year 2027, T-Splosh revenue is 3.6 million, which is based off of receiving $300,000 a month in T-Splosh funds. It's a reduction from the previous year, but I'll explain why. So in previous years, we put the carry forward, which is the money, when I say carry forward, that's what you don't expend, because it's actual real money. We put the carry forward in the actual revenue. This year, we put the carry forward where it belongs, in the carry forward line item. So if you go down to where it says other financing sources, carry forward, you see what we expect to bring forward, what we don't expect to expend this fiscal year. We're gonna bring that to fiscal year 2027, and that's that $5,901 and not $5,901,350.
Right.
So miscellaneous revenue, and that's the one we just brought to council that we received from Green Oil for the Harris Road Full Depth Reclamation Project, and that's to pay for the design, the pre-construction cost, and the cost that exceeds the $300,000 that we received from the South Fulton CID for the proposed construction cost. That's what that $107,000 equates to.
Okay.
The South Fulton CID revenue is for 80% of the cost of the Oakland Industrial Boulevard left turn lane project, and the $300,000 associated with the Harris Road Full Depth Reclamation project. We already talked about the carry forward. And so with the project expenditures, we basically base our project expenditures, well, for the admin program management, that's typically 5% of the overall construction cost, which the overall project cost. The overall project costs are $11,131,276. So the program management, that $556,000, $556,964 is 5% of that amount.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Pedestrian improvement project is based on projects that we have currently under design and under construction. That's design, right-of-way, acquisition, and construction costs associated with that based on our projected revenue. Roadway costs, same thing. For roadway projects that are currently under design, that's PE costs, right-of-way costs, and construction costs. And those projects include the Brooks Drive Extension Project, the Oakley Extension Project, the OIB Left Turn Lane Project, and the Duncan Park Road Project. For a total capital outlay or total expenditures, as we mentioned before, of $11,139,276.00.
Okay.
Any questions about
Any
T-Splosh
questions?
or any T-Splosh projects?
Okay. Seeing none, let's move on.
Oh, that's it.
That's it for you, okay.
Thank
Thank you so
Thank you.
much. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Mr.
it.
Thompson.
You're welcome.
Whew. Lord have mercy. Okay. Madam Clerk, who's in the hot seat this time? All right. Utilities.
Oh, you brought the whole team.
I know it.
Good evening.
Good
evening. I did bring one extra person this year. I wanted to, well, kind of two extra people, but
Okay.
James Rosser right here is our newly acquired water and sewer superintendent.
All
He's here
right.
to observe. I did want y'all to meet him.
Okay.
And Mr. Colbert, who's usually here, he's out on leave right now. So Ms. Shante Gillum Drew, phenomenal employees here.
All
Any
right.
financial questions?
Awesome.
So
Welcome.
with that, I guess we will, here you go. Thank you.
And for clarification, I am not the mayor. She had to leave early, so I just slid down to this seat, okay? Oh, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Appreciate you.
Try to be brief. I know everyone is tired.
Oh, take it. Hey, listen.
Go ahead.
Everybody here want to hear from utilities.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
Okay, we'll get you squared away with your microphones.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Yeah, get a one. So, oh gosh. Thank you. Don't take mine. So we'll start with our highlights and goals. For 26, some of the key things we would like to highlight from utilities, we did complete the Rivertown Road Underground Project. That was a huge accomplishment for us. We finished up the last phase, finishing up the last phase of the electric meter changeout program. We changed out 1,800
1,861 so far.
this month. We completed the rebuild of the power line along Valley Brook, installed the first collector for our AMI system. That is online, and we are accessing meters to get data. Kind of a pilot mode right now, but they are communicating. Oh, okay. I said that on your face. We did fully activate the fog compliance program. We're implementing phase 3 of the water meter changeout. That will be coming, but for not this coming meeting. Yes, second meeting in August. During this year, we did add a third customer service representative to provide better phone coverage for utilities. And we initiated the backflow program that's been mandated by the EPD. And worked with City of Atlanta to facilitate a new pump station to increase water pressure and reliability for Fairburn. Going into 27, our goals were, one, to reevaluate the water rates that's needed to offset these expected increases from City of Atlanta. We have a plan to install hydrant-mounted remote pressure monitoring that we can keep an eye on the pressures in Fairburn in real time and not have to depend on calling somebody else to get pressures. Fill our electric lineman position that are posted. Increase our public information regarding our backflow compliance program that we've recently started. Our existing fog compliance, and also with the existing septic systems that we have in Fairburn, private septic systems. We're going to have to update our SOPs as needed with implementation of our new ERP system that's in the works. Hire data integrity specialists to ensure that all the information is gathered and entered properly to ensure continued accurate billing, account information, and billing. Accurate metering, I said accurate billing, excuse me. Complete the power loop from Highway 74 over to Rivertown Road and rebuild the aging power lines along Elder Street and Southeast Malone Street.
Okay. Are there any questions in reference to their goals for 20?
I have
Everybody
one
okay?
for highlights, just one for the highlights.
Yes.
You mentioned that, what was it? You work with the City of Atlanta to, what was it, a new
Station.
pump station?
So is that below Adams, what is it, below Adamsville? Because I think all the boil advisories we get keep saying power outage or issue at Adamsville?
Yeah, so Adamsville is
33 miles away.
upstream of us. This pump station is right here
On 92.
Okay.
right there, kind of across from Open Word Church right there. It kind of sits down in that hole. So it's about as close to Fairburn as you can get without being inside it's certainly inside the limits, but it's right there on the edge of the city on the incoming side. So, of course, there's still a minimum amount of pressure that those pumps have to have so they don't scavenge. But, yeah.
So it increases the pressure for the existing water flow that's come 33 miles to Fairburn. We started 3 years ago. Councilwoman Davis, you may recall, we had a week after Christmas, where we went with no water for 5 days. And so we started a conversation with Atlanta, because in addition to that particular incident, 3 years ago, there were water pressure issues that were so significant that we had some of our industrial businesses that had to shut down shifts because the water pressure had dropped so low because the water is being pumped so far. So we started negotiating with Atlanta 3 years ago to craft a solution, because they're our water provider. We pay them for water. And that resulted ultimately in the pump station that's now operating on 92, and it has had an impact. And John can speak more specifically to that. It's increased our water pressure. We had a couple instances where Landmark had to cancel classes and send students home because the bathrooms wouldn't work. And that would typically happen when you talked about the boil water advisories. So before the pump, if a hydrant somewhere 10 miles away in their system had a leak, it would drop the pressure in Fairburn. And so we had to figure out how to solve that, and the booster pump is the solution for that. In fact, we just recently met with Duracell because they were having similar issues, and they weren't aware that we'd already negotiated those improvements with Atlanta. But John, can you talk a little bit about how the booster pump deals with the water pressure and the challenges we have, particularly with Porex?
Right. As a matter of fact, it cost them more releasing their employees in which they had came to the state of whether that should they remain in Fairburn or not. So yes, we had to come up with something
Porex
fast.
told us it was $250,000 per shift. Every
Yes.
time they had to send a shift home.
Yeah,
Couldn't
that's-
sustain
they
that
couldn't.
kind of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they figured, in case, what do they have to do? We came up with a lot of things like a water tower that they had to invest in and so forth like that. But the solution came quick, the temporary booster pump. They tried it, City of Atlanta went with it, and it started working. So now we're fully implemented with a booster station. So as you can see, they got a green building around it right now, and it keeps our pressure up now. I've gotten a lot of compliments about the improvements and the distance that it had to travel with our commercial customers off 74. We don't have that anymore.
But we've started negotiations around a second pump because the city's still growing.
Yeah.
And so that's sufficient for where we are today.
Yeah.
I don't know that it will be 5 years from now.
Yeah.
And so when we started the discussion around pumps, it was around 2 pumps. And so, of course, they said, well, let's do the first one, see where we are. So we'll see about the second one. We've already talked about some prospective locations for where the second one would go, probably somewhere on Highway 29.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, let's move on.
All right. So, based on our personnel, this is based on just the utilities administration part of utilities, 16 employees, no new requested employees. For the administration group, we had technical services, which is basically the cost we have to pay for our ERP billing software and to do the robocalls and things of that nature. Uniforms, obviously, for the employees, and these are not FR or whatever, they're just regular Fairburn uniform shirts and things of that nature. Communications, that's to cover our intermediate software that we use for the phones to have the queue and to record the calls and things of that nature. The printing and binding and postage is basically the cost associated with our billing.
I have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, go ahead.
So before Madam Mayor left, she had asked do we have a system to opt out of paper mailing?
Not currently, we do not.
Because, so that was a question that she wanted to ask you all. So I'm asking because this line item is going up, and I think if we were to implement some type of opt-in, we could probably cut that by a lot. So how can we potentially?
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening. So I believe that will come with the new ERP system because that was a question that was asked as we are transitioning to a new ERP system. But currently in our system that we have today, we do not have the ability to have opt-in, opt-out. Your bills are available online through our third party, but the systems do not talk in real time to each other.
Yeah, but we're still gonna mail it to everyone every month.
For now, but when we
Right.
go into the new ERP system, you will have the ability to opt in and out, and you will only have the choice of doing one or the other. You can't have both.
Right. That's pretty standard. So when are we getting this new
So the
system?
new ERP system is the BSNA system that we discussed on yesterday. It replaces Encode. I'm not sure how long the city's had Encode. I think it's probably close to 20 years. So it's probably going to be about a 9-month installation because it's not only for utility building, it's the enterprise system for the entire finances of the city. So we've got to go through that implementation, stand the system up, transition out of Encode into BSNA. Right now, we're looking at about 9 months to do that. We've started the process with BSNA, but once it's completed, the reason we left Encode and went to BSNA because Encode was outdated, didn't have a lot of the functionality that a city our size now needs. So this is one example of that.
Okay, so if this system is gonna be in place within 9 months.
That's projecting.
Projecting. I'm just interested about this cost and seeing if there's a way we can cut it because 9-10 months from now is still halfway into FY27. If we can get people to opt out, this price or this cost can go down. I mean, maybe this is something we can continue to think through, but.
We could revisit
This.
at mid-year when there's more
Yeah.
data available. We're further into the implementation. And even once the system's completed, tested, up and running, we then have to issue the opt-in, opt-out, and have a window of time for citizens to be able to make their choices, and then build all of that into the who gets a bill and who doesn't. So whether we could get through that entire process in a fiscal year, by mid-year, we'd have a better handle on where the implementation is and how that looks, and possibly look at adjusting that amount if the implementation is further along, and we feel like we can issue opt-in, opt-out once the city stood up and the system is stood up and running.
Ms. Chris, you have anything additional? Of course.
So, I don't know where the camera is. So, okay, thank you. So, we just had our kickoff meeting last week with BSNA with all the key departments. And so I know their utilities is heading up the utility portion of it. Right now, we're slated to go live in July of 2027. And so they're scheduling the individual meetings with like utility billing, accounts payable, general ledger, so that we can start that process. But right now, our go live date is scheduled for July 12th, 2027.
Okay, thank you for that. I just think this is a big opportunity for us to really cut back just with today and the time of just everyone opting in to get electronic email bills. Like, I'm happy we are fixing an outdated system. Thank you.
And I will tell you that that's been the feedback of staff. Our current ERP system has a lot of limitations that has impacted our ability to be efficient as a city. And so we're, I think, holistically excited about moving forward to the new system. And so we know that some of these costs, such as where we have to mail the bills every month, will tremendously go down, because who likes to receive paper and who checks their mail regularly nowadays? So it'll be better.
We'll add a little bit. Some of that postage is not also through third party, it's also through us. So whenever someone ends their services at the city of Fairburn, we do have to mail them a bill. And the reason being is because of the collection contract that we have with that third party collection specialist and law group. We have to give them something in writing. And so on the back of there, we give them that 30-day policy. Typically, on a normal month, we send out about 200 bills in-house. And unfortunately, we can't control the USPS and their costs. And so when we do it through our third party, which is Datamatics, mailing bills every month, we actually save per bill because they are our purchasing agent through U.S. Postal. And so we actually only pay 63 cents per bill instead of 82 cents, which is the normal cost of a stamp in today.
So we're sending 200 end of service about bills a month, approximately?
For people who leave the city.
Leave.
Now, on a norm, last month, we sent 7,347 bills through Datamatics. And that's our third-party vendor just for our City of Fairburn active customers.
But that's customers and people who are leaving the service?
No,
That's just,
the 7,347 is for customers that are active. Once you're not
Okay, yeah.
active, we don't pay Datamatics, we send them ourselves in-house.
but you're saying that average is about 200
Correct, per
households a month?
month.
Okay.
Yes.
That's something we probably, even with the new system, we would still have to send out, right?
Correct, because by law, we have to give them something in writing before sending them to collections.
Okay.
But either Ms. Chris or Mr. Phillips, could you share how far we've come along in the last 6 years? I feel, Councilwoman Nichols, I hear you, I feel you, but, and sometimes this process is transfer, changing from one system to another system takes a while. But I think that would be some good information.
You want to start?
I'll look at it from the perspective of the billing for the city. I will tell you, when we first arrived, we would send our bills monthly, and I don't even know if half of them were being paid. And so I think that the city was very lenient in understanding during COVID, but there was a period of transition where we had to get our residents back to paying their bills on a monthly basis. And so I will send kudos to the team because Ms. Logan and Mr. Hampton and Mr. Martin and Mr. Banks have been very diligent on making sure that our communication, one, is out there to our residents to say, although that's how we operated then, that's not how we're operating now. And two, we've done utility assistance. I think 2 years ago, we gave 2 rounds of utility assistance to our residents. It totaled about $400,000. And so that was kind of the city's way of saying, we understand where you are. Let's kind of help right-size your bills. But moving forward, this is the expectation when your bill is met monthly. In addition to that, under Mayor Portis Jones, we've implemented customer service days. We've revised our billing program, budget billing program, and we tried to make it easier for residents to either join that program if they get electric services from the city, but also allow them to know that our staff is available. And so we've done hours during the day, we've extended our hours to 6, 7 o'clock at night. That way we give all of our residents an opportunity. And I would just say that from looking at 22 to 26, we've come a long way in just kind of how we operate. There wasn't a process to do any collections for the 200 customers that Chelsea referenced that left the city and didn't pay. And so as you go down the budget within utilities, you'll see a bad debt write-off. That's what we write off as debt that we don't anticipate to collect. But Ms. Logan came up with the idea and said, let's partner with a law firm. And so they're collecting at least 80% of the bad debt that leaves the city. And so while we're saying we can't show it as recouping it, we do eventually get those revenues back with that partnership. And so I just think that we're on a positive trajectory in our utilities department.
Yes.
I'm excited for what we can roll out when we do roll out BSNA next year. And so I just thank council for the continued support because this was a huge undertaking in getting our utilities to where it is today.
Lastly, what I would add is when Ms. Chris and I arrived here in 2022, I can't talk, I don't know what happened before I got here. The utilities department literally cut nobody off. And so there were hundreds of thousands of dollars owed to the city. And because they had set aside, I can only assume, if you don't have a cutoff policy in your utility department, what happens if you're on Georgia Power and you don't pay your bill?
Right.
Or Greystone? Well, we had conditioned our Fairburn residents to feel like, well, I don't really have to pay the bill, because if I don't pay it, my power is going to stay on. And so what that resulted in is this huge outstanding debt. I do want to credit Ms. Logan, who has done an outstanding job.
Yeah.
When she first got here, she was averaging 6 figures a month collecting that outstanding debt. And I also need to say this. When you hold people accountable like that, it's not popular. And sometimes Ms. Logan has to take a lot of heat because she's helping the city stay financially in the position it should be in. And so I need to say that publicly because she does that a lot. And she gets an unfair criticism because of that when she's really doing her job. She's not supposed to let people not pay their bills because cities already purchased that electricity.
Yeah.
So if you don't pay your bill, that means the city's paying your bill. And that's not fair to all the other users.
Yeah, I thank you, Ms. Chris and Mr. Phillips, for sharing that information because our utilities department has, gone through some stuff, and I wanted our council members that just came on just to see where we have been and where we are today. And we're going to progress, continue to progress, but sometimes it takes a little time and a little patience to do it. So we appreciate what you all have done. And Ms. Logan, thank you so much for your service. Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Let me get through the brief.
Then, travel expense for, various, conferences, meetings, things of that nature, dues and subscriptions, and, training for our staff, the administrative staff, and business meetings. So that total was 169 even. Supplies, we only have one shared vehicle, so we didn't put a lot in there for gasoline. Office supplies for
You're only using 500 for the whole year?
that one vehicle.
Mr. Phillips, you might want to go check the rest. He's only using 500 for the year. I mean, I see other ones come over here, 10,000, 5,000. Might want to look at
Mr. Hampton's office is about 90.
Ask where he's buying
Mr. Hampton's job is about 90% in the office. So sitting behind a desk all day, that's not true of everybody.
And the meters are like read in-house, right? There isn't a going out to read the meter, so I know there's not as.
No, we have meter readers.
Okay, does that not fall under this?
No, the meter readers are actually under the water, division.
There we go.
Their gasoline is captured in that line item.
There we go.
This is just for the administrative staff, Mr. Hampton and his team.
Very good.
So they're office bound.
We're going to electric.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Don't say that. So, first line item, I guess here would be a professional line item, which covers, our, cost for the services, some of the services we get from Electric Cities of Georgia or ECG, and also, USIC, who is our contractor to do utility locates for us. Legal funds are obvious. Technical services, that too is the rest of the ECG services that we receive.
Hey, sorry, can you go back to the legal fund? What is?
Recall that we talked yesterday about how instead of $852,000 all being allocated to the general fund, that we use the same principle that we do for insurance. We now allocate the legal expenses to each one of the funds that uses legal services.
Okay.
I think yesterday the amount was $511,000. There's about $171,000, I believe, I'll look at the exact figure, in the electric budget, and a requisite amount in the water budget because they use legal services as well.
And that's independent of the 511?
It's all for legal services, but it's allocated to the funds that use those legal services. We used to put it all in the general fund. Yet the enterprise fund, utilities was still using legal services. It is a clearer accounting that each one of those funds contributes to the legal cost of the legal services they're using. So in other words, all the legal services weren't in the general fund. City attorney does work for utilities. City attorneys does work for water and sewer. So what we're doing now to better allocate those funds and reflect what that looks like actually in expenditures is allocating it to the departments that use those funds, use those services.
So how does utilities use the legal fund? What is the services? Is it, I
They're
understand to
contract
recruit the.
renewals, contract reviews.
Okay.
Right now, we're in the middle of SDS negotiations. We're negotiating IGAs, MOUs.
Okay.
Every department has legal expenses.
Okay.
It's not always a lawsuit.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
sometimes
no,
just day-to-day operational.
No, I hope not. I'm not expecting a lawsuit. I'm just trying to understand
There are
what makes up the
legal expenses
170.
typically.
Yes.
Right.
I'll defer to Ms. Noel, but they work pretty much with just about every department in the city at some point,
Okay.
in some shape, form, or fashion.
Okay.
Microphone?
Microphone.
She doesn't-
Microphone.
Microphone. She doesn't have one? Oh. She's over there, so.
We track our expenses by department.
Okay. Good. Thank you. Yeah, technical.
The uniforms, obviously, the linemen have to have FR-rated clothing and things of that nature to work on the line, so that comes out of that uniform budget. R&M for equipment, this is all of the maintenance and repairs on things like, that are not vehicles, backhoe, any of that kind of equipment, excavators and things of that nature. R&M vehicle, that is for the pickups and bucket trucks and all of those things. And then R&M electric distribution, which was a big one. I did put some line items on. So that was the, that falls under the, if I remember correctly, they had the ERP system costs, and then storm, mutual aid, expenditures, and also, no, that's on the other contract service. I'm sorry, that's the wrong line item. Okay, so that is actually our guys, working, doing pole change outs, things of that nature. Rebuilding, like what we did Valley View Drive, things of that nature, those projects.
So that's for our internal staff to do electrical projects?
Correct.
Okay. And that's, these expenses are just the cost of the
Most of the
supplies and
materials.
materials? Okay.
Would that be, also include the West Fayetteville work that they did down there?
Yes, well, yes, already been paid. That, we built that line, yes.
And then it looks like, and I'm not mad at this, it's a significant decrease from what we projected in last fiscal year.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
there a reason, I'm just curious to why?
Just trimming for a tight budget year.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
Equipment rentals, occasionally we do need to rent certain things that we don't have to do the work on the lines and things of that nature. So we do have a little money in there in case we need to rent equipment. Our liability insurance, obviously, then the contingency. The communications is for our radios, our mobile and handheld radios, as well as phones. We do have a little money in there for printing and binding for things like when they have to put door hangers on the doors, things of that nature. Travel expenses for training, conferences, things of that nature. Do have a few sources of like magazines and things of that nature that we have subscriptions to. Training costs, $4,500, and then other contract services, which is what I was alluding to earlier. That was the billing system, trainings, the storm and mutual aid, and then lease vehicles for our employees. Supplies and capital outlay, we did have some money in there, $750 for office supplies. Yes. A lot of gasoline, obviously, for those These bucket trucks, they
Gasoline.
very fuel efficient.
That's gonna be the joke of the night.
It is.
Oh, wow. The next item, electric cost of goods, that is our wholesale power cost from GAG. That's why it's so huge. And then we had miscellaneous supplies, obviously, a lot of, during the year, a lot of equipment with crimp tools and shovels, chainsaws, things break, they have to be replaced during the year. And we put anything for repair parts for that grand total of $9,960,750. And then infrastructure, we did have some, what was that? Let me get you some infrastructure. I think the Spence Road project, I messed up my notes earlier, I see. Bad copy and paste job. What it includes,
Some help is coming, some help is coming.
appreciate it. Well, not all of these. Some of these were not included. So we're for planning for next year, rebuild the overhead lines on Elder Street and Malone Street. And we took that out. Leave that. How much was that number? 770. Okay, and then I'm missing one. Oh, and then we also had some money in there for, like they're currently rebuilding the pole line on Highway 74, just have old rotten poles over the time. So we do have 70,000 in there to replace old pole hardware, old poles and things of that nature. And that was the total complete. We've got a project to complete the loop from Highway 74 over to Rivertown. That's a backup feed that kind of gives us a little bit more reliability in case something happens on one side of town. And we can reroute the feed to get everybody back on faster. Sorry, I moved away from the mic. And along Highway 92, there's a section of overhead line just on this side of 85 that's all up in the trees. It's almost impossible for us to access it, so we're wanting to maintain that easement, but put that underground, so we don't have to try to get back there with bucket trucks, because it's a nightmare. It's impossible actually right now, so just, yeah. And those are all included in that amount. Vehicles, that is our vehicle cost. That includes all of our bucket trucks that are on lease-to-own programs.
Are we renewing this?
So those are our 6
Or newer cars?
6 years, I think, on those. Yeah, so those are 6 years, and then there's 2 additional ones for this year to be for the use of the lineman position that we have posted. So when they get hired, they need to have a truck.
Okay.
So that's what those are. Computers and software, obviously, we've got some laptops for those linemen, as well as I made notes, y'all.
So this is for computers and hardware that'll go inside the vehicles?
They're tough books, so they can take them, you can put them mount in the truck, you can use them in the office, but when they go out, so we're trying to get more mobile with stuff, so instead of them having to come back and get work orders and stuff, be able to send them straight to the laptops in the truck. They want some gas? And also the ERP system expense was in there, as well as just those routine computer, every so often we have one that just dies.
So 40?
No. You done? Okay.
I'll go after him, go ahead.
That's okay, go ahead.
So the 43,000 is for the tough books and software? None of this covered under IT? I thought all
No,
compu, I
IT
thought all computers
They're
were
in the enterprise fund. IT computers are in the general.
general fund, okay. All right.
But the ERP cost is spread out
Right,
between
because
different
similar to what we
departments?
discussed with legal,
Yeah,
we used across.
because everyone's using, okay.
And then at the bottom, we had routine meter installations for new neighborhoods. For example, Ferndale Phase 2 is going up right now. We'll have to have meters in for that kind of normal doing business operations kind of stuff. So that's what that is.
And forgive me.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Maybe I'm confused because for personnel under the office side, I'm not seeing it for, like you had mentioned the linemen and what have you. Am I missing it?
Yeah, we're missing it.
For,
The personnel slide?
for electric?
You ain't got there yet.
Okay.
You sure?
Be-
It's normally up
Yeah,
front
because
for us.
exactly, it's normally at the beginning, so.
No. She's talking about the list.
Expenditure,
No,
electric
where
is
has your position?
192?
Yeah.
I think this is
You did it for
everybody right
No,
here
Dina.
on that
We
first
talking,
page.
We're talking about the slides.
so normally there's a slide for us that shows how many personnel that are actually in the
Yeah,
department.
there it is.
Okay.
We did that initially, yeah.
So I think originally when Jackie put the package together, that was out and she went back and added it today. So
Okay.
Yeah,
it may not be in the printed version, but there it is.
right
on the
here.
screen.
You see?
They just didn't separate it out per, like it's, this is everybody. That's no.
That is not it.
No,
What do you want, electric?
Yes.
Oh, so I.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. I see.
It's here.
Understood.
This is it
Yeah.
right
There you go.
here.
Thank you.
Good
'Cause,
catch.
Yeah, it
Good
wasn't.
catch. Okay.
So it's 14.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. So the other cost for leisure department would be the, I know I can't see that. The bad debt expense of $114,000, capital lease principal of $75,600, and then a transfer to general fund of $350,000. So in summary, our total personnel expenses was $1,326,441. Contracted was $1.754689. Total supplies was, which is mostly electricity, was $9.96750. Capital outlay was $1.194875. And then the other costs that's shown on that last sheet were $114,000, debt service of $75,600, and other financing uses, which is the transfer, was $350,000.
You,
Good.
did he say his total?
Forgot we
Did, but we don't have that either. We don't have that page.
Summary? You don't have the sum? Okay.
But your personnel sheet was missing again?
No, the personnel sheet is here.
Okay.
Okay, I found it. for
You
the-
found it? You
Yeah, I
got
did.
it? Okay,
Yes,
cool,
thank
cool. It's not coordinated. Mr. Phillips, it's not coordinated.
Okay, so our personnel in the water sewer division currently is 15 employees. There's no requested new positions for this coming fiscal year.
You got that?
Okay. All right. Oh, that's why they got out of order. Okay. So, everything's out of order.
I was about to say, you're starting to see what.
All right, so the professional, the amount, $118,440 for professional services. That includes our utility locate contractor, USIC, Georgia Environmental Labs, that does our lead and copper testing, and then after-hour calls service with IUC, thank you. And that total was 118,440. The legal fund, same number as before, because it was an even split between water and sewer and electric. The technical services, that included our SCADA system, GWI, that monitors our pump stations, our consultant engineer, integrated science, and Swift Comply, which is our compliance program that's used for our fog and backflow compliance.
Why wouldn't the consultant engineer be under other contracted services?
I guess because it's a technical.
Yeah, it is. Those are engineers. They go through.
They do like our hydrology studies and it's
water models. They do special power. Plus, they keep up with our construction standards of where new pipe is put in and stuff. And these are some of the surveys that are every year through EPD. They want to know that. And then you have other entities too, North Georgia. They also need their specs too. So they keep constantly up with all this and also help negotiate with other things like within our scope of work for projects and stuff like that. So we can bring it forward to y'all with all the necessary feedback that you may and answer questions to during council time. Yeah. I'd like to point out one thing too, the Waypoint Analytical Services that you see, right up under GWI, they handle our E. coli and chloroform testing. They do 30 sites every month around the city, ensure that there is no contamination. And they send that report to us and the EPD. So if there is anything that water-wise, as far as any contamination, we would know it first, and they would know it too.
all right. Technical services. Oh, sorry, uniforms, basic same thing is like for electric, but they don't have to be FR rated. But they do have uniforms so they can be clean and be professional looking when they go out on the field. So the rebate program was a program we've had for a long time. It encourages people to put in water efficient toilets in their home. If anybody at home is watching this, use the program. We don't get a lot of.
You still have it going on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Still going
awesome.
on.
Well, it only reflects $500, so there's only $500 in there?
Yes.
Based on the usage, that's what I was saying. If anybody at home is watching and
Get your toilet replaced quickly. And
So if we had 500
So it's-
people
it's
apply for
gone.
this, they only gonna get $1.
Yeah.
Right.
Because there's only $500 on this line item.
No, it's only, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's only for if you take advantage of the rebate, okay? That's for you purchasing the low-flow toilets and stuff.
Right.
Putting the application in. So on our website, there is a slot there for toilet rebate that you push in, and it goes to a separate entity for the state. They analyze that when you buy these toilets and stuff, they are the low-efficient toilets, and then they vet that, and then this money here is what we give credit to them for being in the program.
Well, what I'm saying is there's only $500 total.
Based on historical usage.
Yes.
Not
Right.
that many citizens have been taking advantage of it, so we don't put a lot of money in that line for a program that, for various reasons, people aren't using. That money's allocated other places in the budget. If we suddenly had a wave of people who woke up tomorrow and decided they want to do toilet rebates, yeah, we'd have to adjust the budget, but it's based on the historical usage of the program, which doesn't warrant putting a significant amount of money in there. It's not going to be used.
Now, this is something that definitely actually helps all of our residents for their bills for low-flow toilets over time, correct?
Right, and most of them are the older residences that this here really would apply to because our ordinance now,
Mandates for newer homes.
yeah, for new construction, renovations, they
Yeah.
have to come into compliance then.
So if one of our residents has a older toilet, they can come to you guys for this rebate program and get.
On the website, is it on the website? Yeah. It needs to be, I haven't, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying,
Gary, go
residents
ahead.
that's listening,
You're-
please take advantage of this program. I mean, because some
Yeah.
of this
Consistently
money's
on the
here
website.
to assist us.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it kind of promoted in a while. or,
And that's a
you-
conversation we had.
It needs to be promoted like you were doing it
Well,
in prior time.
they're coming up soon, and like you said, you saw within everything, public awareness has been our thing. You've seen it in here when you mentioned about septic and so forth like that. We really have to push out some, and so that's been what we're spearheading finna do now. Even with the budget, you'll see things in here that's been added for us to push out that publication.
Yeah, yeah.
Mail it to, like you say, door knockers, do everything. Fog does it. You know, we do that every year during Thanksgiving. Then we do it every year during New Year's and Christmas, because we know people are cooking and they're pouring grease down the
That's
drain.
right.
Oh,
So
Lord.
we're working on some prevention.
And might I, if I may recommend on the website itself under utilities, because they're there to look for their bill anyway. So to have some sort of forward-facing thing under utilities that says, where can I save? And yeah, the toilet rebate program is here, but to have, that easy list that's right there, kind of a one-stop shop.
We'll work
sort
with
of thing.
communications to see how we
Yeah, we
can
need to promote it.
have more impact on the website, but it is listed there.
Right.
Constantly there. If all of us as ambassadors just tell people about the program,
Yeah.
just go to the website,
Yeah.
it's consistently there. And so we can certainly talk with our communications who manages the website to see, are there other things we can do to make people aware? The earlier point John was making is, this is typically for a certain segment of our customers.
Right,
Because if you live in a newer subdivision, it's not applicable to you.
Right.
I'll say one more thing, Mr. Phil. We have public information as customers come in. If you notice the bookshelf there,
Yeah.
and the bookshelf over there at the administration, it's all kind of conservation, energy saving, all kind of pamphlets there, even coloring books if you want the children to know.
Yeah.
So, we're there, and if you take advantage now, we had the new CCR water quality report out there.
That's true.
Yeah.
Grab one and share it.
Yes, all right now. Okay, let's continue. Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Nichols.
I'm sorry to go back to this legal fund. Just, Mr. Phillips, help me just understand something. So I understand we have a sheet for legal fund that's 511. When you divide that by 3, that's all the 3 departments, right? That's
It's
what that costs.
allocated to 3 different funds, but not in the same amount. It's not evenly allocated. So the bulk of the legal fund expenditure, $511,000, we went through that last night, is in the general fund. There are more departments in the general fund,
Right.
right? Utilities is a separate fund that includes water.
And
and
other
sewer.
expenditures. Okay, because what I just want to make sure that I understand is, so we have the 511 that's allotted for legal fund, but you're saying that's for general fund legal services. And then when you go to other fund, because I'm looking at our fund summary, you have the water and sewer, their total includes their legal fund as well. So, but you're saying those are two separate. We're not double counting.
No. So the total for legal services is approximately $852,000.
Well, Ms. Chris.
Okay,
Across all funds,
okay.
right? 511.
5 is for the general fund
Correct.
departments, and then
you
the
have
other
2 different
ones,
funds in utilities,
Okay.
water, sewer, and electricity. So it's $170,000 in water sewer, $170,000 electricity, $511,000 in the general fund, and you
Nice.
total all of that, and it's the $852,000 that we pay each year, or that is in the budget for legal services.
okay. Okay.
You good?
It might come, yes, yes. I think I'm fine. I was a little confused because when you divide the 511 by 3, you get the 170. So I thought that was divided by the 3 different departments, but it's accounted for in our general fund expenditures in that budget, and then the total of water and sewer, which is inclusive of the legal fund, is also in this. So I was just trying to make sure I was understanding we weren't double counting if it was reflected in a general fund. But what you're explaining is that 511 is for the general fund expenditures, legal, and then water, sewer, everybody else is separate, and they have their own line item, which is reflected in other funds. Okay.
Yes, but based on the bills, the split was 60-40 because majority of their work is more on the general fund side. So 60% of that expenditure is the 511,200. And then the 40%, we divided it and put 170,400 in each of the funds.
Just at the numbers, when you multiply 170,400 by 3, you get the 511. So that's why I was like,
It's 60-40.
yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chris. And thank you, Mr. Phillips.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank y'all. Let's see, we want toilet rebate. So R&M equipment, same deal as we did for electric. This is for maintenance of the machinery that the guys have to use to work on the system. Maintaining the R&M vehicle is the maintenance and repair required to keep the trucks and things on the road. And then the R&M water distribution, this is a line item where when we fix stuff in-house, that's where that comes out of. I'm toot his horn a little bit. So yesterday? Today. So today, he looks pretty now. Earlier, he was dirty. So today, we got a call from a developer up on Pine Street looking at a piece of property and started asking questions about the sewer line. And the contractor went out there, our consultant engineer, IC, when I tried to camera the line, said, I can't get the camera through, it's blocked. So it had a root ball in the sewer line. So at a certain time, we would have called the contractor and said, hey, come out, we need you to replace this section of line and things of that nature. So our water and sewer superintendent back here says, you know what? This is a learning opportunity for some of our guys that had experience. So instead of spending, was it $8,000? Instead of spending that $8,000, did the contractor go out and did it, went and did it in-house.
Awesome.
So,
Yeah,
cost
that's what
us
I'm talking
nothing but a
about.
piece
That's
of
what we
pipe
talking
about this long and a couple of clamps.
Yes.
So that's
Great, good job.
So, and we've been kind of pushing these guys to both on both the electric and the water and sewer side. Let's do as much of this stuff in-house. That's kind of my goal. Get out this contractor dependency if it's something like that, and let these guys, instead of saying they don't know how to do it, let's teach them how to do it.
That's right.
As time goes on, that becomes less and less of an issue for contractors.
Absolutely. Great job. That's great.
Thank you, James.
I know Mr. Phillips likes to hear that, too.
Every dollar counts.
Yes. Okay.
$715,000 for our liability insurance with the contingency. Telephone costs of $6,100.
Can you explain those two lines?
I cannot. That's just our liability cost for, I know our department, because of the type of things they do, our liability insurance would be higher than maybe another department. But as far as the dollar amounts, that's something that's provided.
Yeah, we could have risk management give you a detail of that. That's really more of a risk management question that's allocated to each department. And there is lineman and lineman work is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They're essential workers, and there's a lot of inherent risk that goes along with that work.
And insurance contingency is?
The contingency part of it.
Yep. So their portion of the contingency fund allocated to the water and sewer fund.
Are you asking what that is, though?
That's like, what is insurance contingency? If we got $715,000, which I understand is the liability insurance.
Is that a buffer in case we get outside?
Yeah, I think it's a contingency, but let me see if I can get a specific answer.
contingency.
We'll contact
It's-
risk
yeah.
management and get that definition for you.
Okay. Keep it moving.
$6,100 for our telephone costs. From time to time, we have to do advertising. Obviously, if there's a spill, anything of that nature, we're required by EPD to put this out in local papers.
Yes.
Things of that nature.
Ms. Chris, you need to have a seat right over there. You're getting your steps in.
So the liability insurance is the total premium that we have to pay for our insurance coverage. When risk management came before mayor and council, this was the only year we were transitioning from 12 months to 17 months so that we're in alignment with our fiscal year. And so our hope is that fingers crossed, amount decreases when we go for the renewal October 1st. The insurance contingency is essentially funding that's set aside in place that there's any claims. Through Gallagher, we have to keep, I guess how easiest way to explain it is almost like an escrow account at $40,000 to cover any payouts. If, let's just say there's a claim that comes through and we pay out $1,000, they send us an invoice to pay that $1,000 back to put that escrow back at the $40,000. So that's what the contingency is, just to fund that in the event that we have any claims that we have to pay out. And that line is within the general fund, water, sewer, and electric.
And so
And
they
even-
seem to be this, I'm sorry.
No,
they-
hold on,
they
wait a
seem
minute.
to-
Who had the floor first? I think,
Go ahead, I'll pass it. I'll pass it.
Go ahead.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just quickly asking, they seem to be the same across water, sewer, and electric. It's just rounded out at that same number?
Yes, ma'am, it's the same between water, sewer, electric, and the general fund within the risk management budget.
Okay,
Like $2 million,
yeah.
2.2.
Yes, sir. That was the renewal for this year, and that accounts for the additional buildings we've taken on.
And that's and that's they stretch it to the 15 month.
Yes, so we will not be coming before you I know Councilwoman Davis is very familiar. Every mid-year, we come with a mid-year budget request for our insurance because it typically renews May 1st. This cost will cover us through October 1st. So through September 30th, it covers that amount.
Understood.
Okay.
I was gonna say, is there a percentage that we have to keep in the insurance contingency? Because it looks like our liability insurance went down from last year. So but this line went up. Is there like a percentage or something?
We just have to keep the 40,000 there. And we don't pay out a lot of claims, so sometimes we may not have a month where we have to put it back at the 40. I think I seen one recently, it was like maybe 600 and maybe 70-something dollars that had to be paid back into it. So it's not a lot.
Okay. So did we use anything in FY26?
Yes, I'm finishing that up for you now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right. Printing and binding of $7,500. This covers the cost of the reports that John has to have printed up every year for a water quality report, things of that nature, and the pamphlets he talked about that are out here on the bookshelf by the front door. Covers that cost, coloring books. Travel for normal reasons, conferences, meetings, things of that nature. We do have a few subscriptions to water periodicals and organizations, water and sewer. Training amount, we've got some new employees that we're investing in, kind of like we talked about. We want to get these guys erosion control cards, operator licenses, heavy equipment operator license, things of that nature to make them more valuable to the city and build us up to get that dependency down. We talked about on the contractors. So that was $20,330. Our other contracted services number, which was basically, I have that written down. So far, BSNA, the ERP software modules, that amount was in there. When we do have to use contractors because it's outside of our equipment capability and things of that nature, we do have money in there for that. And our leased vehicles, and then that Waypoint Analytical we talked about earlier is also in that amount. That's $611,803.
So
Yes, ma'am.
for our professional services, that's where contractors live too, right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
For the professional service line, right? That is contractors as well? I'm just, why are they not in the
Yeah.
same, are they in the same line?
No, well, their specialized services, the one that's in professional.
Okay.
You say Georgia 811, we can't dig unless we call in or deal with them with tickets. And also that covers too, for any contractors that are in our jurisdiction to also make sure that they make all the lines and stuff like that, locations and stuff. And make sure that they don't do nothing wrong that will bust a pipe or deal with busting a line as far as electric is concerned.
And that's for other,
Right. Now, other contractor services are independent.
That was professional.
oh, that's professional, okay.
Other contractor services are ones we need for specialized stuff as far as like digging. We don't have a large excavator that digs 25 feet in the ground, so we have to hire somebody to do that. And emergencies at nighttime, if something happened that's out of our reach, then that's another scenario right there.
Okay, I just think they might could all live in the same, or a better wording for these two line items. But, sorry, keep going.
Serve line protection, this is the pass-through cost for the serve line program for, to help people when they have leaks and things on their water service.
On their property.
And then the merchant fees, these are, what is?
Credit.
Okay, why is it under? Oh, okay, so we charge the independent, okay. So basically, when people pay their bills online, there's fees and stuff associated with that, for using the online service itself.
We pay that?
No, for
Hold
the
on.
service, not for the transaction fees, no, they pay that.
Or we're just paying for the actual service of the,
Amex, Visa.
Credit.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, yeah, everybody's doing that.
How come last year was 0? And this year is 50,000?
Yeah, I think that was
Okay.
like discovered in the auditing process that was done wrong.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then that last line is our annual cost for Fulton County to treat our sewer.
1.7 million.
Wow.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Trying to be getting old.
We have a lot of waste going on.
Okay, and your total, you said your total?
Yes, ma'am. So our total was $4,166,793.
Okay.
All right. Going into our supplies and capital, off supplies, I had 2,000 in there. Gasoline, 30,000. Water purchases is our total for the annual cost of purchasing water from City of Atlanta, $2,354,000. Miscellaneous supplies is things like kind of smaller, oh, yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Is that with the new rates for Atlanta? I know we were supposed to be getting,
Not yet, because we
so
don't
that
have
might
those.
even go up.
It may, yes.
Okay. Because it went up from last year, but I was just curious to know if we already got the rates, or I know we're up for contract, but, so that number might change.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, let me think though. Where did I stop? Miscellaneous supplies, yes. These are things that we keep in-house to make repairs on the system, things like that, couplings, pipe, things of that nature. And then the repair parts are more like smaller things, washers, things of that nature. And then, what's the infrastructure? I'm in the wrong, I went in the wrong order. There we go. That was.
Infrastructure supplies.
Yeah, but I was trying to get the description for the infrastructure supplies. So miscellaneous supplies was more so the tools. I'm sorry, I said they were wrong earlier. The miscellaneous supplies was the tools and stuff that we use to work on it. The infrastructure supplies is the pipes and things of that nature.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I said that backwards. So for that big number, the infrastructure down there, the water meter replacement program was in there. Root control, which is a service where we go out, we have a contractor that comes in and sprays some stuff in the mains, and it keeps roots from growing, kind of like that root ball we just talked about.
Yeah, I was thinking of that.
Yeah, so it prevents that kind of stuff from happening. And then we had in there, what we estimated to be a 25% contribution toward the Fayette County water connection. We've got the grant. We didn't know if it was a 25% match, so we made sure we just did 25% to be on the safe side. That's in that $676,160. Computers and software for same thing, replacement of computers. And there was cost in there for the new ERP system as well of $23,275. And at bottom, the meters, that is, again, just routine. These are not for the contractors to do the meter change-out program. As we get in new subdivision, new businesses and things of that nature, these are meters to have in stock for those needs.
These are not water meter replacements.
They're not part of the changeover program where we bring the contractor in and do hundreds of them. These are kind of like for us to do in-house stock stuff. Like if a customer has a meter that goes bad, like one-offs.
Okay.
Example. That total was $767,435. All right. And, I'm sorry. And so we had a depreciation amount of $600,000, bad debt expense of $140,000. For the fees for the Middle Chattahoochee, we had $1,268,100. The capital lease interest of $132,300, and bank fees, bonds of $2,750. And then toward the water sewer bond fund, $1,905. All right.
In the Middle Chattahoochee again?
That is the, you want to speak on that since
Middle
you're on it?
Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority, they came into the presentation at a work session a few meetings ago. So that's the cost for that participation in the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority.
And that's a yearly fee for us?
Yes.
Mhm.
You are.
Okay.
So,
And wait. And we do right at $2 million a year for the water sewer bond fund.
Yes.
And this is due to expire or be paid when?
The water sewer bond, I believe it's 2031, but I'll verify that for you.
so,
Oh.
sorry.
All right. Are we done? Good?
Yes, ma'am.
We okay?
Right.
All right, let's move on.
Yes, ma'am. So in summary, our personnel amount was $1,159,245. Contracted, total purchase contracted amount was $4,166,793. Our total for supplies was $2,458,000. Capital outlay was $767,435 with $600,000 in depreciation, $140,000 in other costs, and $1,403,150 for total debt service. And the other financing uses for the bond was $1,905 for a total of $12,599,623.
Okay.
Now we'll go to stormwater. That one's, I guess, pretty straightforward. Here we go. Most of that amount, that first line, that professional, has to do with NPDES compliance, impaired water sampling, NPDES permitting we're required to keep, and our green infrastructure program.
Say green infrastructure?
Yes.
Can you, what is that?
Green space infrastructure, and you got the LID, that's low impact development.
Okay.
What you do is they take samples, and this is in a program for the EPD, along with the impaired water sampling, which we have Lion Creek and Trickham that goes through here. They have to take samples for that and submit to make sure that they're not being contaminated by any industries and so forth in the city.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, let's keep going.
Yes, ma'am. So obviously, along with that, we do have a little money in there for advertising to put out the results of the findings and things of that nature. With that advertising, there's a printing cost and postage cost. There is one or two periodicals and organizations that we're subscribing to. The total was $300. We do not have money in it currently for training because it's not staffed. Right now, the water and sewer team are kind of handling the stormwater needs. So once we eventually get that up and running, we get staff, that's when we'll have training costs. And then other contracted service was an amount we had in there for head wall collapses and things of that nature that we have to bring in contractors to do repairs on. That's what that money is for a grand total of $635,000.
Any question?
Head wall collapse?
I'm sorry. I said a head wall. It's a concrete structure that's on the stormwater. Like if you go by somebody's driveway, it's got a ditch and they have that wall.
Okay.
Kind of, yeah.
Thank you.
Things of that nature. You're welcome. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, let's continue.
Yes, ma'am. So for stormwater, there was zero infrastructure costs requested. There was a $295,000 in depreciation and $15,000 in bad debt expense on that. So in the summary, the total purchase contract was $635,000 with $295,000 depreciation and $15,000 in other costs for a total budget for stormwater of $945,000.
So what would be bad debt for stormwater?
So I would say the most obvious way is we actually have some residents that do not have city utilities, but they're in the city. So they still get allocated stormwater fees, but they don't pay them because they don't have utilities for us to cut off to make them pay that. So we have a lot of people that fall into that category.
We need to look at that. That's, I mean, it's only, I say only, but that's $15,000 of taxpayer money that's just sitting there.
Right. Yeah.
We writing it off right here.
Unfortunately, with those type of accounts, those don't correct. So those accounts don't close out, right? So they don't go to collections. They just continue to sit and build up. And so right now, it has been a discussion, but we don't have a definitive process on how we're going to make them pay those amounts.
Wow. Is legal able to help us determine what that waive process is gonna be so that we can recoup these fees? We're paying for them. These are active customers?
They're active, correct, they're active accounts.
Wow.
I mean.
Yeah, especially since it's 11,000 plus in FY 2025, but in 2026, 75,000?
most of these, residents do not have the give us the enforcement power that we need. Like you said, if something wrong with a septic tank, we can turn the water off, okay?
Right.
Any other thing we can control, but these particular residents, they're either getting water service from the city of Atlanta or Fulton County is handling their sewer. So we're restricted with how much enforcement that we can do with them. So yes, we've been looking at it, trying to look at a few ordinances that other cities, what would you do in these particular cases? So that's what our research has been doing.
Okay. Yeah, because we're looking at over $100,000
Yes.
in the span of, yeah.
Yeah.
And are they still residents?
Yeah, they are.
They're living-
Either in tax form or some other form with us, whether it's trash or something like that. No, they're within our boundaries, but they have no service with us. But they are a part of the stormwater affiliation with, our pipeline. We just don't have enforcement.
And so there's no way to like partner with what their service would be within a different jurisdiction, like the same way that, you have to pay the Atlanta gas light
No.
services,
They're
regardless of what your gas service is.
Right, they're like, well, they're paying us water and sewer, so, yeah, they're doing right by us, so.
So with that bad debt, okay, they neglect to pay us.
Right, 'cause
Then they go and apply for,
no, they don't apply, they just don't pay.
Not in our customer database.
Yes.
so they're just living without these,
We're getting it from a
getting
different
it.
service. They may be direct customers of Atlanta Watershed Management. They may be direct customers of Fulton County for wastewater. So they're customers somewhere, they're just not Fairburn Utility.
yeah, that's what I was asking. Are they getting other services from, from other?
They're metered services, yes. This is considered a non-metered service. And so because it doesn't go off of usage, they get a bill for it every month, they just don't pay it.
And just for context, I know in the budget it says 75,000, but the amount year-to-date was $8,300 and I believe $68.
Okay.
So it's not the 75,000 that you see there, it was only $8,300.
Still money, but not as painful. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Can't remember if I read that or not, but the total was $945,000 for stormwater. And now the sanitation. Pretty straightforward. If anybody doesn't know, we contract out residential sanitation for the city. We don't use any staff to do this other than Chelsea that manages the contract with them and sends them information related to our customers, either complaints or new customers or things of that nature.
Very good.
So that other contracted services at the top is for some non-residential uses that the city has, like roll-offs and things of that nature that we get billed for from time to time. And then the big number right there is the amount paid to our contractor for the residential sanitation service. That total was $1,815,000. Bad debt expense of $25,000 estimated, so the general fund contribution was $20,000.
No, stop, back up.
Yes, sir.
I see another one, a bad debt expense here as well. Now, the other one, you saying that they're residents that we can't bill because they don't have utilities, but this means that they're getting the trash pickup, right?
So we bill both, and currently we do have a process where we send what we call a non-pickup list on a weekly basis to Amways, which is our third-party provider. And so if residents aren't paying, they don't get picked up, but their accounts aren't finalized or sent to collections because in ordinance, we do have that they must have sanitation services, so they're being charged for
you can't have a residential community with no sanitation services. It's a health issue. So unlike electricity, where we can cut off your lights and cut off your water, due to health and safety, we can't say we're just gonna let your trash pile up, because it wouldn't just affect your property, it would eventually start affecting the neighborhood. So it's different in that regard, because you can't do health and sanitation, and customers know that.
Right.
They know that unlike electricity or water, where you will not be able to turn your lights on, with sanitation, that option plays out differently, because we just, for health and safety reasons, can't cut people completely off, because it would become.
And truth be told, some of them would want it to be cut off, and then they say, oh, I don't have to pay it now, which is not an option by ordinance. So then some of that debt is also people that may be gone to collections because they left and didn't pay their last bill. So some of that is that also. It's not that.
And in my experience, in both county and city government, sanitation services are always mandated. It's not up to you to decide whether you're going to have sanitation, because it affects the entire community, not
Right,
just
yeah.
your property. And so you have to have a sanitation service for health and safety reasons.
There's nothing we can do.
Well, I wouldn't say that. We can examine
Well-
other ways to collect. And that, and let me check with Ms. Chris. I
It's
don't want
here.
to call her back in here.
Do they pay
That
property?
may not be the actual amount. The reason she's coming in and out is she's working on the year-to-date information that was requested.
Right.
Right.
So that may clear this up.
Okay.
But yeah, we can certainly look at additional ways to collect it, since that one differs from water and electricity in that we can't cut them off. Cutting somebody's lights off gets their attention.
Right.
Do they pay property taxes?
That's what I was,
So from my understanding and questions that I've asked, and I think Shantae can kind of give me a little bit on that, whenever someone comes in and says, oh, I need to pay my property tax bill, I have been informed that from finance that sometimes it may be, they may pay City of Fairburn or they may pay Fulton County. So your tax bill may not come straight from the City of Fairburn, so I'm not sure how that process works. I know for me personally, my address is Fairburn, but I live in the city of South Fulton. My sanitation is on my tax bill, but we're not set up that way.
Oh, well, that's a thought.
Chelsea, we think alike. So I was just coming in here to share with council, you do have other municipalities where, because they don't do their own in-house tax, property tax billing, the county does it for them, but they have added sanitation to the property tax bill. That way they don't have to worry about getting it monthly. They get it one time a year. It's paid with your property taxes, and it's one less thing that they have to worry about collecting throughout the fiscal year. But it's an option for mayor and council, should we want to explore it. We do our own property taxes in-house, and so that would just be another line that the finance staff will have to add to the bills, but then you would essentially get those funds in one lump sum and then pay for those services over the month.
and the same thing for stormwater. Couldn't we do it that way as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
I have not seen it for stormwater. The only issue in reference to that is we know that every customer that pays sanitation for us lives within the city of Fairburn. We do have other customers, like on Oakley Industrial near 92, that we may provide services for them as far as utilities, but they're not within our jurisdiction, so we wouldn't bill them a property tax bill.
Is that the Riverside Development, John, the one we provide services to, but they're not Fairburn residents?
Okay. And utilities is telling me we actually do bill some of the residents within the city of Palmetto, but they're on our border. We bill them for sanitation, but we would not bill them for property taxes.
Something we could investigate for the ones that we can.
Yes.
Before we may have to do a multifaceted approach to address it.
That's a lot of money.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Nichols, did you have a?
I have a question. It's not on here, but it's on the, in our booklet. What would the penalties be? I just want to know what that line item is.
We did not do
For sanitation, we're being,
Penalties are like every month, if you don't pay your bill, you'll get late fees of 10% added to your bill. So those late fees are the penalties that
Okay.
get routed over there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, oh, that's good, okay. I'm thinking, it's late. I'm thinking it's an expense, I'm gonna say, what expenses that we would have penalties, but okay. All right, sorry, keep going.
Oh, you're fine. I think that was, oh, well, we'll just do the summary real quick.
Do the summary.
So the total for purchases and contracted was $1,815,000. Total other costs was $25,000, and other financial uses was $20,000. So total sanitation budget was $1.860.
Okay, wow, all right. Well,
Oh, wow.
no other questions? Thank you so much, Utilities
you.
Department. We appreciate all that you do.
Obviously, thank y'all, and if you do have any other questions that you think about on the drive home, feel free to email Mr. Phillips, Ms. Chris. They'll get them to us. We'll be glad to get the responses back.
We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Deputy Clerk, what's next? Wait, hold up. I got a question, though. We didn't do the education complex fund. Who's presenting that? That was not done.
We will present that when we do the capital budget and the bonds that I talked about earlier. Once we get the
That's
tax
not in
digest.
there.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's right. Praise the Lord. We
Don't
are
try to hold me
adjourned.
longer.
You took mine.
Don't try to hold me.